くる回るドレスリズムに乗せて夢見るような世界で飛び跳ねちゃおう。ワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がるそうな勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリーさあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ。キュンとするでしょ。
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几层卓颜看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Chat! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是混乱一抽烟，2个人影都看不到边，为救手带大，让你也逃不出我手指间。一个低下，一个
Ooh, look.
3个人性无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you?
快如闪，翻身一下。
You're not paid enough for this. Just call it a day.
拿住他，可这个为情敌头看。哎，那个大活人上了哪处
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya. 陈师兄，就是你的不朽面具，可以。くるくる回るドレスリズムに乗せて夢見るような世界で飛び跳ねちゃおう。ワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。 広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとする
大江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是混乱一口烟，2个人影都看不到边，为救手带案，让你也逃不出我手指间。一个惊讶，一个
，Ooh, look.
一个人性无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you?
我人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NARAKA Pro League Biweekly 3 Day 2 Trios. I am Raven PLZ and I'm joined by my big Ooga Booga brother, Duncan Donuts, across the pond. It's been a while, Duncan. We haven't been able to cast together. I'm super excited tonight for this bi-weekly 3 Trios. We've been playing a little bit of Trios this season, and the new meta is unfolding before us, Duncan. The new Syra, the 9 pick during the MVP. What do you think about this season so far?
Well, we've seen a little bit of a shift. You know, at the beginning, we were essentially joking constantly about how the things that we've learned from Nbpl, pick Syra and Moonbane Spooky, you know? But I feel like that's slightly changing, although Syra is still very important. But we'll get back to that in just a moment. Here is another quick reminder to all of you in the Twitch chat to make sure that you have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account. And you can tell by going to the top right of the screen, go to the drops and rewards, the inventory screen, and you can make sure that you're progressing through these drops. You want to make sure that you're getting your hands on them as they are. You know, free stuff, you always want that, but if you're not going to get it done for today, make sure you get it done for the bi-weekly final, because that's when all the extra good drops are. So make sure to get it done by then. But one of the things, going back to what we were talking about, one of the things I've noticed is that Syra, of course, is still a very prevalent pick. She's still typically the quadruple pick in first phase, but that's like slightly changing ever so much. It looks as though the Tianhai Kailin zipping composition, the new Transformers, is sort of making headway and actually coming out on top in a lot of scenarios. And then of course we have the Viper buff that has come in recently in this bi-weekly. Obviously we've had it for a little while on live servers, but that is definitely gonna be making an impact. I'm not sure if it's been fully explored yet. What do you think? Do you think it's been fully explored, that they figured it out, or if it's not really going to change much? It's just that we're going to see more Viper in general.
Definitely see new variations of it, just because the AoE silence, that extra silence at the end of it, it's so powerful. Now, the big caveat is that everyone plays Matari, and anyone at a very high level, the tether for Viper when she pops that ultimate, even though at the end of it adds that extra silence, a lot of the times these top players can break line of sight, can find that little bit of opening, and can reactionally ult against it. Now, looking at the overall leaderboard, we're going to be checking out the top 6 YZG all the way at the top, keeping that consistency going from their MVP. JL in second at 62.5, Alliance at 15.9, SR at 53, ASC at 50, and Bauda at 47.5. The top 6 rounding out for that first bi-weekly going into this second day. Now, as we were saying, Duncan, new comps, Syra, new Viper buff. Looking at the actual teams in the league today: OUG, SS1, Wolves, TE, GG, BBE, FPX, WZ, Bauda, away, YZG, SR. I'm super excited to see YZG, GG, LUG go at it. They're my favorite teams in the league right now, with TXJ being my favorite player. Baby U as well. Now, looking at today's schedule, a little bit different between trios and solos. How you always remember it is trios begins with Perdorio and ends with Perdorio. Game 2, though, we go to Holoros. A lot of those Cyber Siphon compositions are going to be coming out. Then we go to Morris Midday. Then we go to the high speed action of the Firefly days of Holoros Dust, followed by Morris Night. This is where we're going to see a ton of more Vipers coming out, and those Attack on Titans trying to slow down those macro compositions. But coming back to what we were talking about earlier, Duncan, the other thing exciting about today, I saw it in solos, we're going to see it in trios today: flying knives. That's the big thing, because like for Transformers, flying knives is absolutely massive, because you can use the flying knives to hit after among slams to reset someone in midair so he can re-grab. No longer do you really need a Kylan. You can just do it off this one weapon, and as long as you time it well.
Actually, that just gave me the idea. Do you think that that's going to change the composition so that they you know, as long as they get flying knives, they don't really need the Kylan ult really? Or like, do you think that there's something better they could put in instead of Kylan? Or do you think they're just going to keep the Kylan and then just have the flying knives and then have it change their line, their strategy slightly, so that they don't necessarily need to combine the two ultimates in a lot of scenarios? They're not looking for that rejuggle necessarily with the Kylan, and instead they're going to be using the flying knives to do that instead, and then Kylan can just sort of save his ultimate or open up with his ultimate instead of the monk initially, or what have you. Do you think it's going to change that, or do you think it's just going to stay the same and just add on to what they already have?
Ultimately, the strategies have been extending, and generally, as metas and tactics for the compositions go on, a more delayed strategy ends up evolving where you don't really rush down the cooldowns as fast. Right now, because of the Syra Zai and Syra Temi, those two ultimates combined is just so devastating that a lot of the times having that monk and having that Kylan able to split up that burst is super big, on top of the fact that the wombo of Kylan monk basically guarantees someone's execution as long as you can catch their combo break after they're slammed. Now Kylan, because of how devastating he is in his ultimate, how he's able to aim everything pretty accurately, with a very large hitbox, it's very easy to reset people so they are looped, and also he's able to slash through the hand. Now, like you said, the flying knives kind of can do the same thing. So like zipping can play more of a role. The big thing about his Kylan is that unlike flying knives, he's able to stop any of the incoming damage, and you can guarantee that he's going to be able to follow up on the damage. You can't really guarantee the follow-up damage if you're zipping and you have a Syro just beaming you in the side of the head, just like bzzz, it's not letting you get the combo going. Now, it's like you said, how is this going to impact the meta? I don't believe they're on the patch where the R&B focus attack has been adjusted to be faster.
No, I don't
Still,
think so.
I would say the most powerful part of flying knives is the fact is that the two charge horizontal, the left click, the L and B, however you would want to see it, is instant, and the range on it is absolutely insane. It's the farthest hitting weapon in the game. Now, normally when you think of like a crazy long horizontal, you think of longsword, that the huge waves coming out and how far it reaches. Now imagine if the longsword wave didn't have a travel time, it just instantly got to you. That's what flying knives actually is. Now, it is two actual attacks, so you can dodge the first one and parry the second one, and since you're like so far away, there really isn't a risk of getting punished. But if you're ever staggered or you're not paying attention for a second, you can just get blasted for like 700 to 800 damage, depending on what their plus attack is, from max range. And if you have a support running around, traditionally the supports have always run like longsword, spear, and fan. Now they have another option of flying knives. Now the one caveat is you do have to aim it. A little bit difficult to aim. But I would say the plus side of it is now we're sniping Temis out of midair. We're sniping Syras out of midair when they use F to fly over you. Even with Cannonball Farias, if they do have F1 for the combo break, they're still going straight up. So if you're overholding and you're just watching what someone's doing, they can't just use F and fly over your head now. You can track them and actually blast them out of the midair. Now they have to threaten parrying to be balanced in those situations, and it makes things a lot harder because you can sustain pressure. Now imagine two people holding flying knives against you. What do you do at max range?
Yeah, it's insane. YZG was doing exactly that in the previous day this week. They had 2 Moonshard Storms on the team, double flying knives, just absolutely Gatling gunning everybody down. It's insane. I played a little bit of it the past couple of days, and oh my goodness, is it insane. They just recently buffed it as well. This patch that we're all on live servers, the new Jade along with the weapon itself is buffed in damage in a lot of ways. The one thing that they did remove though was the sort of soft true infinite, and actually I thought it was full true along with a lot of people, but in fact I asked Frostivus about this, that he said that on flat terrain in China, actually on low average ping, it's actually soft true unless it's literally frame perfect. So it's really hard to, it was actually hard to do, but because of it being soft true still, it made sense that it needed to be removed, which it now has been. It now is gone. No flying knife infinite, thank the Lord. We're all still a little bit scarred from the fan infinite and heaven stuff over the years. But yeah, moving forward. I mean, also you said the aiming, you know, the horizontal double charge. You throw out the first, they dodge it. You can just throw the second part in a different direction. You know, no worries, buddy. I'm not getting parried at all. It's fine, no problem. And they parry, and then your teammate just jumps in, catches them at the end, and then they're just cooked. This is absolutely cooked. But we'll have to see how it plays out moving forward today. I'm very excited to see something different, you know, something spicy. Perhaps, do you think that there's anything, you know, that might be being cooked up under the hood? Now, we heard with absolute confirmation that in an interview not that long ago that the group stages are kind of, anyway, once you're qualified or just in general, they're kind of used to limit test a bit and try out new things. And we'd always made that speculation, but we'd never truly had that confirmed to us, which we now have. Do you think there's anything that they might be trying out today? Anything interesting that might be, you know, something a little bit different that we've seen before?
Yeah. So generally, for the past 3 or 4 years in NARAKA, we've always had 3 main strategies. We've had some type of monk compositions, what we've called transformers. We've had some kind of siphon composition with Takeda and Temi, which we've always called siphon, just because when Takeda shoves, he gets a big heal out of it, and usually paired with some type of healer. And then finally, we have Attack on Titan, the Viper compositions that run around, and as monks detransform, they attack all the Titan teams. Now, with this recent 2024, we found a new strategy, which is basically a budget strategy, a variation of Siphon, which we called Xiphon because they replaced Takeda with Zai, but he's paired with Matari, which Matari and Zai almost was never used in trios. The big power of that composition is his budget composition. Now, finally, we also have Cannonball, where Faria is utilized, where she's kind of a pseudo support, where her mech is used as a way to keep someone alive, also a way to use offense as well, like to initiate a ton of offense. And we haven't seen a solid variation of Cannonball this year. We've seen Xiphon, we've seen Transformers, we've seen Attack on Titan, and we've seen Siphon, all with just like a Syra variation. But when it comes to Cannonball, we've seen a lot of interesting pairings. We've seen Syra Justina, we've seen Justina, what else? Matari. We've also seen Valda Lannie, which I think is the most interesting. I forget which team got loot by it. We saw Valda Spear into Lannie Ball. Valda Spear into Lannie Ball. This dude got hit by 6 staggers in a row. And I was just watching this guy not able to play the game. I didn't realize just with the Lannie buffs how mobile she is and how hard she actually is to kill if whoever's piloting her does a really good job of spacing out. So there's a ton of space creation she can do. She still is vulnerable. I think out of all the releases of new characters, kudos to the devs for creating a very fun character that isn't so overtuned that she kind of just breaks the meta.
Yeah, I will say though that recently we've been seeing her pop up a lot more after all the buffs. You know, we've seen it in solos a lot. I believe that Liam is still usually the priority pick in phase 1 in solos. However, we've seen that Lannie get picked up in first phase as well. There's been a sort of Lannie Liam and then another Lannie Liam in the second phase as well. But it's possible that that's also due to hero points and the sort of the limitations that they have due to those picks. But still, Lannie is definitely creeping in. The buffs that she received, you know, she's extremely mobile, as you said, and the healing, the ability to hold the button when you throw out the ball and just essentially stand there in gold focus frame, essentially being untouchable by a lot of different things in the game, and then throwing it out on their dodge, you know, catching them at the end of it, forcing out so much stamina, and then being able to heal up a considerable amount when you grab that ball back. The teleport as well, the juking capability. It's definitely been amped up a little bit, but I don't think it's as strong as some of the things some of the characters that we've seen in the past. You know, Hardy on release springs to mind. You know, it's just a crazy, ridiculous character that breaks the meta for a while. But yeah, no, absolutely, you're absolutely right that the character releases has changed a bit now. We've seen less and less characters just coming out and breaking everything, and instead they've been a little bit almost underpowered at first and then being amped up a little bit later on to compensate, and I think that's probably a slightly better way of doing it, I would say. But regardless of that, perhaps we'll see some Lannie today, a little bit more of her. Who knows? You and me were running the Lannie, what was it, Lannie Tarka Viper entry the other day? The comp. We're never seeing that in Nbpl. But who knows, Lannie with something else. I'm sure a lot of you at home are hoping to see it. But here we are diving into that first round selection. OA, OUG, SR, and Wolves kicking us off. And there it is, Raven, the cannonball variation that you were asking for. The Syra Justina Ferrier. I think I've only ever seen this comp do well one time, and I've seen it get played a decent amount.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's testing out different places where they can put their Syra, and it really depends on whether or not a team is very good with their Siphon on Holoroth. I've seen a lot more teams explore the counterplay, just because if your Transformers, Area still is very annoying for Monk to deal with. Now, Monk has a lot more tools to deal with Feria. He has 2 jumps, so he can close the distance. And if you didn't know this, Monk can easily demech Feria by landing a grab while she's in her normal light attack mode. You can turn away every single time the Monk slams at you, but he can also punch into you from behind and demech you as you're transforming. So the Feria versus Monk matchup, very, very complicated, just like the boxing matchup between 2 Monks. And we're seeing on Perdorio, Transformers being one of those picks that's prioritized. Now, still, Syra, out of the gate, usually will always be picked. Everyone feels like her utility, her ability to rush down with some type of double ult is very, very powerful, or her ability to trade 2 ults. The general strategy I've seen this season is either Syra is paired with either Zai or Temmie, and they catch you off guard, and then once they get rolling, they for sure secure the fight win by getting a kill off their double ult, or they use that Syra ult slowly to try to force 2 ults out of you as two teammates follow up with the bedazzle, with the staggers that Syra is going to provide. Now, which one is going to be prevailing? Are we going to see a different strategy moving forward? Usually as metas go on, there's 3 different main ability rotations that teams figure out. So I'm excited to see how things progress, and I do want to see more Syra matchups. One of the things that I feel like I don't have a clear line on the struggle is how does Transformers fight against Cannonball, and how does it fight against Zai's? I've seen a lot of good kiting from teams, and what are the win conditions for these situations? It seems like whether or not the team is able to stagger out a certain priority target on the Transformer teams, that Zai's kind of fall apart. Or Temmie Takeda Syra for that Siphon composition versus Transformers seems more of the same struggle. Monk dealing with Temmie, and then Hyland and Takeda going at it, while Syra kind of gets a chance to fill in the lines the same way that Zimping does to try to keep the fight going. But which one ends up prevailing, just because the Transformers are a little bit tankier, but well played Temmie ults, like switching armors with the Temmie ult, getting a ton of range out, still makes the matchup very, very interesting. So I'm excited to see. Now, for the first time, GD was always the best Takeda team in the league. Like, OUG definitely up there as well. So is JL, technically. But now that JL is split up and TXJ is now on YZG, I'm very curious to see how Takeda is played in this current meta, because that old Siphon meta that really dominated the league for the last 2 years, I would say has been broken up a little bit, with Syra now being the dominant character. So will that change moving forward? I'm excited to see on this third bi-weekly day 2 trios, Duncan, on Pretoria. We're going to be kicking off with our game 1.
We are indeed, and here we are. What are we looking at so far? OA and OUG scrapping it out off the rip. The Pulse Sword Stoneform going crazy, blocking all of those attacks. The staff coming in, 2-tick, trying to find that scale rush, trying to find a way in to peel for those teammates to try and find an opening. OUG looking to kite back. We do find 1 kill on to Baby U. I believe his teammates may have just disengaged here. Poor old Takeda. He was once the star of the show, but now, as you said, Syra's overtaken him, and now he's kind of just back in that utility role. He's kind of a punching bag, so to speak. It's just definitely a long fall from the top, unfortunately for him. And oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage coming out onto WZ Cookie by TE running this attack on Titan comp. They've got the 3 kills off the rip. Very nice start for them indeed, and it looks as though OUG has been hunted down by the remaining members of OA. They're not prioritizing that those coins just yet, but instead to try and get those kills early on, perhaps get themselves a Moonbane. Heading on over now to Wolves, and GG scrapping out. Beautiful couple parries there from CJS. ZK getting forced back, the pressure being pushed away, iced off, as you would say. NHQ going down now, might be equalized. GG, another one! What is going on? This guy's got eyes in the back of his head. The ult is coming out from the Justina. Are we gonna see the clutch up? It doesn't look like it. There's only 1 left standing. CJS sending out that ultimate, not able to find it. The dash is through. It's a 2v1. It's looking pretty cooked for Wolves, and there it is. GG with the clutch.
A nice job from 330 to stop the Justina shenanigans, for her getting that reset by dashing through 2 players. He overholds the flying knives and catches that tap dodge. The range on it no longer is that 1 charge into tap dodge cancel super reliable. Flying knives, as long as he's tracking you, has a decent way of closing you out if you don't commit. You have to take the gambit. You have to go with your boy. You have to go with your read, or else you're just going to get cooked by a very standard overhold with the flying knives. Now, a lot of transformers in the lobby. Let's count these monks, like 1, 2, 3, 4. So normally when you have a lobby filled with a bunch of late game compositions, that's that Siphon and that Transformers, the games are a little bit slower. And generally, game 1's warm-up game of the day, everyone feeling a little bit of nerves as far as getting their compositions going, getting their day going, and a little bit of a slow start where no one really wants to make a mistake. So naturally, people want to play those late games out. We are going to get GG. Wolves got the best of them a little bit earlier. Now, will they have their revenge right now? Now, GG is going to be on that Attack on Titan. CGS on the Tesla, trying to find an opener, trying to find this Tesla ult as his team navigates, but Wolves doing a good job. CK getting around this corner, gets the stagger, but Tessa comes flying down, hits her F, gets the bounty. They're going to clean up Wolves as they set up for more hunting.
Oh, no. They have the bounty on Wolves, Raven. Poor guys, they're just being hunted. This is not looking good for them. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is a struggle of Cannonball too. The old Cannonball and a lot of old strategies, they dealt with Viper super well because they usually had Yueshan or Matari. A lot of the modern 2025 compositions, because so many Vipers run F2, that giant nuke instead of silence, and V2, where it didn't have that 4-second silence, like a lot of the anti-Viper has left. So it really leaves things open to Vipers getting a lot more value versus composition, because you pretty much have to supplement terrain and well-played game sense to deny it, instead of just having that pure safety net of Matari or Yushan.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking, is there a possibility that Yushan may come back? Because he does deal with Zai reasonably well. But let's talk about that a little bit later on, as we're having a fight, an explosive fight at that, taking place here between GG and TE on the parry. CJS, a taste of your own medicine, buddy. There you are, you go down, and it looks as though it's going to get taken to a 2 versus 2. I'm not really sure where Youth is. Oh, that's where he is. He's popping down the Moonbane, getting it locked locked down. It looks as though he may have done it a little bit too late, pulling this trigger. They might be able to find. Oh, wait a minute! Oh, wait! As I said it, the caster curse comes through. Ladies and gentlemen, TE's Moonbane is gonna be cooking GG and just stopping them from absolutely destroying this lobby, having taken down Wolves and half. They're definitely gonna be slowed down. The snowball has been halted, and TE are the ones to do it with 6 eliminations now. But speaking of Wolves, it looks as though they're not out of danger just yet. LJX, formerly known as the King, trying to disengage here. The bounty is still on his head, trying to navigate his way through this Moonbane. He's running straight into TE and is not looking good for him.
But I didn't realize LJX was the King.
Yeah, LJX was the King.
Wait, what is with the name changes this season? We got Wang Liang going to Edward, and we got LJX. I'm guessing that's his name initials.
Perhaps. I think it might be something to do with the Wolves tag being slightly too long for the King to be added at the end of it, and that's why Wang Liang in the previous year obviously he was known as Wang Liang the entire time. That's what his name was. But then when he moved over to Wolves, he changed his name to WL instead to abbreviate it, and now I think he's moved away from Wolves, obviously, but I'm not sure why he didn't just go back to Wang Liang and instead went to Edward. I think I've heard a story about it. It's something to do with a school story or something that happened at school for him, and he was just given the nickname Edward and it just stuck. So I think that's why he's changed it to that now. But the question I wanted to ask you, Yushan, obviously we don't see him at all now. He kind of just gets rolled by quite a few things, but he does still have pretty good pressure when it comes to the Zai matchup, as he's able to essentially just police her and prevent her from doing a lot of things. And because of the Viper changes, do you think it's at all possible that we might see Yushan come back into the meta?
Even though he is a little like he can get through crowd control decent, he takes a lot of damage in that form. Before it was very hard to damage him. There weren't as many weapons that could hit him, but he's been around for so long that almost no one's really threatened by him unless he has the actual skewer on deck. And if he's going to be a counter to Viper, he's not going to have that damage threat. He's mainly there for a defensive cooldown and then slamming over and over. Now, before, there weren't really Zais in the league as much, and the Zais really have figured out how to cook a Yueshan when he's ulted. He's not this like unstoppable force. Like a Zai can sit there, light attack, and slowly chip away at his health. I would even say it's slowly. It's actually very quick. So we saw a pretty big fall of Yueshan being there just because Matari paired with Zai is super powerful and a good counter to all the Vipers. We are going to get, for our first Rumble Yang, Bauda versus ZZVT is going to pop that Monk ultimate immediately. The Xiphon composition is going to disengage. Doesn't look like they popped their Matari ult. They are using the pillars to kite over and over. XCM looking for the stagger, able to get the follow-up. Cookie absolutely deleted. Now Syra trying his best to get the stagger onto the Monk, but with just one grab, he's going to be healing up, almost back to full. The Syra doing desperately, staggers onto him, trying to dodge, weave, get out of there, but with two teammates down, WZ is just within a formality, is probably going to get cleaned up here. He does get a bedazzle, looks for the release, but the threat of the parry is still there, and now they're going to keep him alive in order to secure that buff later.
Indeed, now moving forwards, but FPX and the SR scrapping out in this opposing realm of Yang. It looks as though FPX has lost a member. Kylan just now coming out of that ultimate, trying to find something to overhold onto Rico. Rico getting overheld again. Oh my goodness, the two focus releases into the parry again at the end. The standard line coming through. Rico, he reads it. he doesn't fall for the silliness, you you gonna parry, bro? No. There it is, releasing on the one charge after the double overhold, and he gets caught by SR, gonna be able to claim that Realm of Yang victory, going up to 6 eliminations now. I'm moving over to GG, who have found a little bush to settle in on, and it looks as though YZG's done exactly the same thing. Just settling down and settling in, waiting for this Yang depletion situation to progress a little bit further, biding their time until they can find an opportune moment for an optimal third party on one of these Yang depletion teams scrapping it out once that timer starts ticking down.
Auda and what I believe is SR going at it again. Temi ult and that Syra ult coming out. Monk is already going to get a double blade grab though. Kablowy, big damage going to be coming out onto that Temi. He's going to pop that gold F. Dodging a lot of this hit right now. ZZT trying to find a regrab, going for the Sam, looking for the second, not able to. His Kylan bouncing up people in the air, looking for the grab. Junk's doing a good job of cutting behind the pillar, but getting launched back into the air again. Grab gonna come out from ZZT, and the follow-up from Jing with those flying knives. End up securing the kill onto Junk, and now 2v3 situation. Syro gonna pop that gold F, backing off, not able to get away though with the 1v3. Rico is gonna fall, and Bauda is gonna make quick work of the ultimate dump coming out from SR.
How do you get away from this, Raven? Nunchucks? Flying knives? Fist blades and fan. Like, what do you do against this? This feels so crazy. The tech chase. I mean, I will say that flying knives, the tech chase on this weapon isn't as good as some other weapons, but just the ability to sit on the outside and constantly have this threat, the pressure on those players that your teammates are engaging, it's so difficult to actually manage. But moving forward, we've got the FPX and WZ fight here. Yang depletion on the side of FPX. They're hoping to cleanse this Yang depletion, get themselves those soul blooms. XXMU grabbed up, being sent into the air, slammed down, and re-grabbed off of that combo breaker. Beautifully done by Kiki, going for that close range grab, trying to find it, not able to. These flying knives, the thorns at his ankles, trying it to disengage now, jumping up, deforming, gonna be finding that reset. And I believe that FPX might be able to close out this fight, having taken down yet another member now. Gonna be looking to close out this third and final member. Luo Ye trying his best, but to no avail. He will be eliminated.
FPX again, flying knives everywhere. You're seeing in the kill feed nonstop with those flying knives, able to close out kills. Just the threat of that double charge, just so oppressive. So we're gonna get BBE versus GG. Boy, he on the Kylan gonna be popping that ultimate. Unfortunately for him, he's already tested ultimate, and the V2 is gonna be coming out. Boy, he's gonna try to get around the corner for it. That Tesla, and GG is gonna make quick work and finish out Claw. But on the third party, we got YZG coming in with this ferocious third party, looking up to steal some kills. It looks like GG is gonna be backing off from the situation, and now BBE stuck in this unfortunate sandwich between YZG and GG. PXA on the Monk, looking for the overhold, gets that double charge onto Roy Hee, and CXZ on the Kylan, going to lead the charge, get the staggers, and the follow-up from YZG so big. GG now is going to come in with the fourth party. Initially, they got third party. Now the party is going to continue at the after party, continuing with YZG and GG. CGS is going to back up, realizing not going to get much value off that Tesla. Good peel is going to be coming out. And now GG, with that discipline, with that temperament, okay with grabbing a little bit of loot and finding a better position to find a good fight.
It doesn't look as though YZG wants to let them go just yet. They're poking and prodding at the backs here, trying to see if they can find an opening, find one of these players lagging behind, slacking and not staying with the team. They don't have Wu Chen ultimate as well, so this is very dangerous for them. YZG might know that this is the case. They may have spotted out the Viper ult usage beforehand. They're going to be popping that Monk ult, the Vajra state coming out, CJS popping that combo breaker. One of the disadvantages, though, is that you stand still when you do it. opening up the opportunity for this grab. TXJ taking full advantage and now going to simply be able to regenerate a significant amount of that ultimate with this Firefly cage, preparing themselves to move forwards, potentially going into that second realm of Yang. And now GG just falling apart at the seams. OA able to pick up this next elimination onto LXM. They are down a member, but I believe they just bought a rebirth charm. There it is. We see it pop up with the graphic, and GG are now left with a pretty rough situation to try and fully recover while these other teams go into the realm of Yang.
Inside the second realm of Yang today, we are going to get SS1s versus OA. PB going to lead the charge into water, monk on monk. Actually, no, it's ZZT. My bad. It's Bowda versus water. ZZT looking for the scoop on his legs. So XEM on the Kylan is going to get deep fried right now. He's going to already have to get the V1 from his zipping. Big slam going to be coming out from ZZT, trying to turn the tides. He's able to get 1 gram. Is he going to give it 2? No, he cannot. Nice peel going to be coming out from SS1's water. Going to punch him before he can get the slam. Kylan's also going to be going around. ZZT not able to get a heal from this slam. So coming out of ultimate, he is going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Staff is going to take him for a ride now. ZZT struggling to recover while XCM still has 2 people on him. Nice job from SS's Water to find the focus attack onto XCM, and now a 2v3 situation. ZZT desperately trying to find a parry, trying to break this back, but SS1's Water has another thing coming for him, putting him in the uppercut combo, and now in a 1v3 situation, it's looking dire for my man. He finally gets that parry, but with 1 HP left, SS1 is going to win this second realm of Yang.
With the mirror matchup, SS1 comes out on top. We saw the Bowder's Kylan getting absolutely fried there on the opener. I'm not really sure how they managed to do that, considering that I don't know if it's because we've talked about this, we've played this comp. The Kylan needs to like. The line is kind of like nuanced, isn't it, in this matchup? At what point is it best to ult as the Kylan? Because if you can force out the opposing Kylan's ult early and then you keep your ultimate and sort of hold off on pulling that trigger, you're able to take full advantage later on. So, but opening up with the Monk and Kylan relatively close together can create advantage as well initially, forcing the enemy Kylan to use their ultimate. What exactly is the line here in the mirror matchup, do you think?
War Transformer versus Transformer?
Yeah.
I believe it's Monk Fry and pressuring the Monk. Now we are going to get a replay right here. SR versus OUG. Looks like Temi matchup. Lots of sand, ever sand in my eyes. We can't see anything. Just orange sand, brown sand. Everything's being mixed together. Takeda also be coming out. SS is going for a ride. Nice parry going to come out from Junks onto Baby U, putting him in an uppercut combo. Baby U then put into the Syra Bedazzle. Junks doing a wonderful job getting back-to-back parries and putting Baby U in the punishment. Now in the mirror matchup, at least for Siphon, it's definitely in all dumb situations with Takeda's going at it for the crowd control. I would say for Monk, though, it starts out with stripping that Monk of his armor, just like what's happening right now, versus YZG's TXJ versus OUG.
They sort of jumped them out of nowhere coming into the zone. They weren't really sure if they wanted to commit here, but TXJ quickly recognizing that they're very happy to fight this out, and now popping that Monk ultimate is going to be finding 1 grab here, trying to set something up, trying to catch the rejuggle. We find another one, Jin Yu getting grabbed up. TXJ goes for the close range grab, doesn't find it, but SS is already down for the count. Baby U coming out of, TXJ coming out of that ultimate. Baby U trying to find that something here. Jin Yu with that blistering might be quite devastating here because of that fire damage. They are in the storm after all. The overhold coming through, but CXZ with that combo breaker able to mitigate a lot of that damage. The fire tick is still going. The beautiful parry coming out from Jin Yu, but oh, the greed! So greedy, Jin Yu. Just go for the 1 charge, buddy. And no, he's not able to find it. And that's so unfortunate. CXZ just barely staying alive for a little bit longer. If he'd been able to find that elimination, he could have cleansed the Yang depletion and healed up just that little bit, possibly making the difference in this scenario. But unfortunately, the greed got the best of him, as it does to us all at times. And they do indeed fall. YZG continuing on with 6 eliminations.
They do indeed fall, Duncan. Bauda's ZZZT. I feel like we've been watching this man's Monk all throughout the day versus FPX's Kiki. He is looking for the slam, pushing the enemy Monk back into the zone. Kiki going to be doing the same thing. Looks for the scoop, trying to attack his legs, but ZZT's like, get off my legs, stomping on his toes. Get off of me. But FPX has to help Kiki get out of the zone right now. White Health is going to be damaging right now. TE on the outside with the Viper kill, and SR going to be showing up with the new Knives Jade, putting on the pressure. Rico not letting them get out for free. FPX's Kiki has to be abandoned by his teammates if they hope to survive longer. And wait a second, SR's Rico just attacking everyone, finding one about his members away, and the juggle coming out from these flying daggers now. So much pressure coming back from Bauda's XEM's Kylan, that forcing Rico into the Cyber ult. Now looking for the stagger onto SR's Junks. Not able to. Nice peel coming out from Rico, denying this pressure, but XEM is determined to clear out his target. ZZT down to a 1 HP situation. Temiev is going to be coming out, and he gets exploded by SR's Zhao, and now XEM going for a ride. Just a little bit of formality. The Temi ult absolutely coming in clutch here for SR.
And that's how many kills? 13 eliminations. And funnily enough, that's still not even the most kills in the lobby. TE on 14 as well, just 1 above them. But SR is certainly going to be contesting, and considering that they're on this Takeda Siphon composition, they are extremely scaled now, and I'm not sure if TE is going to be able to contest them in a just straight up fight. They're gonna have to try and assassinate them leading into this end game. We've only got 18 players alive, so sort of navigating through the herds of players, the chaos might be quite difficult to just slip one by, catch one of them lacking, and just absolutely explode them with the Viper Tessa. But we will see. For the moment, we're taking a look at SS1, just vibing, you know, chilling, waiting on this Spirit Well. They're going to be able to extend the effective duration to the maximum and potentially be able to fully secure the upcoming Spirit Well, the final Spirit Well of the lobby, for free. As we've noticed this dynamic happening quite a lot. The team that secures the second last Spirit Well is typically just in the best position to take the final Spirit Well of the lobby, giving themselves the best possible chance of actually coming away with a very, very dominant end game. And I'm still surprised because we saw a little bit of adaptation. Some teams or some games in the previous weeks, teams would focus on making sure that the second last Spirit Well doesn't go to a team for free. I think it largely depends on how aggressive and how things play out in the Yang depletion situation. Because if everyone's busy fighting that no one's going to be able to pick this one up.
Yeah, a lot of the Spirit Roll strategy is so elaborate now that a lot of the times we'll see that Spirit Roll get forced into zone where no one's willing to let anyone get it, just because the amount of offense that you get, especially if a Transformer team gets it. The Kylan's going to be coming in hot, and speaking of coming in hot, SS1 Yuan with that buff is going to be looking to put on the pressure. I see someone down to 1 HP. I believe that's SR on the outside, but Yuan, the 80% movement coming in, going to be slowing down their pressure as everyone from each corner kind of makes a wave to get away from that blue buff, gets away from that Kylan, and unfortunately now GG is the victim of SR's Takeda coming in hot. Zhao with that spear, bonking LXM, but nice porter out, gonna come from Wuchen, giving them a second life. Chaos is absolutely breaking loose due to that Spirit Well. Kylan running around now. Temi also gonna be invested on this cliffside. Rico on the Syra, looking to pick off, looking to stagger, but Pure chaos is absolutely going out with teams fighting inside the Moonbane. SS1's Juwon doing a ton of damage, but always touch on the Zai. Cleaning up GG, trying to hide under this bridge. But now SS1 with Mystic Might coming in with the wrecking ball of Juwon's. Kylan slashing, dashing through, picking up one more kill for them. With the second Spirit Well coming up, SS1 still has an option to challenge, but now SR is going to be posted in the center trying to claim this next Spirit Well.
They are, and considering it's Mystic Might, they might not have the power to truly contest this. So Mystic Might obviously being, I would say it's probably safe to say that it's probably the weakest of the buffs. You know, in this scenario, you'd much rather have White Tiger's Prowess or Draco Storm, but they are still going to make an attempt, I believe. SR fending off these other players, TE getting involved, and now SS1 taking their stance on the Spirit Well. A parry comes through, but no significant follow-up just yet. Rico spamming out the Moonshard Storm, rolling through the thunderous sound, the brrr. Water just getting juggled, trying his best to stay on his feet, but no, now being forced to pop that ultimate, the Vajra state coming through. I believe that might be the final nail in the coffin here. Water just hopping around, denying any pressure for the moment. He might be looking to de-transform here before they pick up this buff, and there it is. We see it. Draco Storm unlocked, attained, and SS1 are now going to have full agency to just unleash upon the lobby. But actually, wait, the Forbidden Seal, the three-man zone, I didn't actually see it. It's so much blue on my screen. We're gonna see that ultimate get cancelled for Juan. He just dips his toe 1 centimeter into the dome and loses that ult pressure, unfortunately. Now being slowed down. It's gonna be going down to the final moments, I believe, and TE on this Viper composition gonna have to pick and choose their targets very effectively if they want a chance at winning this.
Yeah, 4 teams left, last 12 standing. We got TE with the double gold armor. They're up to 14 kills right now. They're trying to secure this MVP. Xionan is going to find the kill with the flying knives, now putting on the pressure onto SR's Takeda. Desperately trying to get away. Jonks is going to be getting range from across the map, and Youth, the Wu Chen of TE, is going to get picked apart, trying to set up walls, but it's not going to matter. SS1 is going to be coming in on that Kylan with the Draco Storm, just absolutely causing pure chaos. The Syro desperately of SR is trying to slow down Juwon, but the dashes are coming through, lifting up everyone. The follow-up, excellent coming out from Water and Zuwon. They're able to pick up a couple kills with that third party, and they're going to fade back, build their ultimates up, and with that Draco Storm and those cannons setting up pretty to build up their ultimates. Now FPX on the other side is going to run into the remnants of SR. They're forced to push into there, considering it's they're stuck in a tough place between SS1 and FPX. Finally, FPX gonna close the distance, pick up and fight for this last little bit. SS1's Water is gonna transform into Monk. Kiki down to his last health. He is gonna get grabbed from SSN's Water. Now with the last 3 remaining, nice jump, nice grab onto FPX ZGE. Big slam's gonna be coming down. F is gonna be used to get under back at the Monk's legs. Now with the re-grab though, another member of FPX is gonna get grabbed, sent over into zone. 2 people left alive. So much ult left on them with Zuwon and Zipping going out. Now 2v3 situation. Can they bring back this Hail Mary situation, Duncan? Maybe.
It's
maybe.
I don't think it's really possible at this point.
Always winnable, Duncan. It's always winnable.
Maybe.
Not
It's
in
always
this instance.
winnable. Always winnable.
Very clean play coming out from SS1, and that is just the power of Transformers. The flying knives, actually very big buff to this current variation of Transformers. F2 Healing Monk doesn't have as much damage, doesn't have as much re-grab ability off double grabs as that V1, but because of the flying knives, the follow-up, the back-to-back double charge into someone grab absolutely shreds someone's health, and you're still able to get some looping down after the Monk slams because you can aim flying knives in any direction. so the monk can regrab.
Very nice. Very fun and interactive for those subjected to this onslaught from the flying knives. If Kylan wasn't enough, you got the flying knives on top of that one. Love to see it. It is it's definitely shaping up to be an interesting addition to the meta. I think it's going to be here to stay. And quite frankly, I'm not sure, because they did just recently buff it. This is pre-buffed flying knives, and we're just seeing the utility play such a huge factor here. But who knows how this progresses? I'm not sure if we'll see, some changes, some reduction in power to the flying knives, but I'm not really sure how they could really do it so that it's not going to be just this useful moving forwards. But we shall see. Definitely sort of plays in with the whole dynamic that we've noticed throughout these bi-weeklies. The team that gets the second last Spirit Well is in just like the perfect position to take it all. We saw TE with so many kills, the same with SR, I believe, but SS1 are still able to come out on top and take the cake. But here we are yet again, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. Answer 4 treasures. If you want to get your hands on this Spring Split random gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many players chose to play Zipping in game number 1? Was it A, 2, B, 3, C, 4, or D, 5? And make sure to get your answers in and to stick around, as you will be added and whispered so that you can claim your prize if you are that lucky winner.
Wrapping up this first day, Duncan, it's looking like Transformers, definitely one of the best compositions to be playing on Perdoyo, with, I would say, Viper performing very, very well as well. And there's always been a relationship between Transformers and Viper. The reason why we call it Attack on Titan is Viper likes to give those Transformers off spawn and likes to take advantage of them even in those end games where they de-transform off Monk. But what we see, the Spirit Well addition in the previous meta, where Siphon was so powerful, Takeda was so dominant with Spirit Well, but now Kylan is so dominant with the Spirit Well. He's able to ult once, coming out of Spirit Well, and then have a backup where Monk doesn't even have to transform. And when Monk does transform in endgame, it's one of the most oppressive ultimates that everyone has to acknowledge, just because he can delete anyone at any moment. And with that healing as well, he's very, very durable. The melee and range resistance has made Monk very, very hard to cook in these endgames. Before, he'd be a little bit more vulnerable. So on Perdoyo, we're seeing these two compositions, Viper and Transformers, dominate. Now, as we move on to Holoroth, what we definitely have seen is Syra and Takeda do super well. Now, looking at the overall scoreboard after this game 1, SS1 with a massive game, 14 kills at 20.8, and getting that multiplier, getting that extra little bit of juice on top. Now, TE having a massive game as well, 15 kills, same thing with SR, but you see how placement points and the multiplier ends up making that slight difference, 17 and 16.5. Looking at the overall stats, healing 20k coming out from Juwan on the Kylan though, 26k damage, and water on the Monk, utility 12k damage. A lot of the times the Monk is not getting a ton of damage going through because he mainly grabs someone as a form of crowd control for his teammates to do damage as he holds. Now, the chances of getting double grabs of Monk, not gonna lie, unless we get to those long end games or your teammates are getting wonderful staggers, it's very hard for a Monk to rack up damage.
Absolutely. It's, the double grab is obviously the kablam, the star of the show, but it's not really all that feasible when you're going up against these extremely experienced players. Finding the staggers onto them is not easy. It's never easy in this kind of environment. But here we are taking a look at the total standings, including the points racked up on day number 1 from 2 days ago. We have OA currently sitting in the 12th spot, having played the first day on 35, playing today as well. YZG sitting atop the leaderboard with 96.6. Not the best start for them. for sure. You know, 6.5 is not a bad game necessarily, but it's no, you know, usually 10 points plus is, I would say, is like, you know, that's the really good stuff that you want to be getting your hands on. But YZG, they've been showing time and time again how powerful they are, how experienced and how capable they are to just take everything, having now been they're the champions 2 bi-weeklies in a row for the bi-weekly finals. Now taking a look at some of these highlights brought to you by China Unicom, SS1 in the realm of Yang, the Zipping's perspective. You see him just kiting around, sitting on the outside, trying to find an opening. The Kylin dashing through him, but nothing really going to be coming of it. Just waiting, biding his time to find a way in, getting a beautiful little parry here on to that monk, catching him with this staff. The staff able to follow up so effectively off of the Kylin dashes. You know, some of these weapons, we've talked about it in the past, you know, some weapons, they're just so good at following up. Not only is the staff really good at following up for Kylin, but also from monk grabs. You know, the monk throws it down. If the Kylin's not in a position to get the rejuggle, you're able to keep them suspended in the air for a long period of time with that staff RMB focus.
Yeah, nice job from Zuan. Rarely do we get the perspective of one of the supports on a team. Zuan, put the pressure, like you were saying, Duncan, with that staff a little bit easier than with the spear, just because the R&B a lot more reliable for that focus tag. And you're seeing the Merciless in this end game absolutely controlling the space for the team. They also have the Aurora Burst plus the Draco Storm, just so much damage coming out. 2 players getting pushed out into the zone for the Merciless. Crossbow's gonna be coming up, beaming the monk down, securing this. Now it's just a formality with 1 player left alive. Switching over to the fan, pushing into the zone, getting that focus attack with the wonderful crowd control from his teammates. SS1, great highlights showing how they absolutely rolled this lobby on their game 1 Transformers. Now looking at Juwon's stats for this round: 26k damage, all of that damage coming out from his ultimate, a lot of it, 11k damage, and the flying knives. 2 MVPs from him. And looking at his overall Jades, we did see a little bit of that Aurora Burst coming out near the end, able to secure that end game with how oppressive that giant hitbox is. Healing at 8.9k. The changes to Kylin making him a lot more durable. Every time he dashes, he's getting a lot more heals. Paired up with that V1 from Zipping, Kylin is no longer that squishy DPS like he used to be before he was or after he was gutted. And Juwon showing what this modern day Transformers looks like with that back-to-back Kylin ults in endgame, absolutely rolling through the lobby. Will we see Transformers move to that phase 1 pick, Duncan, instead of it being this phase 2? Because it's definitely from all the bi-weekly finals and even this week been outperforming all the different cyber compositions.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. You know, in like last bi-weekly and in the first bi-weekly, we saw a lot of Syra, right? But Syra was still like very prevalent. They were getting MVPs and stuff. But the Transformers, the new Transformers comp was creeping in, doing better and better as time went on. And I think it was just a matter of understanding all the different nuances and like the lines, fighting against Syra and just like progressively getting more experience in this environment. And now I completely agree with the idea that we might see this come into phase 1. We saw it get picked up in phase 1 a few times, not very much, but it's happened more recently than it did at the beginning. So who knows, we might see this comp just taking phase 1 completely and then Syra taking a back seat. Or perhaps there might be some kind of variation. We see Syra getting put into this composition somehow. I'm not really sure. The flying knives and all of these different implications of the Viper buff, etc., might change things around. But for the moment, I don't know. Well, we'll see. Maybe as the day progresses, maybe by the end of the day, we'll see Kylin, Tianhai, and Zipping getting picked up in phase 1.
Yeah, part of the strategy in the season is spreading out the character points. Now, Zipping with her recent buffs makes her a lot more durable as far as like giving her more mobility options. Before, she didn't really have her ultimate so much to be as mobile as she is. With that addition, it gives her another out. I mean, Zipping's already doing a lot of magic, using their F, using their ult to trap with parries a lot of the time. And with the new season, there are less Zais, so that need for Kurumi to be there instead of Zipping isn't as prevalent. Will Kurumi ever come back? Her change for her healing circle definitely benefits as Transformers. She still has that nice defensive buff with the tether, but like I was saying before, it's more of sustained damage now when Transformers grab you. It's less that double grab, it's more of the re-grab that ends up coming out. So the Kurumi circle not being as big, and the ability for Zipping to cancel the heal and go with back-to-back heals in these very chaotic endgames. We even saw during one bi-weekly, Kylan and Zipping able to 2v3 in endgame. It was on the back of GG. I haven't seen many situations that a duo composition with so much synergy was able to close out a pro endgame.
Yeah. Oh, and another thing, when it comes to the Kurumi, you know, with so many Kylans being on the field, you know, Kylan does a very good job of displacing the enemy characters. So he's pretty capable of just grabbing out or just slashing through all of these players. You know, if they're standing on a Kurumi circle, even though she's able to replace it one time, it's still pretty tough to actually stay in the circle when you've got a Kylan dashing through all of you, just knocking you out continuously, and then just healing off of it as well. If you're trying to stay in the circle, then it's just like shooting fish in a barrel. Kylan's just going to keep going through over and over again, getting more slashes because he's got, you know, more people to hit, more healing. The Zipping as well, going to be able to amp up that healing with the ultimate. I believe that that's like a lot of it is just Kurumi's just faded out now, and it's not as though her sort of slight rework, you know, where she had one of her alt variations and F variations removed. It's not that it was a significant nerf. In fact, it could even be considered a buff in some regards. It's just how things have progressed with the meta. And it's an interesting dynamic whenever it comes to these sorts of things, like how characters just fade out. With the Yushan, you know, it's not that he got nerfed or anything like that. It's just that other characters came in and were able to push them out due to new utilities being discovered or just simply being added to the game. And I mean, it's just the new guard coming through. Perhaps we'll see some of these old characters come back with some changes, with some adjustments. Who knows? Perhaps we'll, you know, what's coming up soon, Raven? Perhaps we'll finally see it. The Fire Dog making an appearance in trios. Who knows what they're cooking up with the Taka rework? They said something along the lines of, we've put a whole, like the effort equivalent to making an entirely new character into this upcoming season. So it's a lot that might be coming soon. Who knows? I'm a little bit scared. I'm not gonna lie, Ruben.
I didn't realize they said that about Tarka. I mean,
they did.
They definitely, for a lot of the times, Tarka's kit has definitely been solo related. They've kind of tweaked the fireball at certain times, but only briefly did the fireball survive in, I would say only in rank meta. It was never really used even in NBPL. They just increased the fire damage so much to the point where it was shredding monks over and over. And Tarka already, his one key feature is that he could cook a monk's legs very, very quickly because of his animation cancels. Now on Halaroth, it's not that day yet that we'll have Tarka. It will be coming in the future. We are getting that Siphon pick, that Takeda, Temi, Syra.
Oh, there it is!
But we do get a Transformer pick in round one. Now in round two, what are we going to be picking? Now it's only 1 point, so everyone can still pick that Siphon composition, but do we believe in it? YZG, wait a second, gonna be going with a Cannonball. Will they be able to pull this off? Now Cannonball, it's like I was saying, this Syra Justina, I haven't seen it being pulled off, but the OGs of Cannonball, definitely TXJ and VVV. Can TXJ make it work with this Syra Justina variation? He's known for his very precise executions for his teams. Now, traditionally, Holoroth has always been a Takeda map. So I'm curious, we do get a Siphon from OUG all the way in that last round. Man, NARAKA has changed a lot for on a Holoroth day. The third group, someone is able to still pick Siphon. Now I'm excited to see Baby U on that Takeda. Can he make this work? He got the best of another Takeda got the best of him early. I think it was SR. Just a back-to-back parries. But I'm curious again to see some more Siphon versus Transformers, because both of these compositions are aiming to scale up. They want to loot a lot. They want to win their off spot and then slowly build up to that first Realm of Yang, that second Realm of Yang or Spirit Well, and snowball into the end game so they can play that Spirit Well situation. Will we get a stacker? That first game, it surprised me. Normally game ones go a little bit slower. Game one had only 12 players left in that end game, so that means everyone is going pedal to the metal, going for that aggression, trying to find as many mid-game picks as possible, and no one is able to survive once these super teams get created with all the good loot, all the good weapons, the good Jades. Transformers and Siphon are really hard to stop once they start snowballing out of control in the lobby.
Oh, absolutely. We've talked about it time and time again. The scaling factor with these compositions, you know, the Takeda V3, it unlocking new tiers. The legendary tier at the end, once you and your teammates have very high tier weaponry, just gives you so much more potential. The Tianhai, the Kailin on the Transformer composition scaling with the weaponry and also with the armor for the Tianhai. And I suppose you could say to some extent that the Kailin kind of scales in some way, because when he's using that V2, that second variation of the ultimate, he's using up his health as a resource. So the more shield he has, the better, ideally, because then he can cover for the fact that he's using up that health and has more of a cushion to fall back on once he comes out of that ultimate, having utilized all of that health. But here we are diving in, Raven. We're going into game number 2 of bi-weekly 3, day 2. GG gonna be spawning up in Imperial Village, all the way in the north. We've got SS1 and OA potentially looking to take an early game scrap. BBE spawning next to, I believe is, FPX there, also going to be scrapping it out at the beginning. YZG taking the main temple, the castle in Plume Castle. We've got SR and OUG down at the southern part of it. But we're going to be kicking it off with the Salvation Podium, the puzzle. This could be rather explosive. We already have one on the ballista. The first hit does go wide. We do find the hit, though. OUG SS extremely low HP. Baby U trying his best to peel with that ballista. He does find a couple hits. XXMU is going to take a little bit of damage, get knocked down. WZ Cookie is going to be burning. He is going to go down as well. And now it's a 2 versus 1 situation. XXMU left on his lonesome. Baby U diving in with that F1 activated, ready to dive in and take him down. And there you have it. OUG is the king of the podium. Here we are kicking it off. Raven, it's gonna get spicy. This is the exact start they want as the scaling Siphon composition.
Yeah, landing the podium, able to get you that nice gold weapon. Double charge can be coming out from TXJ over here at Plume Castle. You're seeing those flying knives at work with one of the masters of trios, TXJ, using the new flying knives to perfection. He is going to get bonked from SR's Junks. Zhao now covering the flank, able to get a nice fan R&B off, but it's not going to matter. YZG is going to be cleaning it up. Junks now on the high ground, able to get that nice Dragon Slayer in, but it doesn't matter. TXJ with those white knives, putting them in his back, and already YZG up to 3 kills, Bauda up to 3 kills, FPS up to 3 kills for their off spawn. We're seeing Bauda closing out, or OUG closing out the puzzle able to get that gold pole sword onto Baby U. They already have a Moonbane. They're ready up to purple ultimate for their Takeda. Now they do want to slow this down a little bit. The having white armor going to make their Takeda very, very vulnerable. Unlike previous siphons where they had a Zipping or Kurumi supporting, even though Syra can heal, it really is a last choice. You want to snowball to utilize her ultimate because she just does so much with her Bedazzle crowd control that you want to use her ultimate more offensively than defensively. You're not getting as much value considering it's just like it's just smaller heals. Now to the side, we saw GG again on another Viper competition. They opened up on Pretoria on Viper, and now we're still on that Viper competition. This is one of the strategies that I like a lot, Duncan. That one thing that in EU, HX did a lot of the season, and I feel like this strategy is overlooked. When you play Viper for your first 2 games, instead of having all of that pressure when you're not as warmed up to win that Realm of Yang, because if you lose that first Realm of Yang, it's very, very hard to come back, find a clean kill with that Yang depletion, get to play out a full round practicing all the other fundamentals, your hunting pass, your rotations, your early and mid game, playing around the Yangs / Speed Wells, and then playing a little bit at a disadvantage in endgame where you're not really expected to win. You're just trying to get as much placement points as possible, trying to take advantage of poor ult rotations, and you really get to warm up your team to set up for those more high pressure do or die Yang fights when you're on your Takeda, when you're on your Zai, when you're on your Monk compositions. All of these comps need to win Realm of Yang to have successful endgames.
Yeah, the pressure is considerable. You know, like coming back from it, not simply in like the game sense, you know, the gameplay sense. I mean, like mentally speaking, it's extremely taxing. You go into your first game, your objective is to scale and get to that end zone, and then you just come away with a loss in the Realm of Yang. It is devastating, especially, oh my goodness, speaking of devastating, Baby U just getting absolutely deep fried on the flank. FBX doing a good job of holding him down. Initially the Moonbane does come through, but it's a little bit too late, and now Baby U, having gotten himself that golden pole sword from the podium, from the Salvation podium puzzle early game win, is gonna be losing it to FPX, not only contributing to them in just the flat value of having a gold weapon, but the scaling as well for that siphon composition. It is not what you want to see early on. Xiaonan going up against YZG along with his teammates on TE. He is in that monk form. He is going to get frozen, just absolutely getting peppered. This is not a fun comp to play monk in, Raven. It is not fun at all. We see all 3 of these ultimates just getting fully focused onto the Tianhai, not able to do a thing about it, trying to jump out, not able to. Now TXJ gonna be using these Fire Ignites to great effect, trying to find the cross parry there, not able to do so, getting caught at the end frames and using that combo breaker now, still trying to chase him down, going for that tech chase, delaying it, biding his time, recognizes that this player is very willing to throw those focus attacks, catches him in the air with that parry on the flying knives. The combo comes through, but not able to find it. The terrain slightly scuffing at that combo. It is slightly goofy at times. You're not able to execute that first 1-2 perfectly, not able to get that maximum value from the focus attack. TXJ going to continue to chase him, gets caught on the cross, but he's not going to buy it. You did this before. Fool me once, shame on you. TXJ now going to be cooked using that combo breaker at the last second. His teammate with that musket shot from the F2 on the Farrier, able to close out that kill, but they might be in danger. Raven OA, they're closing in. The blood is in the water, and Tutik is ready to take full advantage of the situation.
Yeah, Tutik with the Viper ultimate going to be coming in. Doesn't really need to use it actually, because no one has ultimate up on YZG. Zasira, I take that back. TXJ with the peel right now, breaking up a lot of this damage, bringing up QGG onto Cena, and now the V1 is going to be coming dashing through right now, and PB is going to have to pour them out on the Wuchet. Nice pour down, out of line of sight on the high grounds, and it looks like QA Wow, really, really good Wu Chen port. They're able to max Rebel, get out of that situation. Now Moonbane is going to be coming down on the opposite side of the map. Who do we got here? We got Wolves dancing, surfing inside this Moonbane with SS1 on the Viper composition, looking to assassinate them. They do a good job of taking down one of SS1's members so they cannot keep up that chase. But SS1 looking very, very stacked right now with double purple armor on their attack on Titan compositions. Now looking at the overall leaderboard, we are seeing for the first time a Cannonball doing well. YGG up to 6 kills, FPX on their Siphon up to 6 kills, SS1 at 3 kills with the Viper composition, OUG at 3 kills with their Siphon. I'm very curious to see what this first Realm of Yang is going to give us. I do want to see YZG versus either TE on the Transformers or OUG on that Siphon. I think it would be very revealing of the current mindset TXJ has of where Cannonball kind of fits in this current meta.
Absolutely. And they're making it work. They're doing pretty well so far. 6 eliminations, and we saw them able to fend off that third party from OA, just stopping them in their tracks. The Viper ultimate going to waste. It's just the Syra healing actually coming in clutch there, able to keep that Justina alive, and then they had the mech ready to go yet again. It's the Justina ult that they must be running a considerable amount of rage to combine that with the Soul Blooms. They're getting a lot of value out of it there. But we're going to be diving into the realm of Yang with FPX and WZ. WZ at a bit of a disadvantage here, I would say, considering... Oh, no, wait. As I say that, wait a minute. That's a gold pulse sword on ZGE. I remember now that FPX was the one to claim this away from Baby You earlier on in the game, setting out that focus attack. The RMB coming through, the damage reduction there, going to be keeping him alive. Not gonna... Oh, clanking it, turning it around. We've got this perspective here. He's gonna get caught up in the wisp, having not used that ultimate just yet. He's trying to hold off and putting that trigger. The trigger discipline, there it is. It's gonna be coming out. ZGE trying to find the opening. He sees a scale rush getting charged up, not able to get that parry, unfortunately, but it gets a huge wisp onto Laurier. The follow-up damage is gonna come through. The Furin Blast coming in as well to try and continue staggering him up. But Kiki, is he going to be able to actually hold these players down? Oh my goodness, the flank coming out of nowhere from the top ropes. ZGE with the pulse sword, but no, he gets a little bit too aggressive. The parry comes in, the focus slide follow-up. Cookie might be able to clutch this up. Now he's getting caught out of the air by those flying knives. Tech chased down by the nunchucks. He's going to try and find the opening. Focus slide comes through. Cannot blue focus that Takeda just yet, I believe, and there it is. It wasn't able to do anything about it, just playing the spacing game, and FPX are gonna come out on top.
Flying knives again. FPX, the closing out weapon, that overhaul, that distance threat with that focus attack, just super, super strong. Now, YZG versus TE, buff on buff violence right now. YZG on the Cannonball versus Transformers. What can you show us, Geonan? Monkey's gonna pop that ultimate. He's gonna look for that DMAC onto CXZ. CXZ with a little hop skip, goes into turn formal, pushes Zeonan away. Get off of me. We want some value off this Ferromex. QGG is running away from TE's peak on the outside. Zeonan desperately looking to find a clean grab, but TXJ is gonna make his way to his legs, start throwing those fans into his knees over and over. And now Feria is gonna be peppering in. Zeonan in a tough position right now. Gonna de-transform with a little bit of white health to his name. TXJ gonna keep up the pressure onto Zeonan. Dragon Slayer's gonna be coming out, trying to get back to his team, but now it looks like TXJ is gonna go back, and they're going to 3v2 this situation with Zeonan finally joining into the fray. Now QGG is getting very, very low right now on the Justina. He is gonna find a parry, and Kylan has yet to go in there, I believe, and set his ultimate. TE doing their best to fight against the YZG team, and everyone juiced up with the buff right now. We're fighting to the death right now. Geonan, no monk ult to his name. TXJ trying to find the follow-up, trying to keep tabs on everyone, but somehow, some way, TE is doing a wonderful job of staying alive in the situation. Now they do die right next to a red zone. Will they salty respawn? It looks like decisively YZG is doing such a good job that I'd never see TE really salty respawning into us.
No, I feel like that would be a little bit too oogly, a little bit too gas right there. Can't be doing that one. It's as you said, you know, the rebirths right there. If they respawn, and then even if they do get a kill, YZG is gonna respawn as well. This is gonna be a constant back-to-back fight, and because they have that initial disadvantage, it's not gonna come away in their favor. So for the moment, we're gonna see them getting that reset. We're going to be checking out WZ resurrecting themselves relatively close to this fight that's taking place now between FPX and Bowder. Both Tumulcults now being sent out. Kiki holding off on utilizing that Takeda ultimate, but oh, wait a minute, he might be in a bit of danger here. He might have to pop this one relatively soon. There it is. We do see the match coming through from those Takeda ultimates. Kiki trying to find something, getting the 1-2, not able to get that 3, and getting flanked by this Tumult. XEM is gonna be able to hold him down for the moment, and WZ, as I said, they were resurrecting close by, able to come in and fully take advantage of this third-party situation. Fuyan goes down, cleansing one Yang depletion so far. I believe they're going to be able to claim another Soul Bloom as well. Now a Viper composition is going to be diving in. We see that Tessa Charm coming through onto Laurier, but are they going to be able to recover now that Cookie has been eliminated? The Syra ultimate is in play. Laurier spacing out for the moment. They do still need a Soul Bloom onto that Syra. They do find the Dazzle onto CJS. He might get cooked up. The armor swap does come through. The tech chase with the fan, trying to find it. The jump into the Tessa ultimate is going to come through, delaying that push, but Laurier able to immediately cleanse that charm. Now fading back for the moment. Cookie just still slowly bleeding out. I believe the XXMU might be the sacrificial lamb for the moment. It looks as, oh, are they going to fight this out? No, they're not. No, I think it's took. It is over, unfortunately, for this member of WZ. And now the final member is going to be tasked with fully recovering at this game for them. And look at this. This is a sad sight to see, I have to say, Raven. The Yang depletion. It's rough for the boys.
Last
BBE
2 seconds.
go down.
I mean, I was wondering if they maybe had money left, but it looks like they just couldn't find a nice hunting path. And BBE is having a pretty slow start today at 0.5, all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. But I mean, the champs of Worlds also having a pretty slow start at 1 point. Wolves and even OUG, one of the best fighters in GG, all having slow starts at 5.5 and 13. It really takes only one really big game for the numbers to start keeping you super far ahead. Now it looks like we're going to be transitioning, buying Jades, setting up for, I believe, the next realm of Yang is going to be coming up. Hopefully YZG is going to be able to get there, but like I was thinking about this before and I'd seen it. The combination of Justina and Feria onto Monk, it's pretty hard for Monk to create some space, even with his new utility of jumping on a pillar. And we are going to be getting Wolves versus OUG for this second round of Yang. It looks like I see a Monk in the picture. Wolves at LJX going to be coming in looking for a focus attack before he's able to transform and start looking for grabs. Baby, you're going to be a scale rush through the air directly in front of Wolves. On the other side, Jinyu on the Syra, peppering in, using that pillar perfectly so that she cannot be punished. She can come to help Peel. She is just opting to damage Monk in the beam right now. Finally, we go for ZK instead. Now, Temi is going to be going down for Wolves. They try to wombo it, getting that slam, but still not able to land that grab. And now, Baby You is going to be taking advantage of the D-Transform. Looking for that follow-up on LJX. The shoves are going to be coming in. Kylan all coming in to somehow peel this Cicada, get those double dashes through. 1 HP situation for SS. Somehow he's lived through this. LNB on the pulsar. You know we're desperate if we're going LNB on anything. Now LJX, formerly as the King, gonna be jumping on the pillar with Baby U chasing him down, trying to close this out. He needs to take down one person. Nice slam's gonna come out, healing up Baby U. Looks for the double charge, but ends up clanking again. One charge is gonna come out. And no one is giving Baby You a chance to clutch this. No one's throwing a bad blue. Very, very disciplined play coming out. And what a wonderful second Yang that was.
Indeed, and there we are now moving into another secondary Yang. TE going up against YZG. And it looks as though YZG is again coming out on top. We see the just like the ends of this fight, but they're all just in advantage state with like just more HP, more effective health, and more tempo in the fight, just dictating the pace here. And YZG going to be able to claim this realm of Yang as well, getting their hands on a golden hang sword and that golden armor. Not sure what this Jade is, but Draco Storm is definitely going to be coming into play, and they are dominating right now. 15 eliminations already. That's pretty good, I'd say. We were talking about this composition not doing all that well in the past. You know, it's rare that we see it do well. I think the only time I ever did see it do well, it may have actually been YZG who succeeded with it. So they've just got the secret sauce. They've got something up their sleeve. They know what's going on, and they're able to execute this extremely well. OA on the outside, picking up this Spirit Well, gonna be grabbing Mystic Might. It's just that we've got a fight taking place in the deserty biome between SR and FPX. I believe there is SS1 here in the mix as well. ZGE trying his best to kite away from this Viper, able to disengage for the moment. Zhao now getting caught up by this Wisp, almost getting bursted down by the Syra. Fuyun trying to make something happen, but it's not all that easy with this terrain situation. The teleport did come through. ZGE now getting focused down by these players yet again. It's not looking too good for FPX, Raven. They're very dire position right now. Fuyun in the 1v3, it's looking pretty good.
Always winnable, Duncan. He's gonna pop that F, looking to look for that sack, but Water with the half charge. Gonna make this one a little bit losable. Can confirm. SR with the blueberry is gonna be cutting across right now, but SS1 on the Viper composition. They're always looking for opportunities to get off kills. Now looking at the leaderboard, somehow YZG is already up to 15 kills. SR2 Baldo at 4. Closest one is SS1. Now TE does have that Yang depletion on the Monk composition. Not an ideal situation just because of how kiteable Monk's ult is. Now you can find positions where you can lock down and play fast weapons so no one can actually get away from your Monk. We'll have to see if that happens. Curious to me though, Duncan, that YZG already by breaking past the threshold, going to 112. Are they going to set a new record under these circumstances? They seem to be. Everything's gelling together perfectly. Them. Speaking of gelling together, OA versus Balder right now. Jing on the Syra, putting tons of damage into Meng, forcing him back. And it looks like they're going to be taking a reset here. This is actually pretty bad for Balda, considering there aren't many Fireflies left. And now OA is going to be tagging out, testing their vibes. And if you don't ult back, you for sure maybe get even wiped, even though you have gold armor. I never understood, Duncan, that why are teams so afraid to fight when someone has gold armor? It's really not that much more health. It's maybe one focus attack, and then we're back to even.
Yeah, I think it does contribute to the mental aspect. You know, the confidence that you have when you have such good armor. It's very easy to exploit as well as somebody who's fighting against somebody with gold armor. But I think it's just this mental aspect that you need to get over at a certain point in NARAKA. When you're playing this game for a long time, you need to actually recognize how much value having that armor really gives you. You know, each little bar within the armor, as you can see, Tutik having that gold armor, he has 5 little chunks of armor, each of those being 300. So the difference is only, you know, between gold armor and blue armor is 600. That is less. There's about a focus attack, maybe even slightly less than a focus attack, depending on the weapon. You know, it's not actually that significant in the grand scheme of things, but the confidence that is given to the player who has it, and the sort of the apprehensiveness that the player who's fighting against it has, it just contributes to this whole like mental game, which of course is extremely important due to all the gambit play, the boy, everything that contributes to NARAKA as a game in its sort of like the fighting game aspects of it. You know, this sort of mental aspect is something to talk about, or it's a very integral part of the game. But as you said, in the grand scheme of things, it's actually not that much.
Yeah, multiple teams showing up to this Spirit Well. Monks, Transformers coming in, but the Siphons have been showing up. They're a lot more scaled always. Cut gonna be going in, but we're gonna go back to Shionan's perspective right on the outside. B2 gonna be coming out. Silence is gonna be coming out. They have to be careful right now, or else they could get exploded. Youth, very, very dangerous situation. Tessal's gonna be coming out, knocking most of TE in it, but Shionan is gonna pop that ultimate, I-framing the stagger. It's a little bit late from LXM, but no need. The target is peak on that zipping, and it looks like TE's Shionan is going to be backing up. Wait, he's back in. He's going to build up some ultimate. A little bit of indecisions coming out from TE, but they are going to get wiped out by OA's Tutik. Isn't that what you call them?
I call him Tutik.
I call him Tut. I don't know how the last part is actually pronounced. But ballista shots are going to be coming out onto Tut as he's exiting right now. Harry's going to be coming out, and they are going to find Shionan inside a bush. He's going to use that gold F, but nowhere left to run. Always going to clean up them, and we keep transitioning to more endgame.
We do, and this, funnily enough, is going to be similar to that of the previous game. Only 18 players left alive. I do imagine that we'll see the majority of these 18 players stay alive until those final few moments. But as I say that, Junks, he's trying to get his way back into the safe zone on the Viper, having lost Rico on the Wu Chen. And it looks as though QGG might be spotting him out. He does get that grapple. The F comes through from Junks to try and to push him away. Junks desperately trying to disengage, using that grapple LMB spam to max distance, but it's not to be. YZG gonna dive in, pick up that kill, going up to 17 eliminations now. 17 is crazy. They could very easily break 20 kills of this game, considering the number of players that are currently left alive and the fact that they do have Draco Storm now. They're very willing to take this fight, even though it is in the Moonbane. That Syra ult and Feria ult both ready to go at a moment's notice. Justine having popped that ultimate, but considering they're able to save the Rage, having not used all of those dashes, they are going to be able to regenerate that ultimate pretty quickly. Now, moving forward, we do have this Moonbane in effect. WZ eating the brunt of it as well over there in the distance. We see him taking a little bit of damage. He's moving out. This is a very interesting endgame with all of these nooks and crannies, these trees in effect. It's going to make it kind of weird, not gonna lie. It is actually going to be quite advantageous for OA being on this Viper composition. It could find quite a few drop down angles. Tutik now diving over to his teammate Meng, who does just get absolutely exploded out of nowhere. Popping that Viper ultimate, is not able to do anything to save him, and YZG are they're just rolling. They're just dictating the pace of everything right now. Full lobby admin at the moment, as you would say, Raven. Oh my goodness.
Lobby admin. Now, the second Spirit Well is going to be coming out. I'm surprised we haven't got to see a lot of the 18 kills of YZ, but first we're going to get, I believe, Wolves, LJX, or the King able to transform. YZG doing a good job of denying that D-Mech on the Feria. He is going to walk out of that circle, and QGG is going to be pushing him out. He's going to come slamming in. Wolves is going to contest the Spirit Well. They don't want to give it for free to YZG, but QGG has another thing planned for him. He is going to hit Wolf, the King. Now LJX with a couple cannon shots. 1, 2. Now LJX down to a 1 HP situation. YZG still very, very strong, with QGG having those flying knives on the outside, looking for cheeky little bit of focus attacks. And only NHQ is really in there on the speed road, defending against the cap and getting some damage on these players. Both TXJ and Wolves, NHQ, LJX is gonna fall, but ZK is still alive, and we saw GG clutch this situation before. Now we're gonna move over to ZZT. a little bit of musical chairs when it comes to this spirit. Well, Bauda still has their Syra and Temi ult right now. They can cut this up, but again, the charge is not full. And just like I said, the Temi ult is going to come down, taking a majority of this actual circle. But CGS with the Cavalry Boon letting them know this ain't going to be going for free. We're going to pop that V2. Who can we get from it? Alex M going to get kicked in the face. GG trying to find an opening right here, but the deep fry is going to be coming out a little bit unexpected, and now Bauda is in a little bit of a clutch factor. Now they do have Cyrus Jing on the ultimate, trying to keep him healed, but it's not going to be enough. Owe is going to be claiming this spirit well, but for how long, Duncan?
This is pretty ugly. It's just so back and forth. Every single team taking their turn. Musical chairs indeed. Tutik diving in, trying to find something, avoiding that little dazzle. The orb not gonna be taking effect onto him. And now YZG coming back into the fray. QGG going sky high with that Justina ultimate. Gonna try and space out for the moment. That Monk ultimate is gonna be coming through. Meng is gonna get caught by that grab and teleported out immediately by his Wu Chen. Now LJX trying to find these grabs, does find one. LXM is gonna get slammed now, but LJX is gonna be in a bit of danger. He needs to de-transform, not able to do so in time. Perhaps that grab, that slam was ill-advised, as he is going to go down now, and his teammates are going to be tasked with trying to find this resurrection, but it's not going to be easy, as all of these players are just circling around this spot. Now the Spirit Well is still in effect. Oh, there we go. There it is. It does finally time out. Not a single team in the lobby is able to claim it. Everybody had a chance, tried their hand, but not able to finally close it out. Now Jing going sky high with this Syra ultimate is going to try and recover. Tutik diving in with that F, with that ultimate is going to try and find some opening, some damage. The Kyling going to be dashing through, displacing him and slowing him down. Tutik going to the sky with that pulse sword, trying to find some kind of slam, but not really able to. Now finding a bit of space to get that reset. GG taking advantage of Bauda on the right-hand side in a vulnerable position. OA, they have that forward positioning. They've got the full golden armors. PP is a little bit low, but he is going to be able to find this reset. The charm is going to come on to Tutik. He's going to try and find a little bit of damage instead of going for the cleanse. The Viper ultimate is now going to come through. Tutik in a bit of danger, but does find the safety from that Viper ultimate. Going to be able to hide behind the rocks, but PP not so much. He is going to go down. The Tessa Charm's going to come through onto that Wu Chen. 330 maybe going down very, very soon. OA, they were in such a good position, and now they're going to be just stripped clean, absolutely dismantled by the rest of the lobby. Now Tutik going to be popping that ultimate, but is he going to be able to salvage any of this? Bauda Jing trying to kite up the tree, gets knocked down. Now all of these players just going up and down all around, trying to find just a spot to call home. Tutik still running around with this pulse or Jing going up into the sky, does not have any grapples left. He's going to try and find a little bit of damage, but just gets instantly blown to pieces, and GG might be coming out with the win here. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, 8 eliminations, I believe, with that first place finish. But is it enough to overtake YZG?
I don't think so, not even close. YZG had 20 kills. I'm surprised we just weren't on them altogether. And it looks like on the back of TXJ, again, we were just flying Transformers left and right. And the composition doesn't do it that bad when contesting for Spiro. You still have the pushing factor of the Feria. You still have the oppression of the Syro. And you have the lockdown of the Justina. It's very, very hard to get away if you have to disengage as Viper compositions on engagement, just because Justina with her dash just can close the distance. You're already stacked up, and as long as she picks her spots wisely, Justina can hard punish you for these end games. Now, very, very cool stuff, and this was one of the compositions I was looking for, Duncan. I don't think I've seen an MVP so far from a Cannonball composition, and now TXJ has done it. So will other people start picking up and follow the actual strategy of TXJ? He's always been one of the trendsetters of the league. Now GG last year did a really good job with the trend setting as far as the Monk composition, but when the earliest variations of those Feria compositions really came on the back of the utility usage of TXJ and VVB, using that F2 with Varia and really lining up a lot of crowd control. Now we get this new rushdown variation of Cannonball with that Syra, and with the Justina just chasing down these monks, freezing them and cooking them up.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it's possible that as the new transformers, the monk, Kylin, and Zipping, sort of the rise of this composition, it will inherently give rise to the Cannonball composition, because we see it time and time again. They're able to deal with monks so effectively because they just dump everything onto them and they cannot play the game. They just don't get to play the game at all. The freeze, the turret shots, the Syra beams, it's crazy. It's so hard to do anything at all. But here we are yet again, ladies and gentlemen, with the answer for treasures. You know the drill. If you want to get your hands on this Spring Split random gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many players chose to play Tumulk in game number 2? Was it A2, B3, C4, or D5? And make sure to get your answer in the chat and to keep an eye on it, as you will be whispered and added so that you can claim your prize if you are the lucky winner. And here we are, Raven, the scoreboard. 23 game score for YZG, 21 eliminations, OA on 14, 15.5, GG on 9, 14.8. We see that placement point and the multiplier doing a little bit for them, but it's not enough to contest YZG.
Look at that damage spread. Oh my goodness. I was looking at CXZ at first on the ferry at 35k, and then I looked at TXJ. Oh my goodness. 46k basically on the Syra with, and look at these assists coming out from the Justina, chasing down everyone. 14 on QGG. YZG looking like a well-oiled machine, absolutely devastating this lobby. Definitely something to be looking into as far as like maybe this composition on a day where, man, I really want to see what the Realm of Yangs are like. Like, how are they beating Siphon with this composition? How are they dealing with the Temi Syra ultimate? Now, looking at the overall leaderboards, BBE all the way to Bowden at 0.5, OUG having a little bit of a slow start at 7, same thing with Wolves, TE 21.5, solid so far. Now looking at the very top, 521 at 38.5, DRG at 41, WBG at 44, WZ at 49, ASC at 50, OA at 50.5, excuse me, at the middle, I believe, at 7 to 12. Now at the top 6, YZG pulling out ahead at 119.6, SR at 73.5, Bauda at 64, JL at 62.5, FPX at 58.5, and Alliance at 55.9. Now, Alliance and JL aren't playing today. And already, that massive game. Now, I believe most of the teams in the league, especially, even though GG has a slow start, OUG has a slow start, they still have a chance to picking up the pace. We're only on that game 2, and we are going to be looking at the highlights for this Holorath.
Indeed, brought to you by China Unicom. We saw this early start from OUG, Baby U, able to clutch up with that Ballista and get his hands on that Pulse Sword, which unfortunately ended up going over to the side of FPX, which then went over to a different team. It's just like this, the Pulse Sword just seeing the sights going all around, being picked up by every team in the lobby, as it does tend to happen. I saw this is just a very common phenomena that it always ends up happening, as we see now here. FPX ZGE with that golden Pulse Sword is going to lose it in a moment. We see him get parried right here. There it is. It gets sent over to the hands of WZ, I believe. Now FPX fighting it out with the remaining member Cookie, unfortunately not able to clutch it up for himself, but for FPX definitely very nice indeed. And then this end game, GG, they were a very devastating factor that I personally thought that the other Viper team was going to do extremely well. They were in a really good position. I think they just got split up. The Viper was trying to find openings, just not able to actually get all that much from it. But here we are taking a look at the MVP. Let's see the stats from the Syra. Over 40,000 damage, 46,000. And wait a oh, that's a lot of damage. And he's not even got full Jades, nor does he have Juggernaut, Raven. 28,000 damage with a fan. That's bomb. No, not a single fan. Oh no, wait, he has Windy Trinity. Is this the go to Jade?
Oh well, clearly, TXA is definitely pioneering something with the fan to get that much damage on a singular weapon. Now, fan has definitely been one of the strongest support weapons in the game. Now, is Syra technically support? I mean, 45k damage. That's a crazy support right there. But something that TXJ has been doing that has really changed how Trios has been set up. Normally, we look at the game as position 1, 2, and 3. You got position 1 going in first, position 2 enforcing position 1, and supporting position 3. Now, what TXG has kind of created for his teams in the role that he plays, he does a lot of flanking from above his opponents. And with that Syro Gold F, he has a lot of positions to actually create this scenario over and over. Besides the scale rushing, he can create this situation a lot. But ladies and gentlemen, that was your game 2. First, we are going to be going to game 3 next after this short break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here today for Bi-Weekly 3 Trios Day number 2. We are your hosts and casters at Dunkin' Donuts. I'm joined by the legendary Raven PLZ, the GOAT, the #1 coach outside of China. Here we are taking you through Trios. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen some interesting stuff so far. YZG finally making this cannonball variation just pretty, making it work, I'd say. 21 kills, not too bad. 15 or 17 eliminations leading into that end game scenario. Definitely a sight to behold. YZG, the well-oiled machine that they are absolutely dominating. And as you said, Raven, they might be able to break a record if they continue along this path.
Yeah, just the fact that TXJ is able to get so much value off of Syra, is it really because Feria and Justina are facilitating so much? Like, I'm very curious to see what their line is. Now, we won't be able to see the VODs of his MVP rounds, and we didn't really get to see a lot of their perspective throughout this, like what their direct line is. I don't recall seeing them in the realm of Yang. So are they playing off Spirit well? For him to do that much damage is absolutely insane. I believe that's the most damage I've seen out of any character this season, and especially on the Syra. Normally we see a ton of damage coming out from Zai or Takeda, but now Syra, with the support of Feria and Justina, doing 45k in a match is absolutely insane. Now, it might be that TXA was actually going to Feria mecha as well and probably supplementing some of that damage, because Feria does do a lot of damage, especially because their strategy was targeting the monk. That's the only way I've seen Cannonball really do well this season, is when they get into the realm of Yang, or when they kind of target select finding those monk teams, just because with Zipping synergizes with Kylan so well, but she doesn't necessarily synergize with Monk. Now, the F1 does give a ton of damage reduction when you land it on the Monk, and then on top of that, the V1, so when Monk heals himself, he's getting a ton of heals. But unless he gets that grab, he is a little bit vulnerable, and with him having to retreat, jump around, Feria with those cannon shots, even if he does get a grab, he has to deal with freeze, he has to deal with the Feria shots, so he's not able to get that slam. So now that we see it in action, it seems very obvious. But ladies and gentlemen, this is how like the metas evolve. Someone's always one of the first to do it, and now we are witnessing some of the first success I've seen with Cannonball. Now, personally, I would like to go and try this now, the Feria, Syra, Justina, just because it's been rare that we've seen Justina come back in the meta. We've seen a couple variations of her coming back with like Viper rushing down, and sometimes like way back with Yushan, but that was like years ago. In the modern day, Justina's not really utilized in any capacity, so to see her being utilized with a Syra and Feria, I am curious to see how that composition deals with the new Viper buffs. Can it deal with that stagger or that AoE silence of that Viper rushdown? Is it Feria sitting in the background? Who is sitting back to save that situation? Now, I believe like Justina can dash through, Feria can kind of dash through, and Syra on the outside can definitely throw an orbit and get a bedazzle to prevent a ton of that burst. But still, it's always a question I have in my mind in trios. How do you deal with Temi? How do you deal with Monk? And how you deal with Viper? Every single season we see that same thing. 2024 added now, how do you deal with Zai? So those 4 characters are kind of the staple of the compositions of the day. How are we going to deal with those Vipers? I would like to see that one more time. Now, they ran it on, what was that, Holorouth?
Yeah.
And normally we see Siphon compositions dominate Holorouth. So for Cannonball to come back, for Feria to show dominance on that map, I'm very curious to see whether or not Cannonball can do well on other maps, and especially because most players or most teams are not going to be utilizing that Justina and Feria pick, so you are going to be able to for sure pick this on the exact maps that you want. And I'm wondering if TXJ figures that it does very well versus the Siphon composition, and it still does very well versus Monk. So I could imagine him putting it on Perdoya or Holorath moving forward. Now we are going to be moving to Morris. What are we going to see for this first Morris of the day? Remember, the first 3 days are going to be that daytime, a little bit of a slower stop. We're not going to have that explosive Firefly maps where you're going to see the Vipers running around. And for this phase 1, GG's going to be going out with their Siphon YZG.
Oh my, they're running it again.
Back-to-back Cannonballs game 1. So they had a really good game. They're going to keep up that heat. Can they keep that same snowballing potential onto Morris?
I mean, it's actually like as you said, you know, is it possible to perform on these other maps? You know, is it something that only really works with Holorath? But I think perhaps that this is actually they're basically limit testing. No, it's possible that they're playing it on Morris deliberately on daytime because they want to test to see whether or not it's viable here. Because I remember we had a conversation a while ago. I mean, it was maybe even 8 months ago, a year ago, or something like that, when Hardy Cannonball was still a very prevalent composition. But we'd see the Hardy and the Farrier, and then I believe it was a Yushan or what else was it? It could have been
For Cannonball, Yoto.
Yeah, it was Yoto, but with Hardy, yeah, we saw all these the different variations, and I remember distinctly you talking about how Cannonball was pretty solid on Morris Isle as a composition. It would function pretty well on Morris. I believe it was a conversation about picking and choosing which compositions to play on certain maps. And Cannonball having been a good composition on Morris Isle, it kind of makes sense that it would be good here, but I'm not really sure. I mean, considering that we did just see quite a few new Transformer compositions get picked up, it's possible that that's why. You know, perhaps this is a high likelihood of Transformers getting picked up here, as we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams opting to go for that Tianhai zipping Kailin. We've got the Cannonball variation with Justina, obviously, from YZG, and then we've got 1, 2, 3 Siphon, and then 3 Xiphon. So we've got majority Monk with 1 Cannonball, and then 3 Xiphon and 3 Siphon. It's interesting, actually. You might be able to see what you're curious about here in this game, Raven, because there's a decent number of those Siphon compositions.
A lot of matchups here I'm very curious about. Now, looking at the overall spread here, a big part of the strategy is everyone's playing for endgame, essentially, here. When you're on Transformers, when you're on that Siphon composition, you want to loot safely, maybe get 1 kill, and use Moonbane very defensively so you can win that first Rumble Yang. Now, first Rumble Yang, the advantage really goes to those Xiphon compositions because all Zai needs is that purple armor and purple weapon to really scale up. Takeda really only gets going once he gets to that gold ultimate. Purple ult is not nearly as strong as gold ult. The stagger is way less, the area effect is way less, so he's not as oppressive. But once he gets to that gold ult, he becomes an absolute juggernaut to deal with, especially with like the buffs given to him for the heal that his shoves have. Same thing with Transformers and Kailin. Kailin is very oppressive just because he basically is a gold Takeda with how much stagger he's able to deliver with his 2 charge. Now, he can be staggered, he can be interrupted, he also can be grabbed, so his utility still very oppressive, but not as strong until that end game. We are going to get a nice stacked Sunwing to start off our day with SS1 and a BBE Water. Now, doesn't have armor yet, looking for an armor. He does have a weapon at least. Now trying to gather up with his teammate. BBE's Claw trying to close the distance. But a nice job from Water to buy some time. Going to the high ground right now. Getting to his teammates right now. Consolidating. Able to get the flank onto Vorhihi. Vorhihi's going to force out that gold F, and Water going over to his other teammate. Nice big flank. Water just doing a lot of work for Zuwan as he's trying to stay alive. Unfortunately, he will finally fall. Water gonna go to the ground with that R&B, looking for that soul boom. He is gonna be able to get it. Overhold is gonna be coming through, but Roy Hee with the dodge, chopping away from him. He is gonna secure the kill. Now Roy Hee though, in a 1v1 versus Yuan, gonna throw that LB, turn it around. Yuan with the spear, putting him into soul form, crossing him up. Roy Hee with the accidentally R&B is gonna get a little bit of a hit. He wants to reset here, gets the soul boom, and now Takeda ult is going to be coming out. Roy Hee not opting to pop his Syra ult right now, wants to hold it. Both Claw and Devin looks like to have salty respawn, and it looks like SS1 Juwon is going to be backing off, bowing out and trying to retreat and meet up with his rezzing teammates.
You definitely want to hold on to that purple spear, not only because it's good for the damage, but it's also very good for that scaling that we've been talking about so often today. And BBE very willing to take this aggressive early fight. They do find the pretty solid initial fight here, but unfortunately it does get evened out, and then with that Takeda using his ultimate first does actually mean that by the time that, you know, if the Syra kites it out and doesn't use theirs, then they're gonna be at a disadvantage. So they do find those reses, decide to pull the trigger on this one and try and conserve all the loot that they're gonna be able to find in that Sunwing. Now moving over to FPX and YZG. Let's take a look see here, Raven. How does this play out? Kiki trying to find the skill rush, trying to now come in for the flank. TXJ finding the beautiful parry into the one charge bonk from the spear, the vertical focus attack coming through. Kiki getting immediately dazzled on the entry, trying to feel for his teammates. QGG, I believe he may have just gotten poisoned, actually. The poison is going to come through, but the healing from the Syra might be able to keep him up. Kiki now getting it extremely low, popping that Monk ultimate is going to be matching that Feria and the Syra. QGG constantly trying to dip in and out of this fight. He does find one grab onto TXJ coming out of that Syra ultimate. The Feria is going to be able to prevent that slam from coming through. Kiki is going to be trying to fade away slightly, try and disengage for the moment as he is getting peppered down. And if you remember, he does not have his armor as he comes out of ultimate. Oh my goodness, the musket shot to take him down to a pixel of HP, and then finished off very quickly by that Feria mech. The brrr coming on through. QGG holding on to ZGE. TXJ with the jump parry, and there it is. YZG making it look easy.
We are going to be going back to the north. Wolves going to be cleaning up SR's Rico. SR Junk's trying to make his way out of there. Wolves known for their transformers as well. It looks like Bauda, FPX, WZ, TE, and Wolves all on those transformers. Junk's going to be trying to get away and survive this situation, keep some of this armor. Looks like Zhao is going to be meeting up with him while Rico is still looking to respawn. Wolves ZK trying to lock this down, but nice fadeaway. Gets the focus out, gets the uppercut. 2-1-1's going to be coming out. Big damage coming out.
Okay.
Zhao with the assist. The meteor coming out of nowhere, taking down ZK, and now Junk's able to pick up that soul boom to lift himself up. Zhao has to be careful on the Zai. He has his ultimate up, but still very, very vulnerable. And now that 1-2 combo, the Zai and Syra ultimate coming out right now. LJX is gonna fall for the King rebranded, and SR with that kiting on the back of Junks and the combo of Zhao turned that around onto Wolves, putting them upside down and reeling. What just happened?
How the turns have tabled. He was zipping, getting a little bit too close there, buddy. Let's check. Let's check. Can we do this? Matari F after focus 2-1-1 meteor boom. No healing for you, senor. And down you go along with your teammates. They were playing it somewhat passive. I think that the zipping just didn't get the message there. It was getting a little bit too aggressive. The aggro support just sending it is understandable. Unfortunately, Wolves is gonna have to now recover moving it forward in this game. And yeah, it's not the best start you want. They do have one elimination under their belt, but it's not very significant. as this game has gone a little bit slower, a little bit slowly. We've got Bowder and OA on the outside, looting up this the outskirts of the map, the southeastern coast, so to speak. ZZZT, or Sleepy T, as I like to call him, because it's just easier to say 3 Zs in a row. I don't know. You know, I had a suspicion that this was actually Sleepwalker rebranded, but it's not. It's not Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker is not currently playing in the league, surprisingly, considering how much of a veteran he is, how much experience he has as a player. It's surprising that he's not playing this season. He's potentially just taking a break for the moment. But Sleepy T is definitely one of the goats on Monk at the moment, I would say. We always see him do so well on it.
That is true. It looks like a staple for Bowda with ZZT. Zzz, or I was just saying,
it's a sound effect.
You actually see it as like the sleeping effect. I didn't even think about that. I was like ZZZT is what I'm saying. But I mean it makes sense. I see the sleepwalker connections. I see the dots. I see the lines. You just got the dot here, just connecting the two. You know? Bringing it all together. Now, Rumble Yang's gonna be coming out, and like I was saying, Daytime Morris, all of these slow scaling up methodical comms, they all want to get into this Rumble Yang. We have Baby U bouncing his head a little bit on that Xiphon composition. Can my man carry his team through? He's finally back to OUG from Bowda, and they have shown a ton of dominance. Baby U, I feel like, is one of the best fighters in the league. But it's something that you pointed out as well. Like ZZT, definitely one of the really, really good monks. Another monk that's been standing out this season to me has definitely been Onefong on JL. What was strange is like the previous season, I felt like Onefong was holding back a lot of situations with TXJ and VVV. They kept rotating around roles a lot. But this season, Onefong is doing super, super well on the monk. And it might just be the synergy between the two other characters. It just fits Onefong's playstyle a lot more. Now, Rumble Yang's gonna be coming out. Unfortunate for YZG. I wanted to see this comp fight on the outside. Instead, we are gonna get Justina ult, catching this Kylan ult, dashing through over and over. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is this how it works? Justina just fries Kylan like that? Oh my goodness, that Kylan got absolutely deleted. And now we're going to go into Rumble Yang TE versus OUG.
We've got the Xiaonan in the monk form. TE's youth already having pulled the trigger on that Kylan ultimate is going to be able to find that knock up onto SS, and then a double gram, the Kablam onto OUG. Baby U, he's one of the best fighters, but you can't really fight that. What are you going to do about that one, big dog? And now Jinyu grabbed up, slowly sliding down off this pillar. Jinyu going to be knocked down onto the ground, and TE just a matter of cleaning this up, and there it is. Hey, we could stall this out. Nah, let's just kill him and get Oogly outside of the Rumble Yang, as these players here are opting to do. WZ up against SR. SR having lost all of their armor, I believe. WZ on the front foot, but perhaps not for very long. Cookie, even a lot of damage. SR, the dash coming through. The combo break for Cookie is going to keep him alive for just a moment longer. He's just able to disengage there, running away with the pole sword, his tail between his legs. But SR is going to be able to clean up the remaining members of WZ. Cookie, I believe, is now the last remaining member left. Oh, no, wait, he went down too. He went down as well. Perhaps to GG. I think he may have run into GG here. And a fully buffed up GG. There's no way he's getting out of that one with that little HP. Not really sure what happened here. It looked as though they were in a pretty extended fight, as none of them had ultimates up by that point, by the time that we switched over to them. But who knows, really. Unfortunately, WZ, not the game that they were hoping for. 0 kills on the board and eliminated this early on. Xiaonan, oh, wait a minute. The beautiful parry out of the air. This, the boy of the flying knives has not yet been figured out. People are getting parried like this a lot, right?
Yeah, wow, he parry scoops up that real quick and then pops ultimate just nice and smooth with it. Xiaonan now looking for that grab.
Ooh.
PB has to be careful right now. He does get scooped from behind as he's trying to stagger for his teammate to get out of there. Now Meng trying to cook at this Monk's legs, but barely doing any damage with the assistance of the Syra. A little bit of stagger, but again, Meng is going to get punched and back. Xionan's going back to full health, now being able to dive in with his teammates, looking for that flank. He does get the finish off on to Tut. Kiki trying to get that parry, but Xionan not giving it to him. Now looking to close out Meng, and again with those flying nubs, it's an absolute menace. The staggering, the spacing, and PP is gonna fall as well. Xionan, remember, he rolled in, got the parry, picked up the weapon, popped the ultimate, got the grabs while his teammates were going through. Really big stuff coming out from Xionan.
Yeah, not the best spot to be using that Monk ultimate either, and he's still able to find a couple grabs. Very nicely done indeed. Now moving over to Bowder. It's as though they've picked up a Draco Storm from the Spirit Well, I believe. I'm pretty sure this is Spirit Well. Yeah, it must be, considering the timer on that buff. They held off on picking it up and have tried to extend the effective duration. Now OUG out in the boonies, out in the desert with that Yang depletion, 1 minute and 30 seconds and counting. Gonna have to find some soul blooms if they want to stay alive in this game. OUG, they are closing in on this fight. They do spot these players out fighting in this cave. GG. Oh my god, the surprise? No, it's not a surprise. Immediately turning their heads to match this aggression from Baby U and his teammates. Baby U almost losing all of his health, almost losing his life at 330 with that Syra ultimate, the golden weapon to scale up that damage is going to be doing a lot. Jin Yu kiting away, trying to ice off this pressure, but able to do so, but this is not what they want. They want to get these soul blooms, they need these kills, and it looks as though they might be able to. CJS does go down. GG still fighting this out. OUG on the top. They don't manage to claim that soul bloom though, unfortunately. I think YZG diving in may have been able to do it before they had the chance. 330 does go down. Baby U eating a lot of damage from that wild wind spout, getting chased down. The Justina freeze coming through. QGG just absolutely cooking right now. Cue the montage music, ladies and gentlemen. Jin Yu explodes. YZG on 9 eliminations.
Well, we are getting kind of a preview of YZG is able to clean up teams, and it's because of their synergy with QGG. Their Justina, the follow-up on it is just absolutely devastating. But first, we're going to get Away versus BBE. Going to clean up Claw right now. Kata ult's going to be already invested. Vorhihi trying to fade away. Throws a focus attack. It is going to get picked off by PP. Away running through. BBE making quick work of them. Now 25 people left alive. A lot of these teams trying to play for these end games. FPX still has that Yang depletion. Now YZG, Bowda, all very close to each other. It looks like FPX is going to fall 2 of their players, but it looks like their Kylan was able to pick up the double rebirth charm. Classic play right there. Get 1 soul bloom and get out of there. Save up the money and buy your teammates back so you can fight another day. Are we going to be able to get YCG to go inside that Realm of Yang? I would like to see how they perform. It looks like they're going to be playing Spirit Wall. Ooh, this is highly contested. We got the Spirit Wall and a Rebel Yang right next to each other. We have SR Wolves. Is that SS1 and Bowda all right next to each other. Very spicy situations. Sometimes you get these unique situations with the Yang Gate and the Spirit Wall. So even the Yang winners coming out, do you end up fighting the other buff on the outside, or do you end up just going for a Yang depletion team instead? We are gonna get the YZG versus SS1. I'm very curious to see and pay attention very closely how they're going to approach this matchup.
They do have an inherent advantage going into it, I will say, with the triple purple armor against the the triple blueberry. Are SS1 going to be able to overcome this disadvantage and take the cake regardless? TXJ grappling up into that sand wall. Does get staggered, just slowed down just a little bit. QGG getting focused down by these members of SS1. The ultimate is out in play. QGG does get locked up for a second there. The dash comes through, taking him across the arena, but they're ready and waiting. Now dashing through yet again. QGG, he's trying to find these freezes. He's trying to peel for himself. QGG is in a bit of a desperate situation, but no, TXJ coming in with that healing is going to be able to keep him alive and kicking SS1 with that Takeda ultimate, trying to make something happen now and peel away, trying to force these players away from them. The overholds on these weapons. TXJ eats a bit of damage, getting forced out of the air by that. Oh my god, the flying knives catching him at the end of the combo breaker. He does go down, and SS1 might be able to take this one, Raven. This is insane. The disadvantage initially. Does it matter? Are they going to be able to salvage it? QGG gets the parry, but not able to get the follow-up, unfortunately. Juan now scale rushing over, trying to find the uppercut. Does connect it, but not going to be able to find any follow-up damage, unfortunately. They do have a bit of a health disadvantage. Oh my goodness. Juan getting caught by the wild wind spout. Not able to get a parry, not able to dodge away. He's trying to turn it around with an RMB on the nunchucks. The 0.9 release. He's not able to catch him. CXZ in a 1 versus 2 situation, getting bonked by the spear. The F2 to go to the sky. The Dragon Slayer comes through. The Wild Wind Spout is going to catch that player. He does have ultimate up and ready yet again. It looks as though it might be a draw, ladies and gentlemen. The Smoke F is going to take him to safety for the moment. CXZ, I think it's a draw angle. Wait a minute, wait a minute, can he do it? Kovacs, get him. No, it's over. Oh my goodness. That was
very close fight.
Very close.
No, it looks like the opening strategy for Cannonball is to trade out the ultimates with the Farrier ultimate, and response of it is with the Temi and Takeda all in onto the Justina, because if not, the Justina just starts going a little bit crazy now. She gets very, very low, and on the back of the peel of the Syra of TXJ, he's able to bring it back. But something critical in that moment that I was saying, Knives is omnidirectional, meaning it can aim anywhere. A lot of what safe play looks like at the highest level right now, solos and trios, is going to the pillars inside Yang and playing scale rush situations. And we saw TXJ trying to go to some of these bread and butter scale rush plays, and he gets picked off by the light attacks of the RMB every single time he tries to double jump up. He's getting chased down, close the distance, and every single time he goes up there, he's instantly lighted off. Now, the only way to get that off before was to either run up, hold blue, and try to like grapple you off, or throw a sliding uppercut in there, which is a lot slower than just sliding in, immediately looking up and looking for that RMB. And TXJ normally in those positions would have survived, but he gets clutched up at that 1 HP situation by the weapon and the good read from his opponent. Very, very cool stuff to see. The new composition and the new weapons doing some new magic in NARAKA.
Yeah, we saw with the addition of fist blades coming through, we saw a little bit of a sort of anti-scale rush kiting play coming through with that, because for those of you who've played since the addition of fist blades, that jumping horizontal, the jumping LMB is so devastating and so irritating to avoid just in general. But when you're trying to scale rush away, it can double jump, catch you with that jump LMB and prevent you from doing so. But flying knives allows you to do it in a much less committal way, that you're just committing far less because you're staying at range. But here we are taking a look at this realm of Yang that happened at the same time, I believe, as the one that we were witness to. SR against TE. SR on the front foot, TE having lost a member, but oh my goodness, the kablam, the double grab is going to be able to shred two players' armors now. Oh, what is this, the 2v3? The 2v3 angle? We find another grab, but no, unfortunately he does get timed out on that ultimate. Coming through with the focus attacks. TE Youth, 1 HP in a dream. He's trying to disengage. He finds the scale rush into the uppercut. That's not true, buddy. Oh my goodness, Zhao with the parry. Beautifully done. Xiaonan going to be able to peel with the bell. And there it is, the release yet again. Very close indeed. A lot of close Yang fights today, Raven. This is exciting. At the edge of our seats.
We are on week 3, so like the first week we saw a lot of roughness around the edges, everyone coming from that off season, a lot of just like focus fire strategies, and then week 2 we saw a lot more newer compositions kind of being experimented with, and a little bit more solidification of which maps we're going to play what on. And now finally in week 3 we're seeing Cannonball being implemented and more maps being clearly defined as like we're going to play this map very slow. Now on this daytime Morris, lot of slow compositions coming out, not slow in like aggression and ferocity, but just like the objective where we're just trying to get some loot up, trying to play for these end games, and really snowball our games out of control. We're seeing TE at 11 kills right now, but they do have Yang depletion. Same thing with SS1. YZG with 11 kills with also that Yang depletion. They are going to move over and grab this Spirit Well. It's another powerful part of their Spirit Well composition. It is very strong, and it looks like TXA is going to be coming out with that double ult. Initially getting that ult, getting that refresh, and they are going to be taking that pain onto TE right now. Geonan in a ton of pain right now, gonna get his gold armor, strip him, and now peek the same thing. TXA so efficient on the Syra, just absolutely lasering everyone, getting maximum value. Actually, I spoke too soon. He only has a singular ult. Geonan is gonna pop that ult, and you see already TXA going in for that from the high ground RMBs with that pole sword, but on from TE's perspective, they have their eyes onto SS1, and they are going to make their way into zone. A little bit of questionable decision considering Geonan is already low from that monk ult. The armor is not going to benefit him. He is going to die to zone, and now TXA going to be diving in SS1 with that Takeda, trying to do quick work with QGG on the Destino, getting very low. TXJ is trying to do his best to cover him, but QGG is going to be able to get the ultimate dash out of this situation right now. YZG desperately trying to stabilize in the situation. The Feria mech coming out from CXZ trying to lay down that covering fire, but everyone from YZG is super low. They're trying to find a soul balloon. 5 seconds left. TXJ nowhere left to run. Gonna get hit by Matari with 1 second left. He's trying not to give this kill, but he is gonna give a kill to SR's Rico.
Yeah, that was actually a very interesting, like a very nuanced and like unique scenario. So there were 3 teams with Yang depletion. So we saw TE having had Yang depletion there. They were just trying to find something, but because so many teams were in the vicinity, it was very hard to really take a fight. And then YZG having had Yang depletion as well, they opt to go for the buff, feign strength, in that they don't have Yang depletion, try and take this buff, and then immediately go and focus down one of these teams. And I'm not sure if they actually knew if TE had Yang depletion or not, but they tried to force out these ultimates and get them lobbied. But unfortunately, another team jumping in at exactly the same time, I believe it was OA, one of the Siphon composition, able to come in and steal away those kills and steal away those soul blooms, denying the recovery from YZG. But I mean, it is what it is. It was a pretty rough situation to begin with, but I'm not sure if they knew if that was them or not. If they did, then that's turbo big brain, I have to say. But who knows, really. Still 12 eliminations under their belt, a solid game nonetheless. OA looking pretty solid right now. I'm not sure how many kills exactly they have, but certainly quite a few, considering how scaled they're looking at the moment. And the next Spirit Well is going to be spawning up relatively soon. Both of these teams in the vicinity trying to loot up, get a little bit of shopping done. SR looking very strong right now as well. But with this end game closing in and only 13 players left alive, Raven, this could be a bit interesting as to how this actually plays out. Are we going to be able to see these Spirit Well contests come through, or is it going to be a little bit more passive?
Alexei Balda is going to go over and immediately ult on top of this Spirit Well. I was saying earlier, Duncan, that even though we're playing slow compositions, it doesn't mean the aggression isn't cranked to the moon. Everyone is going in for the Rebel Yang. Naturally, more teams are getting eliminated. We have SR's Rico immediately taking on the aggression onto ZZT. Wait a second. My man is not able to land a grab right now. We're schmoving on the Syra, getting out of the way. Now SR has the advantage, trying to claim the Spirit Rub, forcing out Bauda's Kylan, and now with both offensive ults out, Bauda is going to back out from here, doesn't want to overcommit, and FPX is going to tag in and try to take this with OA. Both of these teams with full ults. SR going to be backing off, still have their Zai ultimate, paying attention to the actual claim of the Spirit Rub. They want to grab this with only 14 teams alive, or 14 players alive. We got four full teams all vying for this last Spirit Run. We see OA's Tut coming in with that gold pulsar, getting the big damage onto Fuyon. FPX is going to be losing one member, and Meng is going to keep up the pressure, chasing down with Tut on his rear, focus firing. Now ZGE from FPX is going to fall. They do end up getting that White Tigers buff. Now, with the momentum on their side, with another Takeda all on their side, they are going to keep pushing forward, looking for their next victim. SR and Junks ends up falling now, and the Juggernaut's going to continue. Tut chomps down now. Bauda Jank, he's going to have a little bit of every single team. Now moving over to OA, trying to pick up another kill. Shroud is going to fall from SR, and OA is going to keep up their momentum with this White Tigers buff, snapping everyone into the ground. NHQ next in their crosshairs, gonna pop that gold F, but he's delaying the inevitable as this gold pulsar comes chomping down. NHQ gonna get an armor reset, gonna get that parry, but the Temi wall is gonna trap him in the middle right now. He is gonna pop that Kylan ultimate, fight his way out of here. How can he delay the inevitable as OA is looking to clean up this lobby, Duncan?
They certainly are. Bro's ultimate 2 ticks ult ends and has 70%. That's just absurd. He does take a lot of damage just now, actually, all of a sudden, almost getting 100 to 0'd, but does thankfully get back on his feet, pop that ultimate, his teammate dropping that full purple armor to keep him alive and peel that pressure away from him. Again, here we can see this defensive strategy, very, very nice indeed, coming out from OA. The protocols in place, ready to go. Drop that armor for your teammate if you have enough health to play around with. And here we have it. The sort of the momentary chaos has now died down yet again. 2 ticks ultimate has subsided. It is out for the moment. But oh, wait a minute. The parry's coming through. Wolves diving in, trying to take advantage of this weakened OA. LJX diving in, almost has that ultimate ready to go. There it is. It does come online, immediately pulling the trigger. Are we going to be able to find some of these double grabs? He's looking to the sky, trying to find one. Does not connect. He finds one onto Meng. Wait a minute. PP directly above him. He's looking to try and kite away, but Bauda is actually going to be able to take away this kill from them, dropping down from the sky with those flying knives, sniping the kill out of his hands. XEM does get grabbed up and immediately getting taken down yet again. LJX is going to be able to get a decent amount of value out of this ultimate, but it is now going to be going down. And who's taking this one, Raven? Because this is a very strange endgame to see in trios in Nbpl, I have to say.
A little bit of an overheat from OA. Now Wolves going to take advantage of this overheat. Wolves known for their super consistent play, just like GG. Big Harry's gonna come out from Jing. Stagger's gonna come out, but Wolves in a 1v3 situation. The Kylan ultimate, Jing getting juggled left and right, desperately looking for a parry, but it's not gonna matter. Wolves is gonna clean this up, claiming that first place. Smiles on everyone's face, knowing that they robbed that one. And going into this endgame, there's no Vipers to be found. Just a bunch of Syras accompanying the Siphons, and Transformers going to these end games, and we see in the end really scrappy, anyone's game to pull it off. And we see just that vintage Takeda rolling around that end game lobby, just choosing targets to blast through everyone. We also got a sneak peek of seeing how YZG is just so successful with their composition. They're using that Justina and the good focus fire to stay on top of targets. Even if it's a Kylan having a tough time staying alive from that dashing Justina over and over. And I'm very curious to see more of this cannonball. Unfortunately, YZG, they're probably only going to play it twice, considering the points. So, real treat from there. Hopefully, we'll be able to see their MVP round and kind of get a good view of how this modern cannonball is going to be playing with that Justina Syra. But now we're going on to the second half of the day, where we're going to be having those Fireflies, but reviewing that day. A little bit of a mix-up here we have on Morris. Normally, on a daytime Morris, we play to this end game. We play the slow, methodical gameplay where you're going to use range in this end game. But I really think the Spirit Well to Immortal War and to the competitive scene has really spiced up these end games, Duncan. There's a lot more action going to these end games where it's less about this positional like cannon rotating ults and more about who is gonna have the cojones to go into that realm, that Spirit Well, and just like tough it out. And there's a lot of just like, do I invest one ult, two ults? Do we go all in here? And at one point, do we risk it all? Because there's a chance if we go in there, if we make a mistake, as we're coming out, a team that's vulturing, waiting for us to make a mistake, will all in us there, get our loot, and we just lose our game right there. So a lot of finesse goes into these Spirit Wells of these end games.
Oh, absolutely. Like we've been seeing it time and time again. You know, the team that gets the second last Spirit Well is in a really good position for the last Spirit Well, etc. And the 80% Moonbane being a huge factor to consider. It's not the same game that we once had. You know, it's not at all the same. Things changing over the years has definitely forced these players, forced these teams to evolve and actually just try and figure out new strategies, new lines, which is really good, I think, just in general for the health of the esport. As if things were stagnant and stayed the same, it would at a certain point, most things would end up just being figured out. The only real additions would be characters and weaponry, which in the grand scheme of things, macro-wise, wouldn't really affect too much. But with all of these changes being made, the Spirit Wells, the Moonbanes, the shop being changed quite a while ago now, actually, has added so much depth to the game, which is always lovely to see when these teams are able to truly take advantage of a very specific strategy in certain scenarios and come out on top. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit concerned though, I have to say, talking about the changes to Immortal War, considering that we do know, having had it teased to us in the developer talk that we had earlier on in this year, and just a little bit of teasers for this season, the Ignis season, with the changes to Immortal War coming through with this new Spirit Well, which we are yet to actually fully explore. We don't really know too much about it yet, but we'll see when that does come around. For the moment, let's take a look at the scoreboard. OA with 17 in total, 15 eliminations, YZG with 12, having been knocked out early, but still in that second place overall on the scoreboard with 13 total points, TE with 11.5, and the team below them with exactly the same. But they'll be taking a look at some of these statistics. Meng, the Tumulk, the powerhouse of the composition, the DPS carry, 30,000 damage coming out from him, 17.2 coming out from Tutik on that Takeda. And then we see not the healing stat, but the damage stat instead for Syra. Support, by the way, XD, 15.5 thousand damage coming out from PP. I mean, rightly so. We saw TXJ on 46,000 in the previous game. So, yeah, I don't know. Calling this character support is a bit, it's a bit odd, you know. I don't know. It's just everything in one. To be honest with you, what do you think, Raven? Can we call this character a support or no?
I definitely no. We're in a very much like crowd control rush down meta. It's not glass cannon though, I would say. Because of that little bit of support aspect and the amount of sustain she has, plus the mobility, I would say everyone's playing a sort of support role right now. You're seeing Takeda right there not doing the most damage, and you see like the train that they're running on the whole lobby with Temi leading the charge. He has a combo break, but he has Takeda always following him as he charges an opponent. He's calling out the shove, and the Temi is leading the charge. If he makes a mistake, he's able to pop his F and get out of there. Now looking at the leaderboards, top 12. BN 521 at 38, DRG at 41. They're not playing today, but WZ is playing today, having a little bit of a slow start of the day, only at 5 points. Now at the top 6, JL's not playing today, but FPX is for sure. 22 solid so far. 20 Bauda keeping up pace. OA having massive games. Same thing with SR and YZG. Now these placement points do matter going into the bi-weekly. Even though a lot of these teams are having their 2 days, they do take a percentage into the bi-weekly finals. That really does influence the outcome of those bi-weekly finals, just because we've seen time and time again, because it's stretched between 8 rounds and because you get to match point, 1 or 2 points does make a difference. Now looking at the highlights of the days, Duncan, this match was so aggressive considering it was a daytime.
It really was, yeah. The fact that we've gotten fewer and fewer players left alive in the end zones is crazy. It's just as every game slightly, it's just like, what's going on? We're just getting uglier as the day goes on. Players getting warmed up, just getting very aggressive, which is always fun to see, especially on those daytime maps, which in the past have occasionally been, just quite passive or quite just playing safe, playing for that end game, playing for scaling, that sort of thing. But now it looks as though perhaps it's just oogly meta. The fact that unless you actually get first place finish, you cannot get that multiplier. And I think that perhaps some teams are steering over into a more kill-heavy strategy, looking for a lot of eliminations early and trying to take advantage of that. And if they don't get first place finish, which is relatively unlikely considering all of the heal-off situation win conditions, you have the Kylan, you have the Monk, you have the Syra, you even have the occasional Valda every so often. But it's very hard to actually win that first place finish, so getting as many kills as possible leading up to that is potentially just the more optimal choice to try and focus on. And that's perhaps why these games, especially on daytime, is just been explosive. It's without these fireflies, perhaps it's more telegraphed as to when teams are likely not to have their ultimates, and certain teams are taking full advantage of that fact.
Look at this Temmie with the pole sword, 30k damage, 20k coming from the pole sword. He has Overlord and Assault leading a charge, and it was very telling to me when I was watching this endgame. And most people didn't realize, even in the old Siphon meta, Takeda was a facilitator. He wasn't the main damage dealer. Now, the reason why you saw a ton of damage from Takeda is that in the past they gave him a cannon so he could pop ultimate as much as possible, and he was just AoEing teams because it was a very range heavy meta. But now that rushing teams down and getting these kills and getting involved with things, because you have the buff, you're seeing more of what the bread and butter actually looks like. You're seeing Temmie leading the charge with Takeda coming over the flank and throwing out those shoves and getting those big damages going as everyone's staggered in front of him. He also has that gold F that has the fastest refresh, the really fast combo break, so he's able to really lead the charts as a position 1 essentially. Takeda actually isn't position 1 anymore.
No, absolutely. It's pretty interesting, especially considering we're going to be getting those Tumulk buffs coming in soon for Nbpl, I imagine, as we've just gotten them on live. But who knows? Oh, perhaps that will be the rise of Sand Siphon Raven, the new Tumulk buffs, the infinite sky climb with those Fs. Can you imagine? Just how strong it's going to be.
I don't even know if that are we confirmed that that's not a bug. Now looking at the highlights, we're gonna get back to that. The Syra of PP, you're seeing the chain and the system that they have set up. Look at their Temmie leading the charge right here. Now unfortunately they do overeat heat, and PP is forced to play this heal off situation. Nice mechanics from him, using that gold F, using that bow to stall as much as possible. But like you were saying, Duncan, the Temmie buffs are coming in next patch. The Lannie buffs are coming in on next patch. The Knives buffs are coming in. And considering where Knives are right now, you're seeing it facilitate a lot of the Transformers. But it's just really good as a support. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to our first interview of the day, and we'll be right back after that interview.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Bomb Plus GQ
ZGE come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也请朱哥先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是方不老师出去朱哥。
Okay, welcome. So before Game 3, how did your team consider about the BP? 那其实在这把比赛开始之前，你们是怎么去考虑这个 BP 的？
听教练。
We just all listen to our coach. So did you predict about like there will be any Tesla combinations in Game 3? 有没有预测到就是说这一把是不会有红橙阵容的？
有，因为前面都玩到那个机甲跟杀鬼，然后3和10就全选服了。
So I think I predict a little because before Game 3 there's a lot of like Tianhai combinations and Zay and Matari combinations. So I think maybe there will be kind of situation like there's no Tesla combination. So how do you think about like without these combinations, how did the game go through? 那其实在第3把的时候觉得没有就是红狐这个阵容的影响下，然后整个游戏的走向它是怎么样的？包括你觉得有什么影响，有什么不同？
这我不知道啊，就想就是应该就前面都更偏向发育吧，然后打分镜。
I think I don't really know about like the difference and the influence. I just think maybe in the start of the stage, and all the team are focused on the strategy and management and to want to go into the young. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did FunPlus ZGE use in Game 3? 那我们这一次的问题是，朱哥在第3把使用了哪一个英雄呢 ？A 是平 ，B 是张起灵 ，C 是天海 ，D 是宁红叶。Okay, so please count down time. 也请朱哥给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢
B.
Okay, the answer is B. Well, today is your team's second day of the regular game. Also, like, how do you think about if you want to qualify this bi-weekly final? What kind of improvement you have to do in the following games? 那今天也是 FunPlus 朱雀的第2天常规赛了，觉得如果想要晋级到这一次的周决，队伍还需要在哪一方面做到一些进步？
剩下3把再拿个30分应该进。
I think we need to get more than 30 points in the following games. Okay, so just good luck to you in the following games. 那也是希望你们在后3把的比赛中好运，好吗？
可以。
Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Waku waku するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がるそうな勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
去浪淘尽千。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to NARAKA Pro League Biweekly 3 Trios Day 2. I am Raven BLZ and I am joined by the #1 Tarka of the global scene, Mr. Dunkin' Donuts. We're past that halfway point, Dunkin'. It's been an exciting time. The daytime days are out of here and we're moving over to the Firefly days, the true Ooga Booga days. Vipers are going to be coming out and we've seen, you've told me about it, Moxie told me about it, YZG and a lot of these Viper compositions with the buff especially. I believe we're going to be seeing some new stuff and some new levels of aggression we haven't seen before.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very, very possible considering how powerful Viper is looking at the moment in trios. Although we did see it get played in solos the other day, it wasn't. I don't know about that one. It's a bit sus G, I have to say. But in trios, it's popping. It's popping off. It's doing extremely well. It's just adding on to the already pretty powerful composition that is Attack on Titan. So we shall see. Perhaps it does extremely well. Perhaps we'll even see a little bit of the Viper Syra Justina composition. We have seen this played a few times, and now that with the changes to Viper being made, we may see a little bit more, considering how Justina does have a lot of potential. It does come down to the Justina player and how capable they are on the character, how experienced they are, and because if they aren't all that good on it, if they aren't experienced, then it does fall apart very quickly. So we'll see if they're able to put it out of the bag. If we see something interesting come about today in the second half of the day, but who knows really? Do you think there's anything else that we might see? Something Viper related, perhaps?
We did see Viper Matari Justina, so a new rushdown variation. And we've been seeing Justina just be able to secure kills, and we've seen how powerful she is at even locking down Kylan from YZG's perspective there. Now we are going to be going to Holoroth, I believe. We always go back and forth. We always end on Perdoria for trios. That's how I remember the difference between solos and trios. So Holoroth nighttime. Traditionally, we always thought of this as a siphon map, but we have seen a rise to Vipers on this map, and something that I always see, especially at every single Worlds, is like Silence Viper comes back with that stun just because of the ability to drop down from the sky, get that 5-second stun. But with the new variation of V2 giving that additional silence, everyone seems to be messing around with it. It's just very, very easy to get lockdowns onto one player and then finish them off. And just with Wu Chen in general, we've been doing it for 3 years now, 4 years now, porting out on Wu Chen. Even after so many nerfs to Wu Chen, a light going to the sky that you know exactly where they port, it's still just very, very powerful for the hit and run situations. Now, generally what we've seen on a lot of Firefly days is we see those 6 Viper compositions. When half of the lobby is Viper, it becomes very, very hard to survive. And there's a little bit of like a head nod to all the Vipers, just like, look, let's just get everyone else. Just because when Wu Chen ports each other out, you don't want to blow each other's cooldowns. You want to like use your cooldowns to get more kills. So it is in the best interest of all the Viper compositions to kind of chase everyone else. We don't see that as much in the global scene. There's a lot of Viper on Viper aggression, but definitely in Pro League, there is an overall trend that because Viper power spike is very early in the game and around that middle, and then in endgame it kind of tapers off. It's basically a battle of half the lobby of Vipers versus all the other half trying to survive and make it to that end game. And we even saw one instance where the double monk team just basically tried to fight off 3 or 4 Viper teams in endgame. They did it. They sat next to each other. They knew what the mission was, but they end up still getting picked apart. So very, very interesting stuff that a lot of the solos ideas is making their ways to trios. So I'm wondering if we keep up that theory. Maybe it's going to be a little bit different. Again, we saw YZG figured out Cannonball. Has that spread around in the league? Because these guys all scrim with each other. Did YZG kind of keep this secret, or did it just finally click this week? I'm curious to see how they're going to play Firefly Days instead.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. Some of these teams may have been practicing this, and you know, those teams who are on the upper end of the leaderboard may take this opportunity to actually try and test this out, because of course they might just want to practice something and see how it goes, try and learn something about a composition that they haven't put that much time into as of yet, or at least not on stage, not in the Nbpl. So we might see some of that come on through. We might see some interesting Viper variations with the Matari, as you said, or with the Syra Justina. So it's all up in the air for the moment. We might see a little bit of that transformer composition come through, because although it does require like a decent amount of scaling to truly be successful, it can still perform somewhat well at times if they're able to play their game, you know, so to speak. They're able to play for Yang. They're able to take the optimal fights that they hope to get, and then if they do make it to end game, they without getting assassinated and just slowed down by the Viper comms, they could very well take it all at the very end, because of the fact that they will have the advantage in that end game scenario. As you said, the Viper teams, their power tapers off towards the end of the game. But let's see, going into that first round selection, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the Justina Cannonball coming through. For Wolves, we've got the double Siphon with Syra, and then a singular new Transformer comp as well. So not quadruple Syra yet again, interestingly. The second phase, we have a little bit more Siphon coming through. WZ opting to go for that Attack on Titan. TE opting to go for the Xiphon. That's Zai, Syra, Matari. Bowder last to pick now. What are we going to see come out from them? I always wait and anticipate the Tarka hover. I'm not gonna lie. It's happened so many times.
It's a lot of hopium.
It's happened so much. There's so many times that they've like hovered it, locked it in, and then changed character afterwards, and it's just fully cooked me every single time I've seen it. Oh my goodness. A little bit more Attack on Titan, a little bit of new Transformers, and there's the Siphon coming out from BBE. Are they going to be able to make it work finally? Or just to get their footing for the day? Because so far it's not been going so well for them.
Interesting relationship here. I'm curious to see which F the Vipers are going to be going with on Morris. Just traditionally F2 on Viper is anti-heal and a giant nuke. It does very, very well versus Siphon. So the teams that were able to get Attack on Titan early in the days, where especially on Predoria and Hollow, where we saw a lot of Transformers, definitely have a big advantage of giving those zippings. Now, a lot of the Syras are out right now, and versus Syra, Viper isn't as big. You still get a nice anti-heal, so you guarantee pressure onto the enemy team. Now, looking at the overall mix, we only got 3 Vipers, but again, it's mainly scaling teams. We are going to be able to see Wolves pick up the Cannonball. Are they going to be as effective as TXJ and YZG? Or is it really just the mind of TXJ getting the rotation down perfectly with his teammates? We'll have to see whether or not his strategy is more standardized between the league. Now looking at the Vipers, it's going to be F2 V2, it looks like, for WZ and SS1. Pretty standard stuff coming out from the Siphon composition and the Transformer. F1 V3, we're going back to more of the Wisp stagger through the wall. TXJ is going to be running, wait a second, F1 V2 non-stop silence. Now this is what I've been thinking about this a lot, that silence is so powerful in this current meta because we don't have a Yueshon to really stop that stagger, and Viper is does gain a ton of armor when she pops that V2 and the additional silence. You're talking about a pure blanket silence of like basically your own no ult zone for a second. Now V1 is a little bit easier to kite. Everyone's movement is so strong, especially in trios now. Everyone has full stamina for the most part, or at least most of it. Everyone's movement and the speed of trios has definitely gone up. But I wanted to test this out a little bit more with that extra blanket silence, just because even in neutral, Viper with that threat of kick, she can really zone you out beyond that initial silence coming in. We'll have to see whether or not YZG kind of teaches everyone in the league again, something they should be doing, because everyone kind of just standardly just goes into F2. I'm not gonna lie, F2 Viper is a lot more fun than playing F1 Viper. You just get to go around and nuke everyone. So we'll have to see as this game 4 kicks off. Only 3 Vipers in the lobby. It's gonna go to that late game as all these teams try to scale on this game 4 of Holorath.
And now kicking it off, we're going over to Metab with Bowder and I believe OA fighting it out off spawn. ZZZT. Oh my goodness, he had fun, didn't he, Raven? Fun and interactive gaming right there. Unable to move. What on earth is that? Good lord. The fist blades, spear, I don't know what else that was, but just the constant tech chase. Where's green focus at? What are we doing? What are we able to do in that kind of situation? This is why creating numbers advantage for yourself and your team is so important, as you're able to do things like this to fully deny any counterplay. And this is like a lot of the reason why these pro teams and these experienced players are able to actually secure these eliminations, because they're able to coordinate and consolidate all of their efforts onto singular targets by peeling them away from their teammates. Now, taking a look at OUG and TE, looks as though Jin Yu is out here on his own, trying to kite away from this team. Now going into this giant canyon, not the place you want to be if you're looking to kite away. He goes out into the open and just gets cut down by TE, picking up their second elimination of the game. WZ Luoye, looks as though WZ managed to get their hands on the puzzle, open up that box on Salvation Podium, and secure themselves a golden nunchucks. Decent weapon for Viper to have early on, especially with that F2, as that ability does scale with that weapon rarity. He's going to be doing about 500 damage with one button press, fully protected with gold focus. Let's get it. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. They're just coming out the sky. It's raining pulse sword right now, Raven. What on earth is that? Out of nowhere. It's not raining It's not raining cats and dogs. It's raining pulse sword and great stuff.
Aloye with the gold nunchucks, able to weather out the storm. Nice port going to come out from the Wuchen, but FPX with the Syra and those beams going to be getting on top of Cookie. Cookie down to a 1 HP situation, getting juggled over and over. Can he get around the corner? He does. A little bit of a mistake from Fuyan, but he makes it with the cancel, gets the grapple, gets the RB, and closes it out. Now FPX has the Tesla ult on top of him. XMU from WZ trying to chase down his opponent. He ends up fading out, throwing that one charm, and Fuyan is going to close it out with the parry, putting him out of his misery. Now, Luye got out of there with those gold nunnies. Now moving over to the one cannonball in the lobby, we got Wolves opening up with the Syra ult and the Justina ult. Can they locate where SS1 went? 85%. Looks like they're going to cut noise right here, so they Opponent doesn't know exactly where they went. Nice job using the cave system and the verticality. Very, very tricky Wu Chen port. We are going to move over to TE versus FPX. White armor of TE not looking so hot versus FPX's purple and blue armor. Kiki is going to eat a focus attack on the way in. Meteor coming out from Youth to try to open up. Nice dodges coming out from FPX to ice off some of this pressure, but now the Syra ults are going to be coming out. Both teams busting out the beams. Matari ult is going to be used by TE defensively, but it's not going to matter. Youth is still going to get tracked down by ZG, and the pole sword is going to chop him in half.
It is indeed. It's the pulse. It's pole sword gaming right now. It's the pole sword thunderstorm rolling on through. FPX now gonna be trying to fight this out regardless of the Moonbane. TE not able to get that Moonbane down in time, and now a lonely Syra gonna try and salvage the situation, but it's not looking too good. Raven out in the open trying to secure this resurrection is going to be difficult. Youth having had his ultimate, not able to use it, not getting it out in time. Peak now being forced off the body. Looks as though FPX are in full control of the situation. The Moonbane has got 30 seconds left on the timer. Will he be able to actually salvage this and actually get that resurrection off? I don't think he is. The cannon fire is too much. What is he supposed to do at this point? I think it's over. There it is. The call is made to hold E and go into that soul form, and now Peak is going to get pushed by FPX. He's being surrounded as we speak. They're holding him in position, trying their best to herd him into a very vulnerable position here. Are they going to come back and try and save him is the question. I don't think that that's going to be the case. No, wait, maybe. No, surely not. Surely not. Peak does find a bit of damage onto Fuyan, but immediately getting tech chased down by the other members of FPX. The Golden Nunchucks doing work, and FPX going up to what I believe is 6 eliminations in total. Very nice early start for them.
Yeah, I'm surprised that TE invested that Temiel in a 3v1 situation. They really didn't want to lose the possibility of their Syra going down right there. I guess with a third party, a little bit of an overcommitment there, but you know, secure the win for sure. Don't put yourself in a more vulnerable position as the first Rumble Yang. Everyone's posturing to loot up right now. Get out there and looking at the overall kills for this off spawn. FPX, like you were saying, Duncan, up to 6 kills. OA at 3, TE at 2, SS1 at 1. It doesn't look like the Viper compositions are having all that great of a time. Now, we don't see the very top. Never mind, I spoke a little bit too soon. YZG having a good time with their Viper composition, winning their first fight. And now they're going to be spotting out FPX. What is their execution going to be? Because remember, Viper never goes into Rumble Yang. We're going to get a silence onto Takeda. He's not able to pop that F1. The max range knives are going to be coming. They do get the Tesla ult, plus the other silence right now. Double Tesla ult is going to be coming out. TXJ staying on top of Kiki. And then Takeda is going to be taking down the lifeblood of this composition. But they do still have the Syra. They possibly still have a res right now. FPX now trying to fade out, and again QGG with a massive Tesla getting both players again and denying the soul take back. Syra is going to be able to get into ult, but nice coordination from YZG, able to triple charge into all of them. Takeda is back right now, but did he come back a little bit too soon to die over again? They still have the Wu Chen port up. TXJ going to be kiting this out, but Yon on the Syra going to stay on top of TXJ. They have to be careful right now. Kiki does still have Takeda ultimate, but he doesn't have all of his loot. Beyond down to a last hippo situation, gonna go into the F, jump to the window, get out of there. FBX, Kiki, and ZG gonna be trying peeling for him. The Temiel finally comes out, but TXJ and crew are gonna be on the outside of it. They are going to switch back to the Takeda, looking for that silence right now. And again, the B3 is going to be coming out. They find the kill onto Kiki as well. Non-stop pressure coming out from YZG. And it's just like I thought, Duncan. The extended silence puts these teams in such weird positions. Like Takeda cannot utilize all his shoves if he's silenced, so you do limit a lot of his potential. So Syra essentially is only the only character getting damage in, and that Temio, which Wu Chen does hard counter. Now going to the Realm of Yang, we're going to have SR versus GG. Who's going to take it, Duncan?
I'm still kind of flabbergasted by that previous fight, I'm not gonna lie. The double Viper ult? I remember they changed it so that the ult cost was slightly lower than it used to be. I think they might need to revert that one, considering how quickly he was able to ult again. But we'll see moving forward to this year, this season. For the moment, we're taking a look at this fight between GG and SR. CJS in that Mongol now coming out of that ultimate. SR Junks with those flying knives, trying to create an opening, sending those double charge horizontals out like hotcakes, just boom, boom. The parry comes through from CJS onto Rico. He's a bit too far to actually take full advantage of it. The parry comes through from 330. Junks immediately getting comboed. The damage coming through. Zhao, Junks, they're looking pretty cooked right now. Rico gets turned on instead. They switch targets for the moment, forcing out that combo breaker, and now it's just a formality. GG cleaning it up and making it look clinical. Very nice indeed. The flying knives, they were doing work, but it's just, I think it's almost a bit the boy situations, I think, just haven't been fully figured out. The sort of like the understanding of when to release these kind of things, because if you're at distance, you do have a little bit more time to think about these sort of things. Like when are they going to release and that sort of they can't close the distance all that quickly, etc. But regardless, we're taking a look now at BBE, who have managed to get their hands on a Spirit Well and of White Tiger's prowess, and now actually kicking it up a notch. Let's go, BBE on 3 eliminations, already doubling what they have had so far in the first 3 games. And this could be a telling factor that BBE just performs better on Fireflies. You know, there are some teams that do slightly better on Firefly maps than they do on daytime maps. BBE could just very well be one of those teams. But in future, perhaps they're going to have to figure out how to do a bit better on daytime, because that's as a team hoping to do extremely well, you need to have all parts of your game figured out.
Well, BBE in 5-2-1 had a big roster change, so
that's true.
It's still the first season, and they mainly play NBPL to prepare for World, so they're probably working out a ton of kinks, especially with the new meta and everything, finding the right roles for everyone, especially on a new team. Fireflies, like you were saying, definitely supplements to make you allow you to play a lot more consistently, because if you always have 3 ultimates, it's a lot easier to navigate a ton of different situations versus scuff situations where you might have like 2.5, 1.5, a couple ultimates in the gate. We are going to go back into the Realm of Yang. OA versus Wolves. Knives on Tootik, as Duncan calls him. He is going to find the focus attack and finish out the King, rebranded to LJX. Cena ult is going to be invested, but going to get shoved immediately and dodging the dash. Oof, ZK not looking as polished as QGG on the Justina. Completely shut down by this Siphon composition. Tough break for them, and Wolves is going to get cleaned up. That's what I was saying, Duncan. That's generally what I've seen when it comes to Cannonball. Only on the back of like TXJ's team have I really seen the composition work. We are going to see YGG try to fade out, getting away from CJS's Monk.
Ooh.
Nice parry going to come out, taking TXJ's gold weapon. Big jump parry going to be coming out. Dragon Slayer is going to come out onto CJS. R&B with the stagger into the silence. Wait a second, Monks is in trouble right now, and TXJ with the cheeky silence able to secure the kill, and now LXM is gonna bow out knowing they do not have ultimates. And again, those kicks, those silences coming in big. We have SS1 coming from the top rows. Do they want the smoke? They do. Zoo1 and crew did see them get some work in. Wait, they pumped the brakes. Is it the classic head nod between the Vipers? Let's get everyone else. TE's peak is going to be taken down by the likes of SR and Junks. TE's youth trying to get out of this situation. No max grapple, so sad. A little bit of a short grapples coming out from Junks as he chases down youth on the Zai, trying to go into the building, make his way out of there using the meteor, but still They are sticking on top of him. Scalerush gonna be coming out. Junk's trying to cut off the getaway with the flying knives. Youth able to get that armor swap, giving SR the run for their money right now, not making it easy. Finally get one stagger, and as Duncan likes to say, fun and interactive gaming as those light attacks close him out.
Indeed they do. And now heading over back to where we were before. Looks as though Wolves and WZ have taken this little bit of terrain, this little bit of real estate, and have their own little fight. The arena, the sandy Thunderdome here. We've seen countless fights take place. Wolves able to close out this fight onto WZ. WZ, unfortunately, again, they're not having a very good day so far. They did have a pretty decent day on day one, but today something's gone awry, and they haven't really been able to put more than 10 points up on the board in total so far in these 4 games. And it is what it is. It happens. The new team, new org, new just general personal things, you know, who knows what it might be. They are solid players. They just need to finally have that one big click, and they might be able to salvage their season. But for the moment, let's take a look at YZG, who are trying to hold on to this Spirit Well, being contested now by BBE. BBE on this Siphon composition. Claw trying to find a way in, gets the grapple onto TXJ. No silence available. The Tessa ultimate is going to come through for the peel. He is going to try and get that ultimate off. Now TXJ with that ult is going to be fighting back, trying to find something. The double charge LMB from those flying knives is going to do a lot of damage. Claw still silenced, waiting, biding his time until he can pop that ultimate, but not going to be able to do so as they port out before he's able to do anything about it. GG in the realm of Yang, though, up against OUG with the double grab. Kablam! CJS doing work for his team.
CJS with the double grab, able to heal himself. Shinji only had 1 grab, now they're getting much heals. He's able to jump over the slam of CJS. CJS gonna get a last grab situation, but GG looking very, very stacked right now with LXM in that Kyler ultimate, causing a lot of havoc right now, keeping GGCC Baby U coming in with those horizontals, getting the parries to come out, and both Shinju and OUG's you trying to get in there, trying to keep up the pressure, but nice peel coming out from GG, now taking out the zipping of OUG. Baby U with the gold pole sword. It's not gonna matter. Shinju doesn't want to risk getting parried, and GG with that solid peeling game, covering the support and getting a nice flank to secure that first kill, then just cleaning it up. GG looking like a force to be reckoned with. Double gold armor and purple armor, plus all those gold weapons. This is where Transformer shines. This is where Siphon shines. You need this loot to get it going, and now they are in a good opportunity to close out this game with a high amount of kills and secure that MVP.
Absolutely. And it looks as though they've OA coming out of the realm of Yang as well. The head nod, the handshake, just to do a little bit of shopping and go their separate ways after the fact. SS1, this is that they were the ones to pick up the Draco Storm from a Spirit Well. As they are on that Viper comp, it's highly unlikely that they went into the realm of Yang. We also saw OA coming out with the realm of Yang. Water leading the charge, doing a little bit of PvE questing there with the gold quests. We've got SR now in that soul form, trying to find a place to resurrect themselves, looking to scout around and see if they can find a fight taking place. That's a third-party opportunity to be had. OUG likely doing exactly the same thing. They might be meeting up in the icy area if they keep going along these paths. OA going to the north. I was looking to scout out these outskirts, see if they can find any players on their lonesome. We're going to take a look at a replay. OA up against SR in the realm of Yang 2-tick in the sky from that F1, the RMB focus, just fully consolidating onto Junks, getting it knocked up and knocked back into that Tumult Wall. But oh my goodness, the dazzle coming through into the huge Wombo, the full follow-up coming in, absolutely obliterating Junks and all but securing OA's victory in this realm of Yang.
Yeah, nice job from Chuck to secure this kill onto the Temi, but he has to be careful right now. Rico on the flank with the Cavalry Bloom. His teammate is keeping up the pressure, and Rico is going to fall. Now they keep up the last person alive. Wait a minute. Minute 11 seconds can be dangerous if Syra gets his ultimate right now, but nice jumping LB is going to become a fun and interactive gaming. As Duncan likes to say, we're going to go back to SR on the outside with Yang Depletion this time. OUG Baby you with the RMBs of the the flying knives, trying to keep Junks at distance. Man, we're throwing a lot of RMB focus attacks right now. Junks unfazed, wants to dive in, wants to force out the Kylan ult actually first. Gonna get that LMB off. And gold staff pops out of nowhere. Don't know who's scooped it up, but Baby you stuck in a tough position. Temi also gonna be invested. He's forced to pop ultimate. Is he gonna opt to go out? Should you on the outside looking to get an easy grab right now? Junks hiding in the Temi wall, just avoiding the scoop, the slow scoop. And now Shinju's going to turn this direction to the Syra. Syra not able to put as much pressure off. He is going to get ulted and get a double grab. Oh my goodness, Kablawi. Junks down to 1 HP. And OUG's Shinju carrying this fight right now, putting them in a good position. But unfortunately for them, the third party is going to come in from SS1's Zuwan with a nice stagger. Now Monk Shinju is going to fall to this third party, this ambush coming out from SS1, and while everyone is gonna skedaddle as they know this Viper comm is trying to wipe them. Now 18 people left alive. Kills pretty spread out. BB at 3, OUG at 2, Wolves at 6, GG at 7, SS1 at 6, and OA with 9.
I believe we can't actually. Oh no, wait, we can see because it's in the bottom left. 11. Okay, we thought 9 was a lot. Nah, YZG just had to one up them, going up to 12 now. In fact, on this Viper composition, it looks as though OUG, having been caught in that third-party situation, taking that fight against SR, are going to be able to salvage their game, getting the resurrections on both of those teammates. BBE in the background, unfortunately, getting caught between all of these teams. I believe they were being chased down by YZG. Have lost 2 members, or one who is currently down in can form, waiting to be rezzed, but I doubt that that's going to be happening, unfortunately. But here we are with GGOA Wolves, the one member of BBE, SS1, all of these players trying to secure this Spirit Well. It is Draco Storm, the ideal buff to secure leading into this endgame scenario. The V3, or the V2 rather, for that Viper is going to come in and silence GG's Monk, unable to get any slams, but the Kylan is in effect. He is slashing and dashing his way through the competition right now. OA trying their hand at securing this place for themselves. Toothick jumping in, sending those cannon shots out of the dome onto this retreating Wolves team. OA soon to be contested, I believe, by all of these other players. Wolves coming in at ZK in that mech, in the ferry mech. The Tessa ultimate is going to come in and delay this onslaught, preventing him from getting maximum values. The charm is about to come through. There it is. Might get bursted down, but no. In fact, they are going to focus these other players, not opting to eliminate this ferry mech from the equation. Wolves able to hold strong for the moment. They're trying to rack up this progression on the Spirit Well. They are going uncontested for the moment. They might be able to find it. The Justina ultimate is still available as well. It looks as though Wolves is going to take it.
Wow. G actually gives it up. I was watching GG. I thought GG was going to timing in right there. The Wolves are able to get this off, and now with the Justina, ZK has an opportunity right now to pick up a ton of kills for them. Dashing through, Tessa ult's going to try to slow him down right now, but he's trying to secure the kill onto water. Nice flying, nice flank, but the Wu Chen port is going to be coming out to get them out of there. ZK desperately looking for where SS1 went. Max grapple range going to be coming out for SS1. They dropped the armor, and they're going to be running into OUG as well. A bunch of blueberries of OUG. ZK is going to be grappling through, trying to find who they were fighting against still. SS1 still trying to run away. Wolves has only eyes for this team. They know their ults are down right now. No ult zone is going to get committed right here, forcing Wolves into an awkward position as everyone sees this chase down happening. They're going to opt to switch to ranging right now. OUG is going to be joining in. Same with GG. They're content with just ranging his team as the Draco Storm team forces them around the map. SS1 putting on their Nikes, getting out of this situation, just absolutely going full into running right now. And a little bit of an oversection from ZK. He is going to get silenced right here, stripped of all of his armor, and now OA on the outside with those cannons, putting on the pain for Wolves. I don't know if they're on the patch where Draco Storm is actually nerfed, but it's actually very significant what the nerf is. You are no longer unkillable when in Draco Storm. It might even be a question of playing White Tiger's buff instead. Now GG, what is the score? Up to 7 kills. Even though YTG is up to 12, GG is one of those end game compositions, and every time you count them out, they just navigate these end games perfectly, picking their spots and somehow stealing it away from the high kill teams of the lobby. Right now, GG's at 7 and YZG's at 12. I believe it's going to be neck to neck of who is going to take this MVP for this round.
Speaking of the nerfs to Draco Storm, I am very happy that it happened, I have to say. Draco Storm has been just unilaterally the best buff to take in second Yang, and even in first Yang if you're playing ranked and all that sort of stuff. But oh my goodness, it really needed it, and I'm glad that they did finally address Draco Storm, removing the healing factor for the... I'm not sure if it's the full healing factor. I read somewhere that it was actually just the armor healing, and it does still heal your health, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. Regardless though, we do not have that in effect here in today's games. OA currently fighting up against SS1, losing a member here. They might be able to get that double res off and save their teammate, but I don't think that they're going to opt to go for it as the zone is slowly creeping in. They are going to put themselves at a huge disadvantage if they get held at the edge of the zone. And now Wolves taking this opportunity to secure the Draco Storm yet again from this Spirit Well. Gonna be diving in with this Farrier ultimate. There it is. We see boom, boom, and the microwave beam from LJX on the Syra as well. Gonna be doing a lot of damage. The Wolves are looking pretty strong right now to take this game for themselves. YZG on that Tessa, Viper, Wuchen composition. They are in a good position in terms of kills, but as we've talked about, the Viper composition prowess does taper off as the game progresses, as Wuchen loses more value. The opportunities for just simply exploding somebody out of nowhere, an unsuspecting player, is pretty difficult as everybody is on high alert in these end zone situations. Wolves now still fighting it out. The Justina ultimate is in play, but it does get cancelled now, and keeping a lot of that rage for later on. YZG getting immediately engaged on, it seems, by Wolves. They do not have that Wuchen port. They don't really have all that many resources left. They're even on blue armors at the moment. CJX is going to fall. ZK gonna be chasing him down with this pulse sword. BBE still in the mix, but I believe he's the only member of his team left alive right now.
Yeah, well, ZK with the gold pole sword and 1 minute and 10 seconds for the Draco Storm. Wolves has an opportunity right now to overtake YZG for the kill lead, taking this MVP of the round, but they still have to deal with GG as well. And it looks like YZG is going to be getting picked apart. QGG on Tesla, trying to get away from him now. It looks like NHQ has him in his crosshairs, looking for the folks attack with the knives. And Baby U is actually going to steal the kill. OUG with a little bit of life left in them, battling it out on the high ground. Always PP with the cannon shots, and again GG kind of just binding their time. They need to make a move soon, playing off this heal off, and OUG's up to 5 kills also on the Monk. So interesting situation right here. OUG's Shinyu finally getting Monk ult right now, and now GG is gonna get forced out to pop their ultimate due to Wolves, Syra, and now Farias. He just has to be careful right now. He could get pushed in the zone. He does get that initial grab, and Faria is not going to let him slam. Like I said, Monk in a very tough position. CGS has to de-transform a little bit earlier, and now his teammate ZK on not his teammate, Wolves. ZK on the Justina, getting very, very low. as Wolves tries to navigate through this at 9 kills right now. They're trying to pass the 12 of YZG. They're doing a good job of it right now. GG is going to take that high ground, try to slow things down right now. But on the low ground, Wolves, LJX, the king rebranded, looking for the kills right now onto SS, the IGL of OUG. Shinyu is going to pop his ultimate, but he's going to lose SS in the corner and on the top ropes. GG going to be raining down cannon shots as ZK is right next to them. Wolves going to move on right over, looking. Shinyu wants to find the double grab onto Wolves, not able to do it. He's forced to detransform right now and immediately deleted by Wolves. Wait a second, Wolves has been tying now with YZG. They just have the crippled GG to go through right now. Baby U is going to get taken down, and on the high ground, LXM and CGS trying to delay, trying to get their ultimates up, but the grip is tightening from Wolves right now. LJX is able to find a kill. 2 people left alive. LXM doing his best to kite to get to PP. Who can survive longer? Will it be PP? Will it be LXM? PP is able to pop that Tyra ult, getting that staggered off onto LXM, but LXM is going to pop that Kylan ult, going left to right, zipping, zagging, trying to get some kills right now. They're both trying to outlast each other for that 2nd and 3rd place, making his way to PP in the mid-air, trying to get that stagger, and Wolves LJX is going to get the kill onto LXM, but wait a second, can PP clutch this up? Everyone's health is a little bit low right now. He is going to be able to get 1 kill on the NHQ, go for the Dragon's Dreadful Whale. He's not able to get it, but he does get the last hit and the 2nd hit, but LJX is going to clutch it up for that 1st place finish to get that nice placement points and satisfaction on the faces of Wolves as they clutch up this game 4 all around.
Very, very close at the end there. The health, I think maybe if he'd gotten that Soul Bloom, it could have gone down to a draw in terms of placement, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get his hands on it. He wasn't able to survive just that 1 second, maybe even half a second longer, and it would have come away with a draw, resulting in no team claiming that kill multiplier, but it was not to be, and there we have it. Wolves looking very, very good. Is this the Cannonball meta coming on through, Raven? Because we see Cannonball doing pretty good this game. YZG performing with it in the previous 2 games. Last game, not as much, because they do go down a bit earlier before the end game scenario, but they do still get 2nd place with 12 eliminations, or 14 or something like that. So it looks as though Cannonball might be the play moving forwards, not gonna lie.
It looks like it's catching everyone by surprise, especially when Cannonball is able to get that Spirit Well. Justine is able to go and snowball with the backup of all of his teammates, and you still have so much sustain with the Syra and Ferriomet coming out. You also definitely have an advantage versus Transformers, just because we see it every single time. The tankiness of Transformers comes from the fact that the Monk, when he gets a grab, he's able to slam and heal a lot of health. But versus Justina and Feria, they're able to rotate their cannon shots, and their Justina Freezes is able to get to deny that slam. Now, for these treasure chests to split, the spring split random gifts are dropping, ladies and gentlemen. Which player killed FPX ZGE in game 4? Man, this is a tough question. Was it A, TE's Youth, B, YZG's QGG, C, YZG's TXJ, or D, YZG's CXZ? It's time to check up the VODs, look up, kind of click through frame by frame to see who ended up killing. But like you said, Duncan, Cannonball, new to, I would say, this 2025 season. We're at that 3rd bi-weekly, and teams are busting it out and finding a really, really good position for it in order to get these high kills games, as Wolves is showing 16 kills at 23.2.
Also, YZG, these guys just don't slow down. They are cooking every game. Game number 1, game number 1, there was a quick little warm-up, 6.5, not the best, but it's okay. It's not a 0-pointer. every single game since then, they've gotten 10 plus kills. They didn't MVP in this game or the previous game, but both games they're able to get double-digit kills. It's insane. It's actually insane how consistent they are. It just I don't know, like they've unlocked a new level. It's actually absurd. It's almost like Mike the other day in solos, but he put up how many kills? Is just the second place in solos was less than half of Mike's points in one day. How does that make sense? It's looking like a TXJ and the rest of his team have just unlocked a new tier of gaming. But we'll see if they can keep it up. For the moment, we're taking a look at some of these stats from Wolves, NHQ, with the most damage on the team so far, but the highest number of kills goes over to LJX, formerly known as the King, with 10 eliminations on the Syra. Now, taking a look at the total standings, including both of the bi-weekly 3 trio days, you have BBE still sitting at the bottom, but definitely a better game 4. And so before that, they hadn't really gotten very much at all, but now it's a little bit better. We just need to keep it going, keep that sort of that constant curve upwards, and we'll be there in no time. But it's not easy, not at all. Now take a look at SS1 and Wolves, who are now sitting at the 11th and 12th mark. WZ, again, not having the best day so far, 5.5 in total for today. In comparison to their previous day, it is truly abysmal in comparison, but hopefully they can sort things out. JL not playing today, still in that top 6. Top 5, YZG, SROA, FPX, and Bowder. But at YZG, oh my god, 146.1. And it's only game 4. What's going on? I think Raven might be muted. Raven may have muted himself by accident.
Oh, I did.
There we go. I got you.
To be fair, TXJ and GG, they used to do 200-point games in the old league, where placement was like a lot more consistent. It's way harder to do 200 points. I don't think I've seen 200 points with the new system, at least in the bi-weekly in 2024 or 2025. There's just not as many kills to go around, and the placement multiplier only comes from shipping the actual game. So you're looking at a way higher average in order to get to that 200 points. Now, looking at the highlights, we are going to see the cannonball of Wolves with that 37 seconds to clutch up to get these soul moves right now. First one's going to go down as LJX rebranded the King, able to secure kills, able to get these nice crowd controls. Nice tracking going to come out from him, going to get secure that 1 kill and then move on, cutting off the Tessa retreat, getting that bedazzled off. Nice aim coming out from the King. Now staying on top of, well, actually getting grabbed, but they're not staying on top. Justina going to come in with the peel to stop that monk from taking him down. ZK barely staying alive right now, but the King wants to secure this kill for his teammates, using the F, denying that gambit, able to get the kill, getting the parry on to the zipping. Great focus fire coming from this team to be able to peel for ZK. And again, identifying the low zipping again and picking him off. Monk ult is going to come out. You see all of them dodging, weaving, but the Kylan is going to be coming out. And again, LJX leading the charge, securing the kills onto GG, not letting them give that classic 2v3 situation, then holding off to the center, able to win off the healing situation, just barely getting that heal off. Dreadful Whale is going to be coming out from the enemy Syra. He does have ultimate, he is able to secure it, and Wolves is able to have a massive game. We're seeing 2 MVP rounds today with Cannonball, Duncan.
And both of those MVPs for within the team going over to the Syra. Syra clearly being the powerhouse in this composition. The Justina obviously being an immense factor, you know, creating so many opportunities with those freezes, being extremely disruptive, but also just sort of acting as a distraction. The Syra constantly on the outside, in the air, setting up those beam opportunities with the dazzles as well, and then constantly looking for peeling, whilst doing all of this damage at the same time. We see 15.6 thousand damage coming through. Not a crazy amount considering the number of kills that he has, but still, I mean, he has more healing than he does damage. Actually, the first time we've seen a Syra today have more healing than damage, surprisingly. But still, putting up those big numbers on those kills. It's effective damage, efficient kill execution. They're able to take all these players down and clutch up in those final moments of the game, securing those Spirit Wells. As, quite frankly, this composition does seem as though it does win the Spirit Well situation because of that Justina being such a disruptive factor, because of the Feria being able to just fire off turret shots in the turret mode, constantly peppering people down as well with the miniguns. And then we've got the Syra on top of it all, which is just... it's just a flying brick wall. Like, how are you going to deal with this without something to match it in the same capacity, like another Syra, or somehow getting a grab with a monk? It's extremely difficult to actually do anything about it. So, yeah, it's looking like a pretty solid composition that we might see more of moving forwards, especially if we see more teams tested out in the group stage in the bi-weekly finals. It may have been figured out a little bit more, considering that is not going to be taking place until next weekend. So we do have time. We might see changes take place before that happens.
Now, we also saw TXJ with that F1 traditional silence on Viper with the new school V2, just this blanket silence coming out, and especially with Tesla V1, that stagger coming out, you basically can lock someone down 100-0 very, very easily, as long as you guys are even remotely coordinated on your execution. Now, this was one of the first Firefly days Hollowed. Now we're going to be going to Morris. We haven't seen a pure Viper day, but we did see, like you and Moxie brought out, that YZG is the premier Viper team. They're definitely ahead of the curve of setting, picking the right abilities. Now, I was watching a VOD of TXJ sometime during this week, and my man's a mad scientist. He's out there playing Viper Wuchen Matari with F2, trying to do like double F2s out there with the new silence. But I guess when his findings, because a couple fights that I saw, he would win like 7 different reads, but they would still lose just because they're not able to lock down any of the transformers. Like Kylan would ult, Syra would ult, and then it would be over from there. I think the extra kick he realized is absolutely necessary, and the damage is irrelevant. As long as you keep that silence up, you're able to lock one player down, and once you get that one kill, cleaning up is very easy, as long as you have good fundamentals of working on playing off of each other.
Yeah, I was thinking, what if you just run the Wuchen V2 with Matari Viper? That'll lock him down for you.
And just one step after that is just, why don't we just put Tarka in there?
Yeah, just put Tarka in there. Why not?
If it's Wuchen V2, why not just try Tarka?
I wasn't even thinking that, to be honest with you, but like, no.
Disappointed in you. Can't believe that the hopium is still not there.
The V2 Wuchen though. Do you think actually? I want to ask you. Do you think that it could actually ever fit, or do you think that V1 Wuchen will always be, a necessity with Attack on Titan?
I mean, after seeing Worlds in 2024, anything is possible depending on new characters. We saw V2 Wuchen come out of nowhere with Spider, and even though everyone knew it was him, he was still able to make it perform. So I imagine in trios, I would say trios players are a little bit more conservative to initial lines. That's why I was very surprised that GG, one of the most conservative teams, was so innovative last year. Now, we normally see TXJ leading a ton of the innovation, moving forward and kind of going against the grain. Is it profitable? I mean, it's a mixture. I think it's more profitable when you understand the fundamentals of what works in the game. And I think when you've been competing this long, it's like I said, there are 4 main strategies that have been missing: Siphon, Transformers, Attack on Titan, the budget composition, Xiphon, and actually 5, and Cannonball. There's always been 5 variations.
Do you not think the Cannonball falls into the Transformer sort of like bracket, so to speak?
No,
because it kind of does.
Transformers always has Monk.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Technically, I would say anyone who pops an ability and you sort of become indestructible is a Transformers. But if you want to be very technical, most of the time we consider Transformers to be getting a second health bar. Like Syra, even though she's not transforming into another being, she basically transformed into like this unkillable thing again. Kylan, same thing. Kylan does do a lot of damage to himself if he doesn't connect a hit. He does need a lot of support from the zipping. But I mean, we haven't seen Yuashan in a while. I would even say like anyone who really transforms and can't be crowd control is a transformer to me, at least. So is Feria really looked at?
She does get that extra health bar, but it doesn't really count at the same time, does it?
Yeah, and they recently added it was taken out of the game for a little bit, Monk's ability to demech Feria. Now it's back again. So there's a lot of interesting counterplay with Feria, and I don't really think meta for trios is locked in for the year at all. This is just like what we've gotten so far. I imagine, like you said, like Wu Chen could be. I mean, I don't know about Wu Chen V2. That's a little bit ambitious. But rotating around the current characters, we already see Syra getting rotated to Cannonball and seeing success. Will we see more rotations? Will we see a full Transformers come out where it's like Monk Yuashan Syra or Monk Yuashan Kylan, where he's just fully tanky, has Vipers kind of pick apart? Because I could see Silence Viper plus V2 becoming a big issue, and then everyone's just like, well, whatever, let's just run Yuashan and then have Matari on another day. If the functionality comes back, if you can't survive, then what's the point of having a character that has more offense? I've always said, like, if you can't, if you're dead, you can't get kills. So a lot of the times defense in competition ends up taking a priority over like adding more offense. It becomes overkill past a certain point. Yeah,
I will say I was just quickly checking because I'm pretty sure that we did see Yuashan get a buff in this most recent patch. We did indeed. So actually, just to cover it, we see that the extended duration of the defense focus. So basically, he's going to have extra focus at the end of his F2, of that sort of leaping jump, and I believe it just fully covers the recovery frames on the F2, now making him less vulnerable with this ability, which we did actually see get quite a lot of use a while ago when Yuashan was still getting play. We saw Yuashan players opting not to go for the combo break and instead to go for this F2, this sort of jump in, like essentially a combo starter, because it did function as a combo starter to some extent, but it would also weaken the players that he hit with it within the AoE, weaken them in the sense that they do less damage for a certain period of time, which is of course pretty useful if you're actually able to capitalize on it. And one of the weaknesses was that it was quite catchable, and that the priority on the gold focus it had wasn't as high as it could be. And then on top of that, another thing that they've changed about him is that I believe that it essentially means that he can now cast his ultimate in a lot more areas, because one of the problems with the Yuashan sometimes was that you couldn't use your ultimate inside or inside small buildings, and that's you're fighting in a building, whatever it might be, and then you try and press ult and you can't. It just doesn't let you. And with Monk, it does very, very occasionally happen, I believe. But if you're close to being outside of the building, it'll still let you ult, but it'll essentially just teleport you out of the building and put you on the outside, and then you're in ultimate, as opposed to just not being able to do it whatsoever, like Yuashan was. But I think that they have adjusted that. So it seems to me as though Yuashan is getting looked at, and we might see him come back at some point. With the F3 does actually, the F3, sorry, it's a force of habit. Used to be F3. F2 now for Yuashan, it does like give potential to, like some like anti-burst strategy, because there is a lot of burst currently going through with the Vipers. So with Viper, with the Tessa, with the explosive F2 on that Viper, with this F2 on the Yuashan, it could potentially be a counter angle, but who knows? Who knows? We'll have to see if they can cook something up. TXJ, the mastermind, will probably be the one to do it. If we know him for anything, he's certainly one to chef it up in the kitchen. But regardless, we're going into our phase number 1, Raven, onto our nighttime Morris Isle. Viper Gaming? Question mark?
Oh, we'll have to see. I thought more Vipers would come out on Holoroth, but everyone seemed to stick to the Siphon and Transformers line. We are going to see TE.
Ooh.
WZ going with the Siphon. Ooh, we are going to see a Viper on that first pick. What will we see from Bowda?
Hey, yo.
More Vipers. Morris, a lot better for Viper. And we've been playing this map forever. 4 years on Morris, the tried and true. You know every single Firefly on the map. Very, very straightforward for a lot of these guys who have been playing since the beginning of the game. Maybe also going with the Viper composition. Ooh, YZG going with Transformers. Interesting. They don't want to go with the Viper for this map or the counterplay of going Matari into it. They just want to play slow and quiet. Same thing.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. The Vipers.
It is Viper gaming time.
Ooh, half the lobby gonna be Vipers right now. And this is what I was saying. Can you survive the Viper horror story on Morris? Nighttime, all the Vipers come out. And Viper can't go into Realm of Yang, but she can stop you from going into Realm of Yang. So getting there safely, even buying at stores, becomes hazardous to your health. We are going into Game 5. This is day 2 for a lot of teams, so it's do or die right now. It's a championship round. If you're hoping to qualify to this bi-weekly finals, you're going to have a good game here, because if you don't have a good game here, Game 6 is not going to matter when everyone gets truly desperate and really runs it down to try to have one big game and overextends constantly. Now, looking at the average points of every composition is very telling of who's very good at what composition. And we're seeing BBE 14.5 on their Viper composition is actually insane.
The SEA region, you know, they are still somewhat known for being extremely oogly. I remember when the SEA regions originally sort of tried their hand at playing in NBPL, joining the NBPL for a while, they were extremely aggressive early on in the first week. It worked for a little bit, and then all of a sudden they started not being able to get around it and not being able to do it because all the other teams in the lobby recognized their aggression and started taking advantage of it and just forced them to slow down. And then the SEA regions then had a bit of an adjustment period where they were forced to align with the tempo of the lobby and actually play the game in the way that the rest of the teams were trying to force it to be played. So it's interesting to see that how much they've developed, but they've still kept this ability to go full gas. So let's see it. Can they pop off in this game? BBE, they need the points. It's only their first day, but they certainly want to get a little bit of a cushion so that then second day they don't have to just get 100 points straight up.
I mean, first day, a little bit of warm up, and then with Cannonball being in the mix, I'm sure everyone is going to go back throughout the week, check the VODs. We got one more day coming up on next Thursday for these teams going into day 3. Now, we still have 2 more games for the day. It's not over yet. Most of these teams in Pro League can have that 15 to 20 point game and popping off. Now to the north, we're going to see GG and Bowda up there battling for the cave. In the south, OUG going for the Firefly. A lot of Firefly timing attacks. Wolves over there in the top left as well on the Fireflies of Sunwing. We'll have to see how this spawn goes down in a classic situation. GG over here at the cave, but they are going to get mixed up. SR, GG, and Bowda all on top of each other. Zhao does get the weapon off spawn, so ZZG is going to fall right now. Now going to the cave. CGS gets ultimate online with the Firelight, able to immediately juggle up Bowda's Jing, and Zhao again juggled by Alex M as well. GG making quick work for the challengers of their location. This is GG's cave. You got to get out of here, folks.
Yeah, GG is pretty well known for coming here. All these teams, they're trying their hand at contesting. Are they going to be successful though? Bowder and SR scrapping it out on the outskirts, on the other avenue, the other tunnel to the cave, able to take down a member. But one of their players, Zhao, is down on the other side, and now LXM jumping in, immediately getting exploded. The slaps coming through for Rico. Get out of here! This is my cave now, GG. I'm coming for the title. But are they going to be able to secure it? Rico going down extremely low. The scale rush just misses. The stone form isn't enough. The pulse sword damage reduction on stone form not able to save him there. Unfortunately, GG still, oh my goodness, extremely low. But there it is. They're able to clutch it up and keep their dominance in the cave, claiming 4 eliminations in total. Very nice indeed. GG, still the king of the cave.
They are indeed ducking it. Looks like, how many Vipers do we got here? 1, 2. I thought we had more right now. I guess there's more
at the bottom.
At the bottom for the top 18. Wolves on the Viper composition, they do have a Moonbane, and I did spot out that their Viper has a traditional silence. So both Wolves and YZG, both top teams, top 5 teams for the last 2 or 3 years. So clearly they're adjusting to the current meta and using this silence. We'll have to see how Wolves is able to capitalize. And I always feel like the lobby always gets a little bit lazy as we move away from Silence Viper. Everyone starts picking in like other compositions where you don't really have a counter to Viper. You start just adding random characters to this, and then all of a sudden one day you're like on Tarka double healer. That's how it starts, ladies and gentlemen. You start moving away from the true counters, and you start playing for fun. Don't play for fun. Stay competitive.
I mean, hey, wait. So Tarka against Vipercom, insta ult, run them down, animation cancel, dodge, Tessa ultimate, gaming, the ultimate counter to Vipercom. XD. No. Definitely capping right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not take that.
Them.
Yeah, just infinite them. Just do it. Just hit him with the Sichuan special, bro. Just go ham.
What if they added stagger immunity to Tarka? That's the change that they go.
If they
you're
did
an
that,
ult and you just become Yueshans. You just a full juggernaut. You cannot be staggered anymore.
I mean, if they kept everything he can do now and added the anti-stagger, that'd be a bit crazy. If I'm being honest.
Every attack.
Can you imagine all the weapon swapping Tarkas? They just don't need to care at all now about anything. That'd be absurd. Surely not, right? Surely not, right? But we'll see. I've got a lot of ideas of what they could actually do to Tarka to make him viable without being broken. But I'm gonna hold off on talking about that because we'll be here talking about it for about 10 minutes. So another time, perhaps someday on stream, you'll hear me talk about it again, as I've talked about it plenty of times. But for the moment, we're here. YZG up against OA. Fighting out in the mirror matchup as well. No Viper in sight for the moment. Oh, actually, wait a second. As I say that, I look at the map and I see BBE waiting in the wings, biding their time and looking for that optimal opportunity to dive in and third party the situation. The YZG actually being in the middle between the two might eat the brunt of this power from the Viper composition. Diving in, they do find one grab, 2 tick goes to the ground, the combo break comes through, and now PB coming out of that ultimate along with TXJ, and BBE pulling the trigger, immediately engaging onto PB. Looks as though OA is going to be the target this time.
Now BB is where he's gonna land that R&B onto PB. Nice ultimate coming out from him, and OA is gonna be backing off right now, using that Kylan ult to POYZG. Backing off as well, looking to get their ultimates back online, possibly set up for the realm of Yang. Looking at the off spawn, GG dominated their position, getting up to 4 kills. TE also finding an off spawn team white with 3 kills, and OUG as well. Nice presence of mind from YZG to back off, get to the cave. Now that's also been TXA's spot. The southern cave to the north is GG's spot, and so far TXJ hasn't been landing there. But him and VVV, no matter who their third was, would land there every single year on more. So it's strange to me not to see him there. Oh, Ace Tut is going to get caught by Roy Hehe on the Viper. Looking for the sliding uppercut. We do get it. Tut a little bit surprised right there, but the spacing from Roy Hehe, excellent. He ends up catching him out with the sliding uppercut.
Very nice indeed. Now heading on over to Wolves and TE. We have the Moonbane set down on top of this fight. Now gonna be heading out. TE trying to disengage on the Siphon composition. A little bit of an optimistic Tessa ultimate, I have to say right there. Not gonna be able to. Wait a minute. Did you see that? He jumped in the air, had F1 active. The ZK throws the focus from the ground up at him, and he just teleports to the floor, grabbing him out of the focus. But actually, optimal, because he wanted him to come down out of the air so that he could kill him. I guess proccing the F1 was optimal in this scenario. Interesting interaction there coming through from the flying knives. Now moving over, GG on the rotations.
Reaction.
Yes, exactly. All calculated.
100%. We are going to get YZG versus FPX right now. Viper ult's going to be invested. ZG looking for the stack right now. TXJ double tap dodge out of there. Going to dodge that RMB, and FPX decides to back off of this situation. But YZG wants to smoke. Where are you going right now? We still got Monk ultimate. Just in case this goes off the rails. CXC has to be careful right now. I don't think they realize that's GG's Viper, and oh no, it's FPX. They can turn and silence you for it, but QGG does slow down, and now SR is going to be hitting the beef. He does pop the silence off immediately. Tessa ult's going to come in onto the Monk. TXJ in the back right now, going to get hit once by Junks. Will he get twice? No, he will not, but QGG is going to get back-to-back parry, and now TXJ coming in for the Peel, and the Tessa ult's going to come out from FPX. Tough position right now. SR involved in this with their Viper, but FPX definitely the healthiest team in this situation, just cleaning up the multi-way fight they see in front of them. That no ult zone, just launching a beacon in the air where everyone in the lobby can see it. So naturally, a team is going to show up and test whether or not they think you're vulnerable. Now, if you continue going for the light attack, are they going to end up going in? Doesn't look like they want to go in. We are going to get SS1 versus GG. SS1 on the cusp right now. They need to have a good round right here. Can they beat the likes of the GOATs? GG though.
We'll have to see. You see the jump F coming out from the Zai there, going across the arena, trying to find some staggers here. GG pulling the trigger on the Tumult ult and the Syra ultimate here. 330 getting it knocked out of the air by the pulse from Water, trying to stagger him out. The dazzle comes through onto Water, might be able to burst out that shield, but it's quite a chunky shield to say the least. He is still going for it, trying to find it. 330 now coming out of the ultimate, turning his attention over to his teammates. GG, CJS popping that ultimate from the Takeda, trying to find this horizontal longsword wind slash onto Juan, not able to do so. The low profile denying it. Juan has already been taken down, so GG are on the front foot here. Will SS1 be able to salvage this? I doubt it, I have to say. But oh, wait a minute. I may have spoken too soon. The Zai parry coming through, able to heal up just a little bit as well, denying the pressure from CJS. Going for the tech chase, trying to find it, not able to do so. Does take him down pretty low, but Water is left on his lonesome, trying to get the pistol shot to claim the kill, but it's not to be. And there it is. GG. The GOATs live on, Raven. They will not be denied their victory here.
Yeah, finally their Siphon is coming online. I've been a little surprised this season of how much their Siphon has fallen off. Now, they're still that conservative side. And when I say conservative, I mean pretty lightly. They're still willing to go Yang. There are some teams that will only go Spirit Well. GG will always post up and go Yang. And they find their ways to endgame. Now, they don't take a lot of risk off spawn. They mainly take an ISO fight, and then they play Moonbane and defensively use it. There are times, though, where they'll still end up with 9 kills, just so many people challenge them, like we saw in the cave up north. They make quick work of everyone just because of the nuance on the spawns. Now we have BB. Where are we at? 2 kills. Unlucky. They had 2 kills off spawn. They did manage to grab the Spirit Well, it looks like, and they have the blue buff. So they have an opportunity to take a free fight here. Well, quote free, as long as they have Wu Chen. GG. has the red buff, but it looks like BBE doesn't really want to fight that composition. But do they really have a choice at this point? CGS is coming in. They know they don't want the fight, and they're coming in hot. Wait a second.
Wait, that's a Matari on BBE. It's not Tessa.
Oh, it is.
Wait. I think we just both glazed over it. We didn't see it at all in the character selection. We just saw the Viper, and that was it. And then, that's crazy. We didn't see that. I'm not gonna lie. Neither of us catching it. That's a Matari Viper Wuchen composition as opposed to the Tessa. Very interesting. And this is also this speaks to the fact that they have average 14.5 points on this composition, which is the Matari version. So that means that they're pretty strong with this Matari variation and making it work. It looks as though they might be able to fight this out here. CJS trying to find his footing, but not able to do so. Getting jump and beat. The Matari ultimate is going to come through, and now they're going to try and chase down 330. The Siren not going to be committing this ultimate. Going to try and save it for later. SS1 jumping in, trying to find something. They do they have Yang depletion? Oh, they do. I believe they do. And so they're trying to jump in, find these soul blooms. Not able to do so, though, unfortunately. GG, LXM putting up a fight, trying to stay alive. Still has 40 seconds on this buff, so if he does go down, it's not the end of the world. He'll be able to meet up with his team later on, trying to find some parries, perhaps potentially steal away a kill, or steal away a weapon. But it is not to be. He is going to go down, and SS1 is going to claim one of those soul blooms.
26 people left alive. SS1 is going to hit that no ult zone. We got GG lurking on the outside. Zyphon, one of the better compositions I would believe to play on a Morris nighttime, just because you counter a lot of the Viper compositions, and you're still able to go Yang. So if anyone plays some type of scaling team, you do have the big advantage going to that first Yang as long as you macro correctly. We are seeing OUG interesting. They put the purple onto Wuchen, which if you place part of the front line, it gives the opportunity for Viper to land easier stuns. Same thing with Tessa, end up frontlining for Viper. But,
oh my goodness.
Wait a second. Shinyu walks up to a bush, instantly gets Tessa ulted, and now his team put in an awkward position. Now, they don't get the silence onto Zhao, but SS is going to keep up the pressure onto him. Trying to come in, but always PP and Tut coming in with the flank, and now OUG, the hunters become the hunted. OA looking to close the distance on the Wuchen, but SR as well gets out of there and starts back grappling out.
That's insane. The lion wait. Check those bushes, ladies and gentlemen. Check those bushes, because that is a very rough way to die. You do not want to get jump scared by a full Viper team jumping out of a bush at you. That is nightmare fuel, to say the least. OA gonna continue trying to chase down these players, chase down SR. Weakened team, no ultimates, trying desperately to make it over to these buildings. Junks now sending out this focus attack. It does get parried. One light attacks, one parries. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The perfect protocols to be able to deal with a player in a numbers advantage. Wolves rotating around, trying to pick up some scraps, but not able to really find anything just yet. YZG, it looks as though they've been playing the full recovery game so far, as I've now seen them buy 2 rebirth charms in total. It looks as though SS1 also going to be able to buy one up for themselves. Realm of Yang does spawn in, but I don't believe we see... No, GG has managed to go into the Realm of Yang, but nobody is looking to contest them just yet. But actually, so I have a question. Do you think that that's the reason why BBE is opting to go for the Matari instead of the Tessa? To try and counter the Vipers, expecting this many Vipers in the lobby?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Matari is a really good counter to... what's it called? Viper, on top of the fact that you can chase down Wuchen. It's kind of like a budget Justina, almost, that's a little bit better versus Viper. We are going to get BBE versus GG. Oh my goodness. We got white armor on Matari, and we got no ults. Ladies and gentlemen, it might be cooked, but it might be winnable, where he's going to go and look for the silence, but Syra ult going to waste no time right now. Gonna immediately open up with it, and they're gonna keep up the pressure onto Roy Hee. Light attack's gonna be coming out, and he's absolutely shredded before he can get anything going. Takeda or Wu Chen is gonna get juggled by Takeda and Temi. Now we are gonna move over to Q or Owe when FPX first grab's gonna go down, launching him into the ground. Ooh, a little bit of a movement error by Kylan, not able to get the restagger off the slam, but nice job by Meng to get a parry. Unfortunately for him, the Monk Transformer doesn't allow the damage to go through, so they're starting out from neutral. Engraving on the zipping, gets the flank onto Kiki. Kiki looking for the jump parry situations. Everyone's overholding right now, but it doesn't matter. FPX makes quick work of it with those light attacks, with those staggers, followed up by those focus attacks, and they secure. I think this is second realm of Yang, right? Second realm of Yang.
Get themselves some golden flying knives as well. Ooh, ooh, oh my goodness! There's a Viper with gold armor, gold flying knives, Draco Storm, and F2. Run. this is gonna be extremely scary. You are not getting away from this Viper. She already denies the grapple away and the ability usage with her ultimate. Now she's gonna deny the scale rush as well because of this weapon, fully denying any escape opportunity. And you can try and run, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to get away. FPX in a very good position right here to snowball into this endgame scenario with 8 eliminations under their belt already. Now, looking at the other teams, we do have Bowder with Draco Storm as well. GG, FPX, and Bowder, all Draco Storm, looking very happy. XEM also going to be able to pick up a Immortal Defiance for himself, so he's going to be very happy to jump in. And with that safety net in play, he's not going to be going down. And not going to be going down very easily, and giving it more potential, giving more time to the Wu Chen to teleport them out if need be. OA, on the other hand, are looking pretty homeless right now. Blue armors, it's looking pretty rough for them. They do have a purple weapon or two, I imagine, but with Yang depletion at this point in the lobby, with this end zone, with all of these trees and all of these Vipers, I have to say it's highly unlikely they're going to be able to salvage the situation. BBE also in a bit of a bad spot, having gone into that realm of Yang with white armor and no ultimates, getting absolutely obliterated within seconds. Is going to be a tough recovery angle for these teams.
BBE does have a really good... Actually, wait. They have Wu Chen. I forgot. I thought they had like a third rush on Justina. I'm not going to lie. That composition seems kind of sus G. Kind of mid. But if BB can prove me wrong, they are going to have to...
They got 14.5 average points on that comp, so... Hey. Who knows?
I feel like that has to be bugged somehow. I have not seen it. Focus Light's going to be coming out. OA's PP is going to get kicked by the Viper. He has to be careful right here. He ends up looking to parry trap. Nice stagger coming out from their Kylan. They're not throwing any focus attacks unless they get the stagger off. And now zipping in a tough position, trying to grapple his way out of there, but he is going to get grappled with LMB this time. Not make it out. Dodges out of his F and goes for a ride right now. And OA is going to clean up Wolves ZK.
Oh, FPX so close to them, but it doesn't look as though they spotted them out. FPX, oh my goodness. They just passed by a gold mine right there. They could have immediately jumped onto them, but unfortunately not. And then they're not gonna be able to take advantage of this weakened team here, this weakened Transformer comp. But instead, they are gonna be chasing down SS1 Water on his own. He does have one team member or one teammate left alive, but it doesn't look as though they're in the vicinity to even try and help him out. The Zai, unfortunately, is fully dead at the moment, and they're trying to recover their game, try and find some money, perhaps, see if they can find a rebirth charm. But at this point, I think it might be over for them. Water is going to get locked up by that Tessa ultimate, but thankfully, actually, the Batari is going to ult for him, giving him yet another F ability, giving him another combo break, allowing him to get that ult off as well, maybe buying a little bit more time. SS1, actually, there it is. They're going to buy the rebirth. If Water's able to survive, then they may have actually fully salvaged their game here. Heading on over to where the party seems to be. OA Meng is getting fully committed on by OUG, able to pick up this elimination. He's on his own, unable to do anything. Wait a minute, BBE, they were fighting YZG, actually have a kill onto CXZ as well, but they're not able to close it out. They do get double grab. The res is going to come through onto CXZ, I believe. Oh, relatively soon, perhaps. There it is. But the Flame Breath might actually take him down. 1 HP in a dream, there it is. BBE's just farming them right now. They're farming them for soul blooms. They might be able to recover. Are they going to claim the second one as well? I don't think they will. They've only cleansed 1 Yang depletion so far and immediately getting jumped on by FPX. Rohihi going to get locked up by the Tessa ultimate. The Viper ultimate is coming through as well. And there it is. BBE might be over for them. And there it is. It is indeed all fully eliminated. Sad to see. But 6 kills? Not too bad. You know what's kind of funny is that their total points is now 14.5. Perhaps it was an omen. Perhaps it was a prediction. I don't know. But regardless, we move, we go forwards. OUG are not slowing down just yet, trying to chase down the remaining members of YZG, having been forced in a very rough situation by BBE with their Yang depletion.
Yeah, may they move up and score to make it past that 45-point threshold. And remember, we only have 2 games left. Game 5, we got to clutch up right now. There are 17 people left alive. FPX probing around with OUG, but GG is going to be camping out on this Spirit Well. And remember, if Takeda guesses, it's going to be a slugfest for the rest of the lobby. They are delaying it to the last second as the zone pulls in, so they have maximum time. Bauda on the high ground wants to ice off some of this pressure as the Spirit Well. Draco Storm is going to come out, and I don't believe this is a nerf Draco Storm. This is the OP one with the health regen. Yeah, now the good thing for OA is that actually that's a good thing. The Zipping has white armor for some reason, so the vibes are going to be checked from OUG to see exactly how healthy and what your intentions are, and it looks like they just want to be backing off right now. GG does not care. They opened up with Syra ult, expecting there to be a lot of people, not just a lot of people running at them. So this is a little bit of a vintage NARAKA where people actually run away to loot instead of mashing into each other over and over. But still, I spoke a little bit too soon. GG's already in with the Draco Storm, sitting on the background, 330, peppering in those pistol attacks. Always PP. Doesn't even want to bother with the double grab. He just looks back, de-transforms, and starts grappling out of there. Now, unfortunately for him, his healer is right behind him. So she's going to get committed to this, and he has to turn around right now. Tough break for them. OUG's Shinyu with the Tesla getting 2 of OA right now. Fading back right now. Multiple people, just so much chaos coming out. Bauda's ZZT able to pick up a kill onto OA's Meng. Wushan Port's going to be coming out. Almost ported into the Moonbane. ZZT does get hit by the Moonbane. Has to be careful right now. Verticality, not something you want to play with when it comes to Moonbane.
No, not at all. It's very hard to see where the Moonbane hits are going to land, but ZZT, he does not care. He's even grappled through the Moonbane. This guy is just, yeah, absolute tank, absolute Chad. Does not care about the big snake in the sky. GG now licking their wounds, healing up, looting up all of these goodies that they've managed to get themselves. Double gold weapons, double golden armor as well. They are looking very, very healthy and very prepped to go forward in this end game. However, on the other hand, we see OAPB on the blue armor, who's trying to make his way through the Moonbane, trying to find a spot to call home. Oh, okay. We're moving. GG, avoiding the Moonbane hits. CJS now getting over onto the Spirit Well, gonna try and lock this one down before any other team jumps in. Oh, the F2 into the Tesla ultimate is gonna potentially lock down CJS. He is gonna get charmed up now, but are they actually gonna get any follow-up? It doesn't look as though they will be able to. PP dropping down from above into the mix of it, immediately trying to then disengage again. He's stuck in the wall. He's trying to survive. Will he be able to? For the moment, he's still alive. CJS now getting locked up by another Tesla ultimate, I believe. The Viper ultimate is going to be coming through as well from FPX. GG in the mix, but they get the Spirit Well somehow. How on earth? I thought there were so many people standing on top of it, but no, they do go uncontested, claiming the Draco Storm, and now GG have the full full tempo to just dictate the pace of the rest of the lobby.
GG up to 12 kills. FPX up to 12 kills. Viper versus Siphon. The classic going to endgame, but 3-3-0 and crew do have the Draco Storm now putting on the pressure onto Shinyu. They make quick work of them. Oh my god, he just explodes. CJS with that Takeda ultimate rotating around trying to find the individuals. They find Zuwan with that blue armor. Can they pick up the kill? Now 3-3-0 is poking around at the other gold armor team. They slows down a little bit, just peppering with the cannon shots, and everyone's kind of doing this ring around Rosie as the Draco Storm GG comes rotating around. They are going to fight against XCM. V2 ultimate going to be coming out, and it looks like Syra ult is going to be used in response for 3-3-0, but CJS in a tough position. He is going to fall. A little bit of an overheat right now. FPX taking advantage of the situation, going up to 13 kills, but GG at 15. We've seen GG clutch 2v3 situation before. They do get their Takeda back up right now. Wait a second, I spoke a little bit too soon. They will not go down right here. And now 3 minutes left with 13 people left alive. Who's going to take it, Duggan? Is it going to be FPX at 13 or is it going to be GG at 15?
I mean, I would say I'd put some bets on GG right now, considering they still have a minute and a bit on this Draco Storm buff, which is still in its buffed state before the nerf that we just received this patch. It's gonna be healing them just that little bit. It's gonna be disruptive with those thunder lightning strikes. Jinyu is Jinyu's Baby Yu from OUG is gonna get focused down by FPX, taking the lobby down to 11 players in total. Bowder's XEM hiding atop this tree, trying to find just trying to find a little bit of airspace, just holding on, trying his best to survive until those final moments, secure some placement points perhaps, and regenerate that ultimate. We can look for a potential drop down and find a few kills later on. FPX fending off GG, trying to push them back, trying to ice off this pressure. CJS constantly tiptoeing forwards, trying to creep in, but it looks as though Matari, wait a minute, jumping in out of nowhere. Wait a second, SS1 explosive entry into this fight, just fully cooking GG. 3-3-0, 1 HP in a dream, tries to scale rush away but not able to do so, and SS1 out of nowhere gonna ruin GG's chances of claiming this first place finish. I believe is gonna be very hard to recover. Now SS1 having fully committed onto GG and now fully getting committed on by FPX. The Viper team comp coming in, trying to take advantage of this weakened SS1, this weakened Matari composition. Their one main counter, but the Viper is going to go down in the meantime. SS1 2 versus 2, and then we have a player on OA still alive. The Monk, he's still kicking. He might be dropping down very soon. OA PP still grappling like a champion up in the air. GG LXM jumping in with the great sword RMP. The Tumulk with a dream, with the big sword. Juan, get back here, buddy. You griefed us. I'm coming for you. He's trying his best, but no, he's not going to be able to find him. He gets locked down by these other players. PP does have that ultimate, is going to be popping that Monk ultimate. There's no Tessa ultimate to contest. Will he find these grabs, Raven? Is he going to survive? Is he going to clutch it up? Oh, he gets one!
One. Can he get two right now? FPX is PP, or PP grabbing one of FPX. GG's LXM as well surviving right now. 3 teams left alive. Scoop is going to come out. Zone's going to be closing out. PP looking for a grab desperately so he can heal off the situation. He's going to go for 2. He does get 2. Kablowie. He is going to go back to full health, and now it's going to be a 1v1 for the win. Tell me else going to be coming out for that last little bit. LXM is going to come in, try to get the lift up, but PP is going to get that LMB and get that focus attack. He doesn't get the Soul Bloom, but it looks like FPX is going to barely clutch it neck to neck, going the distance with GG. What an exciting endgame for this Game 5, for this championship round. Explosive endgame, Duncan.
Oh, absolutely. That SS1 coming in out of nowhere as well. Just absolutely crushing GG. It's just the Matari dash, fully exploding that team with the Zai as well. Takeda just disappears. You see him, you blink and you'll miss it. Absolutely awesome endgame. OAPP with the double grab, catching the Tumulk out of his ult cast as well with the grab, denying the Tumulk Sandwall from coming through initially, getting that double grab, getting the slam, fully healing up and securing second place finish. Unfortunately, it's not first, no kill multiplier for OA, but nonetheless, it's still very good for them. Probably the best thing they could have asked for at this point in the game, considering he was so outnumbered and on blue armor. It's very impressive, to say the least. Staying up in the air, grappling over and over again, staying out of sight, out of mind, as the chaos ensued below him.
Yeah, they end up in the 3-team endgame with that monk in that tiny little circle. Yeah, they end up griefing each other and he giving him that double grab. But for the spring split, random gifts, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. Which player chose Matari in Game 5? Was it A, SS1's Zuwan, B, OA's Mang, C, GG's 330, or D's, BBE's Roy Hehe? Matari in Game 5. Not actually sure, just because a lot of Vipers running around, and I expect a lot more Mataris when it comes to at least the Viper Day, just because Viper Zai does really, really well versus Wu Chen, and it still gives you a really good option inside the realm of Yang. But it looks like, for the most part in CN, everyone is still favoring a lot of the Syra situations and Transformers, even on these nighttime days. Still, very, very exciting endgame, closing it out. I still believe the last couple players, do you go for the Monk right there? I feel like you have to clear out the Monk just because he could possibly play that heal off in that situation. Just very, very close between everyone. Goes down to the wire. FPX ends up clutching it. Still, GG does super well in that end game. Now, going into Game 6, we're going back to Predoria, except it's going to be nighttime. Are we going to see more Vipers, or are we going to see more Syras? My prediction, probably going to keep going with the Syra trend and Transformers, considering it doesn't matter what map it is. We very rarely had a very big Viper game, and the Syra and Vipers have been the Syra teams have been doing just fine versus the Vipers. Now looking at the overall scores, 18 kills with GG. Only the placement ends up making the difference right here, but that placement and multiplier, 5 points difference between FPX and GG at 25.6 versus 20, and a big drop off after that. OA at 10.5, OUG with 9 kills at 10, Bowda with 7 at 8.5, BBE at 6.5, SS1. Now looking at the overall stats, FPX clutching it up with this Viper composition. 24k damage coming out from the Viper, 17k from the Tessa, facilitating, and wow, that's actually a lot of healing from that Wu Chen at 21,577. Maybe the group here on Danso, I didn't really notice that game, but from just F, that is a ridiculous amount of healing.
Absolutely, actually, that is a lot of healing. It's possible that he just had group heal, because I feel like with advanced group heal, you end up getting a little bit more, some higher numbers than that, perhaps. Or it's or perhaps they did have advanced group heal, and simply because, you know, with the Viper Tessa Wu Chen composition, you know, you're jumping in, just fully bursting players down if you can, and if you don't manage to do so, you disengage, right? So you're not always going to be taking that much damage. You're not that kind of composition that stays in the fight for extended periods of time. So it's possible that that's why, but who knows? Perhaps we'll see a Wu Chen MVP come through for that team in a few moments. But for the moment, we're taking a look at the total standings, including both days so far, as we're on the second day of bi-weekly trios. Bi-weekly 3. YZG, unfortunately, didn't have the best game in game number 5, but considering their performance so far today, I'd say it is what it is. They're still popping off regardless. 148.1 points. FPX in second with 94.6, SR with 94, OA with 91.5, Bowda with 76, and JL still holding their 6th place spot, even though they're not actually playing today.
Yeah, the dream for the 200-point game for YZG. At this point, you can't have really a 50-point game. They needed to get back to
52 points,
20-point games. But FPX climbing up, gonna get into those triple digits. Now going into the highlights brought to you by China Unicom. FPX on the attack on Titan, finding a nice Tessa ult onto YZG. Into that no ult zone just from the outside. Tessa backing up and sending it in. CXZ, and they're gonna get taken down by the Viper. Now GG, 1 HP situation. CGS able to kite this out, not get taken out, buying time for his team, and 330 able to close it out. This was very, very spicy. I remember running into this. We were watching this and we didn't see who was in the bush. The surprise coming out. Now going back to the Realm of Yang, FPX bringing the Viper in versus OA and able to gimmick them. This was outrageous right here. Viper composition beating a Transformers, but modern Transformers without the Yueishan, very vulnerable to silence. OA on the outside, gonna be able to find and pick off Wolves in this instance. The Kylan comes crashing down, lifting up ZK, so they're able to secure the kill on him. And this was an absolutely insane. I didn't believe that PB was gonna get up this double grab. He goes back to full health right now. I thought he was gonna be able to finish off Kiki right here. Doesn't pop F immediately, instead double tap dodges, so the Temi ult catches him. Kiki with the LB lifts them both up and is able to secure that MVP and placement neck to neck. 18 kills, both GG and FPX, but FPX ends up clinching it.
And it's gonna be a Viper MVP here with 24,000 damage, 7 kills, 10 assists, and the majority, look at that. All of his damage came from skills and ultimates. 10,000 damage came out from the from F2. 10k. He does more damage with F2 than he does with a weapon. If that doesn't show how strong this can be as a damage tool, I don't know what will. Oh my goodness. That's insanity. It's not even that it's like that close. 2,000 difference is significant, considering that the second highest damage contributor to his total damage was a weapon, and it was 2k behind his F abilities and ultimates. And that's obviously considering the slight bit of damage that happens at the end of the V2, but still, that is a lot of damage coming out from F2. And hey, I don't know though. I think F1 is slightly better. I agree with you. The blanket silence is pretty strong.
I just feel like a lot of teams aren't prepped for it right now, and it's gonna catch a lot of teams off guard. The tether for the longest times, there's definitely muscle memory that goes with it. That's seeing the tether and not being threatened. That extra 4 seconds of silence plus stagger, it's just so much. But just like stagger, guys, we're gonna go to break just for a brief moment as we go into our game 6. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going back to Pretoria nighttime. It's gonna be an explosive round to close out the day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA Pro League. I am Raven PLZ, and I'm joined by the #1 EU Target G himself, Dunkin' Donuts. It's been a wonderful day of trios. Game 5 in the bag. Bi-weekly 3. These teams are fighting for their last chance to get there. Some of the teams, it is their first day, but for a lot of these teams, it is their second day. They need to clutch up for this last game to get past that top 12 threshold, getting as much points as possible, because you do take a percentage into the bi-weekly finals. We've seen a lot of new things today. And we're seeing a trend change with the Viper. Traditionally, we've always seen Vipers with that F2, but we're seeing with that V2 change, that extended silence at the end, being looped with that F1 silence and creating a blanket situation with that test. That's something that we saw in like 2023 Worlds. And 2024, did we really see a lot of silence? No, we saw mainly F2 that year, but a lot of the times, Silence Viper always finds a way to sneak it back into the meta. We saw the likes of YCG, TXJ using it, and then we saw Wolves doing it, getting a ton of success. Now, it doesn't mean that F2, V2 didn't have a ton of success. We saw FPX roll through the lobby with the F2. So it really depends on how you end up playing a ton of situations. Will we see a big overall change? Who knows? We are going back to Predoria, which we saw on day 1. It was daytime, but we saw Transformers really dominate Predoria. That a lot of the wide open area, a lot of loot around the map allows you to really scale up and set up for the realm of Yang. Now, will we see that go down? We did see, like, even on like day 3, Holoroth, even though all of the teams played these slow scaling methodical teams, Siphon, and Transformers, it came down to just like a very small end game. No one is playing very conservative right now because everyone wants to go into that realm of Yang. The more teams that go into realm of Yang, the more teams that are possibly going to get eliminated, just because 2 or 3 teams are going to have that Yang depletion and have to hard commit on the outside. So we're seeing a lot less thick end games this day, surprisingly, because all the other trios days that I've casted, Duncan, we usually have had at least 18 to 24 people for end game.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It could possibly be a combination of the fact that, you know, some teams they're trying out some different things because they already feel like their spot in the bi-weekly finals is somewhat cemented. It could be due to the fact that it's the first day for some of these teams, and they're finding their footing, they're not feeling too confident, or it's not going so well for them, and they're dying in situations they shouldn't be, or they're playing a little bit too aggressive, and it's just not going well for them. Or it's the other way around. They're getting very aggressive and then hitting the ground running and just getting a lot of kills early on and catching people off guard. It could be a combination of lots of different things. And also Viper being a lot more prevalent now. We see BBE picking up the same composition yet again with the Viper, Matari, Wuchen, funnily enough, in first phase coming through. It looks as though it's a bit of everything. You know, one thing I was actually going to say, oh, wait a minute. Oh my goodness. What is this? Bowder. What?
Whoa.
Syra, Tianhai, Justina. The limit test composition, if I've ever seen one, right there. I have to say.
It's similar to the Transformers idea, or the Cannonball idea. You're putting a monk instead of Feria. I think I've seen this attempted before. I haven't seen it work out though.
But what I was gonna say was how Predoria, in a lot of situations, in endgame scenarios, it has a very high likelihood. I remember you telling me this a while ago. It has a very high likelihood that the terrain situation is going to be very goofy or very vertical in those endgame scenarios, because there's a lot more of those kind of areas on Predoria, meaning that Kylin inherently does slightly better because of that, because you can just knock people around very easily, knock them off of this terrain, and control the space a lot more easily with Kylin. So I was going to say that it's fair to expect a bit more Kylin coming through for Predoria, but it looks as though that's not the case. It's going to be only 3 of them. I mean, it's not none, so there's definitely a few. And perhaps it could be due to the fact that a lot of Kylin Monk zipping was played earlier on in the series, in the 6-game series, so perhaps that's why. But regardless, we are gonna get a chance to see F2 V1 Justina with the F1 V2 Monk and the F1 V1 Syra coming through. I have to say, I don't remember this being picked up in Nbpl. Do you remember who it was, or was it?
I don't remember who, or what did they pick?
Well, this composition, the Bowder pick. You said that you remember seeing it once before, but
it's Bowder. They always pick this. They haven't MVP'd around though. They're able to get kills with this, but the durability of it doesn't survive in endgame. It's a little bit different. It's just when you play Spirit well, as everyone's kind of fighting for it, right? You have to have one character that pushes people out. 'Cause for that last little bit of slither of capping the point in endgame, you have to be able to push them out of it or prevent them from getting in. And like Monk doesn't really push it out. Justina freezes you but doesn't really push you out. Syra knocks you up but doesn't really push you out. And the comp set do have a lot of success. Like Faria, if she shoots you, you go flying out. And Kylin, if he just does a normal dash, it shoves you super far away. Takeda, same thing. You want to be able to have these abilities that allow you to claim that Spirit well. Not only do you have to win Yang now, but you also have to be a very, very strong comp when it comes to claiming that last little bit of Spirit well. Because if not, you don't really hold the end game in your destiny. You can do a couple things to mitigate the risk by moving away from the team that's about to just like roll out with double ult and start chasing people. But ideally, you want to be that composition and win that. Now, Balda could have fixed it. A lot of like the shortcomings, so we'll have to see. I'm excited to see what they're gonna do with this Justina Syra variation with Monk.
Absolutely, we'll have to wait and see. But we're taking a look at GG scrapping it out against TE. Beautiful jump parry coming out from CJS. CJS has been on point with the parries today, I have to say. I feel like whenever I call out a parry, it's CJS cooking someone with a well-timed parry, just fully denying the 180, or just straight up coming in on the flank, jumping in with that parry. Beautifully done by CJS and GG. Now OUG and WZ contesting Arcadia, perhaps trying to secure themselves this Vulpine Essence Red Soul Jade. Unfortunately for WZ, they are going to be dying off spawn to OUG. OUG going up to 3 eliminations. Only the 1 blue armor so far, but they are going to be taking the time to pick up these coins and secure that Vulpine Essence. If those of you at home don't know what I'm talking about, there are coins dotted around Arcadia in this area, and then under the main sort of pillar, like bridge point, the middle of Arcadia, there's this blue rock. If you get 7 of those coins, put them next to the rock, it will spit out a red ball Soul Jade that is essentially Mortal Defiance with a little bit extra juice. It heals 1,000 health, and it gives you a little bit of damage reduction and knocks players back. Very useful Soul Jade to get your hands on if you're able to do so.
Going over to the center of the map, we have OA chasing down Bowda as they're retreating because OA is just super sack right now. They got purple armor already onto their Zai. Now he doesn't have purple weapon right now. He is going to land the Meteor onto the Syra. They are going to lock down XCM right now. Everyone from OA rotating to focus fire this player, but Syra ult is going to go off. PP stuck in a tough position, is going to get juggled right now. And it looks like, wow, Bowda turns this around. You chase him a little bit too far, and OA is going to lose their Syra. They don't want to lose any more of their armor. I believe PP probably has a res to his name. He does. So they are going to take the reset and live to fight another day. It looks like OUG is going to be able to get the Vulpine's Essence all the way to the north. One of the strongest items in the game with 1,000 HP on Kill Strike, heal. We are going to get BBE on their Viper, Wuchen, Matari versus FPX, and one of them is going to get instantly executed. Looks like Roy Hehe does go down to the Kiki. The knives from the blind spot, ends up decapitating him and taking him down. And now Yuyan and FPX looking to lock down Devon, but he is gonna get away for a second, moving left, right. But FPX does have him in the crosshairs, looks for the meteor right now, trying to get the scale rush, but the Wuchen port is going to come out, but it goes nowhere. They're out in the open.
Oh no.
Does not matter. I mean, Devon's going to move to the right here, try to create some space, but Fuyan again gets the grapple stagger. Light attack is going to be coming out. And finally, Kiki again going to close it out on the outside with the max range knife attack, and BBE is going to get wiped off spawn by FPX.
That's their second death as well. That is a full wipe back to the lobby for BBE. That's insane. To be honest, though, I am very surprised that Roy Hee was exploded that quickly in that fight. He took so much damage from the Matari, and then coming in, the Wuchen have to try and heal him up. The ultimate pop from the V3, even through that little bit extra healing that you get, the little bit of damage reduction, is just not enough to keep him alive. The flying knives coming in and sniping him out of the air, pinning him to the ground. He's just down. And then that Wuchen port, I have to say, I'm not sure if it was an attempt at a bluff or something. You know, we're gonna go back this, we're gonna go that way, but they just sort of see them move from one side of them to the other and didn't really go anywhere, unfortunately. It is what it is. BBE, it's only their first day. Perhaps in the second day, they're going to be able to find their footing and actually qualify into the bi-weekly final. And I certainly hope that they are able to do so for their sake. Now, taking a look at YZG, just going through their rotation, they do have a kill on the board already. Looks as though they did go down to a team somewhere, as they have lost their reses. And they're going to be going out to the outskirts, trying to find some loot and get that ultimate for Takeda scaled up, perhaps. What are the chances that you're actually able to get the Takeda ultimate fully scaled to gold before first Yang or even?
If you land the money position on all maps, it's possible. There are 2 spots on Holoroth that you can actually get to gold. It's one of the strategies that XEG used to do when they were still in league, and GG attempts to do every single time. It's a little bit harder now because they changed. Well, you don't get as much money anymore, and I don't think as many teams are running discount. We haven't really gotten to see the glyphs on many teams like we have in the past. So before, you were regenerating money, so it was possible to open up enough slots that you got to gold. I don't think I've seen a gold Takeda in this first Yang at least this season. I might have overlooked it though. It's just Predoria in particular. The top left has a ton of jars. The hard left, I forgot what the city is called on the left, has a ton of coins and everything. We are gonna get away fighting for one of the Mercury platforms versus, I believe this is YZG. A little bit of hostility from them, a little bit of probing for weakness, but OUG is gonna find the zipping getting very, very low, trying to close out XX move from WZ. The V1 is gonna be taken for that zipping, able to pick up them, and now OUG is acting in the back foot after getting parried right now. SS is gonna do his best to max range this, but Shinyu is gonna get caught out right here to cover his teammates. Nice horizontal gonna be coming through to slow down the Monk. The Monk still has ultimate right now, no grapples to his name. Wind walls are gonna be coming down, but Shinyu is gonna get committed here. Nice job from WZ not letting these guys out. Luye is missing a lot of grabs right now. Finally gets a grab onto SS. Gonna immediately punch him to get healed right now. SS down to a last hit situation. Baby U doing a good job of peeling for him. He is gonna get scooped up from the Monk jump, and now SS gonna come and fry Luye's legs right now. SS looking for the overhold, coming in after the Monk de-transforming. He is gonna find the hit, and the Soul Boom is gonna come out, but WZ in a tough position right now. They had the Monk ult up, but now with no Monk, they are at the mercy of OUG, and OUG is gonna clean them up in zone.
Damn, that is actually quite surprising. WZ was on the front foot, they had them on the ropes, and OUG just able to fully turn the fight play it extremely well. I feel like the terrain was slightly scuffed for them as for WZ, as the monk was just sort of stood on top of this rock that just makes the perspective of trying to grab these players slightly more difficult, as they can go directly underneath him looking for these fries, and it kind of just fell apart. I don't really know exactly what the cause was. The Tessa ultimate did come through, but it wasn't that impactful in terms of the monk, as he was able to get that grab into the keel. Regardless, that is one to review. For now, we're going into the realm of Yang with YZG up against OA. Tutik taken down pretty low, but he is invisible. The Matari ultimate has been popped. YZG TXJ with that Syra ultimate, trying to get that peel off, trying to heal up his teammates, but it looks as though CXZ is going to fall regardless. QGG now stunned, dazzled by this enemy. Syra Tutik is going to get taken down though. 1 HP, not gonna live out this one. OA now trying to use this pillar to kite away, trying to survive and last out the rest of that Syra ultimate, which now has expired, sending out that horizontal focus at the end after that RMB. Extremely spooky. TXJ very willing to throw it. The parry comes through. He does have to use that combo breaker, swapping to flying knives, now picking up that hang sword, looking for the scale rush again, does find it. OA PP is gonna get chopped up, sliced and diced by those flying knives, and there it is. YZG was looking dire, but no sir, they are going to recover, come out on top. They truly are a force to be reckoned with.
YZG, they can do it all. I don't believe they double pick Siphon. They tried everything else right now, and but most teams need to play 8 rounds of composition, so definitely have to have Siphon in the books. FPX with Vermilion's buff, Kiki's gonna get really low right now. Has to be careful. Cyro gonna pick up Kiki, forcing out the Wuchen pour. Now OUG hard grappling away. Looks like FPX does have max grapple distance. Kiki trying to close the distance, has the gold weapon right now, trying to find Baby U to get an attack off, but nice shot from OUG to kite out this position. Now SS buying some space, force team to reset right here. Now SS leading the charge with the F2, putting everyone very blow up Kiki. That purple Hong Sword just doing so much damage, and that white tiger buff giving OUG the edge of sustain. I don't know, Duncan. One of the things that I think in the future, that even though red buff puts you in a safer position because it doesn't matter if you die, I feel like going one of the more offensive buffs gives you the ability to just outright win a fight, so you just have to just target select well. You don't get third party. It is very risky though with the Yang depletion situations. We are going to get SR versus YZG with that Vermilion's, but Zhao going to be diving in. Misses the grab off the stagger of jump, and now YZG able to go inside the tunnel. SR has to be careful right here to fall for the trap. They don't have the support of the monk if they go into that small little bit of area. A little bit of terrain grief for the monk. Sad times for monk to have no one to grab. Make it sad for Mr. Monk right there, but YZG gonna come out now that the monk is de-transforming, and TXJ putting in the work with the bedazzling orb into beam, into the hallway. Big damage gonna be coming in. YZG is gonna be healing up, but the Kylan ult's gonna be coming out. Big damage gonna be diving through the car crash. You see the Kylan just putting in the work right now. CXZ desperately trying to get away from this. TXJ does his best to keep a little bit of heals onto them, but no more ults of the name. They have to be careful right now. 40 seconds left on their Vermilions. They are all in right here. SR wants to smoke right now. Temi ult's gonna finally be invested, and now TXJ looking for the hit. CXZ is going to be kicking down. Fire's coming out. TXJ gets another 1, 2, 3. Ed's going to get parried. QGG down to 1 HP, and the call has been made. Let yourself go into the fire and get res as Bowder comes into the party and tries to claim some kills.
This is a very scary party. This is a dungeon rave right now. What are we watching? That fire cage The fire lantern was giving me so much anxiety. It gets dropped down and everyone's just burning. We got the Bowders XCM inside. He's the bouncer. What's going on here? Let's get this mosh pit calmed down. It's just double grab kablam. He's trying to find it. We cleanse the Yang depletion, but he's going extremely low. The Ravers are going crazy. He gets one heal. XEM jumping in, slam. The double slam does come out of ultimate, but he does not survive. SS1 trying to clean this up. Only 3 eliminations, not really able to get too much out of this. TE diving in. Everyone's late to the party. Everyone's gone to afters already. They're just left in a very lonely cave right now. They do find one more. A straggler from SS1. SS1 is now going to be in a bit of a bad spot as they have lost him, but TE do turn their attention over to TXJ on YZG, who are lurking on the outskirts right now. SS1's one. No, his teammates are nowhere inside. Actually, no, wait a minute. I think I can see one. They're hiding somewhere. I can see them on the map. Bowder, Jing, speaking of hiding, he's trying to hide himself. Oh my goodness. TE just barely. Oh, if I can't see him, he can't see me. Don't look at the TE's not gonna see him, and Bowder's actually gonna survive for now. But SR is next on the menu. Zhao is going to be popping that Monk ultimate, denying the denial to the res. They are going to be able to resurrect their teammate. Junks does have that ultimate. They might be able to make it out of here alive, but it's not going to be easy because of all this open space. Not very many things to kite around. But are these teams going to look for the commitment? Because it could be dangerous on their side as well.
Yeah, so many teams piling to the cave, and this fight has just kept going right here. The SR has to be careful right now. Those Wolves has all 3 ultimates in the tank, but Spiritwell is going to be coming up. They have to debate on whether or not to chase this kill of no ultimates or play for this Spiritwell. Tough position right here. Now, TE got here first. How many teams are going to come contest? Now, Wolves going to be coming in. Looking at, they actually decide that SR is the better play right here. They don't want to play passive, playing for loot. They want to take the offensive right now. Tamiel's going to be coming out with the Syra and the Takeda. All 3 ultimates, all the buttons pressed right now. Everything's shining right now. Zhao gonna get hit in the back with the R&B of these fist blades, trying to get the focus fire onto this retreating Monk. ZK doing his best to come in. Nice spell coming out for Monk to deny a ton of that damage. The Dazzle is going to come out a little bit late on the R&B right there. He's going to get parried back-to-back parries. Wait a second. Zhao on a parry mission. He's unfocused attackable. Now NHU in a tough position on the Temi of Wolves. Goes for the armor swap right now, and Junks with the armor swap as well, the white armor. ZK jumping in with the jumping LMBs, trying to close out the last little bit of health of Junks. 1 kill down, but no, look who's showing up the party. OUG with the attack on Titan, finding a couple compositions getting caught with their pants down off guard. ZK stuck in a bad position, is gonna get lifted off by the fan, taken for a ride, and cleaned up by OUG.
Indeed, the action does not yet stop though, ladies and gentlemen. We're diving into the realm of Yang. YZG scrapping it out against FPX. CXZ again, he's getting focused down. He's going extremely low. He might be taken down here. Will it be up to TXJ and QGG to clutch it up in Yang yet again? QGG does get parried. He does find himself not getting punished though due to that Furion Blast. He is going to be able to close out one of these kills. The Matari is next on the list. They're still trying to chase down CXZ. TXJ is doing his best job to peel him. Is not very easy though. Matari very hard to hold down along with this Syra, the vertical combo breaker. The 1-2-3 comes out from the RMB. The stab, the twirl. There it is. A YZG. They're not going down. They are going to clutch it up yet again, cleaning up this realm of Yang. And again, we're back into more action. SR Zhao, the parry machine, is going to be focused down by the remaining, oh my goodness, the remaining players in the area. OUG just cleaning up this fight. The afters are over. Everyone's gone to bed, dead and buried. Unfortunately, OUG going to be able to fully capitalize on this, going up to 14 eliminations.
18 people left alive. tons of teams with Draco Storm for 2 minutes. Everyone's going to go into hiding right now. GG. CJS looking very, very stacked. And the name of the game for the weapon of the day has definitely been knives. Even CGS is running the blue knives in this instance, not running purple knives. Just the amount of range and utility and how safe this weapons could be. I wonder how long this is going to last. And this is pre-buff knives too.
Yeah,
I can only imagine by the next bi-weekly, when we go most likely to the next patch, just like, what are we doing here with faster R&B? Now, a big trick to knives, ladies and gentlemen, that we're not seeing it yet. Unlike a lot of other weapons, you can actually R&B into LB leading into uppercuts, but the R&B on knives goes so far away, so it's super tricky landing on your opponent. You're able to fake that focus attack, get a light attack in. A lot of people haven't been doing it yet, but they made it even easier after they buffed it. Haven't got to test it as much, but I'm curious to see in trios. The main thing that we're seeing is that everyone's just holding LMB at just like super max range or off on the corner, and they're just getting big damage. It's like 800 damage to the side of the head. Now going to this last little bit, everyone super stacked. YZG on the Takeda has that gold ult, lock and loaded. Bauda as well on the attack on Titan, or OUG on the attack on Titan, looking super stacked, making their way to the center, checking out what their bounty is doing, seeing if there's any free kills to be had here.
See them having Draco Storm atop that tower? Maybe not.
No, thank you. 23 people left alive. Interestingly enough, more stacked endgame than we previously have seen. A lot of the teams not opting to go into forcing that for a next Yang. FPX, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. They have their Yang depletion up, but they need to find a soul balloon around the map, and everyone is hiding out right now. Now, around 2 minutes of your Yang depletion, you know for sure that the buff is like not going to be on the map. 50 seconds left on YZG and TE. So a little bit less, like minute and 30. A lot of teams are stalling out their buffs so they can extend a little bit longer. FPX looking for just anyone to take this fight, and the time is ticking. Once you get to a minute 30, you definitely start feeling the pressure just because of how tanky teams are. It's very hard to burst and get 3 soul blooms. So we'll have to see whether or not they can find FPX can find a team right now. They have 11 kills, so if they happen to get a soul bloom here, there's still a good chance of whether or not they get an MVP. They are going to run into OUG as they come down, and it looks like they're going to be all in this one. SS1 and OUG in front of them. Only 10 grapples to their name, and then the moon main pops, Duncan. The moon main pops.
Oh my goodness. It is 1 minute 30. It's go time. Just send it. Just send it. The first team they see, just go. We have to go. If we don't go, we are going to the lobby. Yuyan are jumping in, getting hit by that Tassa ultimate. The cavalry bloom going to cover that reclaim of the soul. Yuyan now getting out of range of that V3 from the Viper, is going to be able to pop that ultimate, but Kiki taken down extremely low, and OUG going to be teleporting away. The Wu Chen did only just survive on a very small amount of health, but they are going to be able to survive nonetheless. FPX diving in, Yuyan trying to find something. They're trying to catch any of these players. He's trying to heal up his teammates. TE coming in for that third party. They can smell the desperation on the side of FPX. They know that one team still has Yang depletion most likely, and they've decided that this is probably the most likely team to have it. FPX now on the run, trying their best to disengage. Fuyan is going to go down to the knives though. Youth taking full advantage of that ultimate with the flying knives, just leaving him no room to disengage. TE are going to be able to pick up their third kill of the game, and this might be the start of a very explosive end game here, as we have all of these players circling around this building, but it's not in the zone. So we are going to see a huge flock of players and teams trying to make their way into the safe zone. We do have that Spirit Well coming online as well now that I believe GG has picked up. They've gotten themselves a Draco Storm. We see LXM diving in, and they do get that kill onto FPX ZGE, and Kiki is going to go down to OA. Unfortunately, they're not able to cleanse those Yang depletions. just one of those things that at this point, at this this meta, you know, as the game, the environment, the scene has progressed and evolved, cleansing Yang depletion has become so difficult because there are so many things that you can do just to finesse the situation. You keep an eye on the kill feed, you know who has Yang depletion, you stay on the outside, you watch and try and find that team, and you wait and you hunt for the third-party opportunity, and you know the timer, you know when they have it, you know how long it's gonna last. Same thing with the buffs. Yang depletion situation has added such a, like, has added so much to the game and so many phases and scenarios that exist now because of the Realm of Yang. And I have to say, although some people may not like it, it does add to it. You know, it is definitely a big risk now to go into the Realm of Yang, because before, I remember back in the day, Soul Blooms, they didn't expire. It was never a risk. And then they did expire. It still wasn't too big of a risk because you could probably still find it because the Yang depletion situation hadn't been fully figured out. But now, it's rough out there once you have it.
SS1. Actually, we're going back and forth. Dracostorm onto GG. 20 people left alive. 80% Moonbane on the field. CJS, and this is where GG shines when they get to this end game and they're stacked like this. We saw them fall a little bit short versus FPX. Will they fall short again? They're known to close out this with MVPs once they get here. Now they have their work cut out for them because looking at the leaderboard, OUG already at 14 kills. They are more than 10 kills possible for GG, so they can find a way to navigate this, to pick up 10 kills and steal this MVP. And they do have the gold Jade. Wait a minute, ZTT goes for a ride right now, immediately dashing off and into Moonbane. Nowhere to go, but the new Jade just doing so much damage and crowd control to him, plus that Moonbane. Tough break for my man. And YZG on the other side. Wait a second, where's YZG as far as points? Oh, they're at 9 points as well. So YZG, OUG, GG, definitely the favorites to taking this out. It looks like YZG does have Dragonborn. Gonna immediately go in, and LXM shoves him out of here. Get out of here, buddy. No more of that stuff. GGS is gonna be using the new knife
two. They have two of them.
You have two of them. Oh my goodness. Wait, the Sparkle. Oh my goodness. They're just putting it out every single direction. How do you close the distance right now? CGS is gonna pop that Monk ult. Let everyone know Monk has arrived. If you want to come in the circle, you looking to get grabbed, sucker? Look at CGS menacing, looking around, going on the high ground, scouting out everyone, letting everyone know they're gonna last second hold this, keeping this max up. Wait a second, we do get a scoop from onto Juan from across the map, and we are going to hit that ultimate. Kylan's gonna pop his ultimate. LXM gonna bring the pain to Zuwan, finding the kill right now, plus the Jade. Fun and interactive gaming, Duncan, indeed.
Indeed. Also, pre-buff. This Jade got buffed as well, bro. That's insanity. We're gonna be, it's the Moonshard Storm rolling through the lobby right now. GG having now used that Kylan ultimate. He has yet another one in the pocket, ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, they are just sitting there at the bottom. You know, everyone is just huddling at the top. Let's not go down there, boys. PP, the only one with the confidence to sit in this bush on his own. I have to say, I'm very surprised no one's checked this one yet. CJS is literally a couple meters away. Just they have Mystic Might as well. They know he's in there. They're just not hitting him. They're just letting him sit there for some reason. I don't know why, but I think maybe this is just the juicier target at the moment. They grapple up CJS with the cannon, trying to find some damage, trying to find some poke. The Moonshard Storm, not only is it good to just send out into a group of people, but you can use it to cover your teammates as well, as they just sort of slowly push forwards into another team. Because it's going to cover any range. It's going to cover all of these weapon attacks. How do you deal with this? You can send it in the opposite direction and then turn it around and have it be gold focused. It's insanity. It's like the combination of Dragon's Roar and Merciless Havoc, and it's just omnidirectional. It's just Zai in a Jade at this point. plus multi-hit. I don't even know how to describe this. It's crazy. They are going crazy right now. They're now deciding to hold on to this top of this barracks here, the top of the wall. They're hiding behind it. YZG underneath, TE at the very bottom of the ultimate low ground. GG, they are. I don't even know how to describe what I'm looking at, Raven. What's going on? What's happening? Just the blender team right now.
The new 2025 CGS is going to be popping that ultimate. They need to make up 10 more kills right now. OUG was able to pick up 2 more right now. Is there enough kills in the lobby? There's still 11 more kills to be had. CGS has to find an ult right here. Temi ult's going to be coming down, denying a lot of this grab, but Water is going to get grabbed by CGS. LXM burning him up. They're going to slam him into this corner, but Water is going to fall right back down. Unlucky for CGS and GG. They are going to scoop up one more again.
Oh, no!
No, Kablawi just at the end. But wait a second, we're getting a full knives. Oh my god, they're just lifting him up to the moon. What is happening right now? GG absolutely shredding anyone who comes to high ground, and now they're coming to the low ground with the knife jays, lifting everyone off the ground. LXM is going to get put into the corner right now. Has to be careful right now with the Kylan ult. Takeda shoving him back up. He's trying to make it out of here, but he can't get out. The focus slide from YZG's CXZ gonna close out that fight. YZG climbing up the leaderboard at 11 kills. They have a little bit more kills to pass OUG with 6 players left alive. TXA into that Syra ultimate, getting the beams off, looking for someone low. TE's Youth getting a ton of damage, and YZG's QGG is gonna kill confirm that. Another Monk ult is gonna be going down. Showdown is gonna fall. YZG racking up the kills right now, up to 12. Can they get 4 more? They at least can get a tie if they're able to win this heal off situation, but CGS on the high ground is going to get 1 scoop. Does he get 2? Can he get another one so he can get fully heal? He cannot. He gets a little bit of heal right now, but OUG Sinyu right on the corner as well. They are looking to clutch us up on the Tessa. 1 grab is going to come down. TXA gets scooped up and taken into zone. TXA trying to come back, find another kill right now. SS1 high above the air with the Syra. Looks like TE worth him is going to win the heal off situation, up to 14 kills. It's not going to be enough for YZG, and OUG is going to be able to secure the win, up to 18 kills. Ooh, that end game was nuts to close out the day.
It really was. After the game before as well, Raven. We've been treated today to some extremely exciting games. What a pleasure it has been. Oh my goodness though, but hey, GG, you know why they lost? They were having too much fun. They were like, let's keep going, let's keep going. They dropped down into everyone. Oh, wait a minute, maybe this wasn't a good idea. The Moonshard Storm just gave them too much confidence, having too much fun. Drop down and just get cooked by the Kylan dashing through. Regardless though, still a very, very solid game from all of these teams. OUG gonna be the ones coming out on top though. Unfortunately for GG, they're not able to lock it down at the very end, but oh my goodness, what a game. What a Jade.
Yeah, the new Knife Jade is absolutely ridiculous. It's similar to like Merciless or Dragon War or Dreadful Whale. It's just a really, really good lockdown Jade. But like you were saying, Duncan, you're allowed to like aim it different directions. And we saw them lift up multiple players. And you had a good point that GG gets a little bit of overconfident, overheats a little bit, drops down from the high ground, and the zone ends up pulling back to the high ground. So if they would have just stayed up there, they probably would have cleaned up the lobby. A little bit of a misstep from GG. Normally they're one of the teams that considers a lot of those factors. Holding ultimate height, definitely really important in that situation. As spectators though, as casters, all of us watching at home, we do have the privilege of knowing how many kills are on the leaderboard. So kind of gauging how many kills you need makes you feel like you can go down to the bottom and lobby wipe everyone. But like you said, Duncan, like a Kylan ult or a Takeda ult is super oppressive, and if you don't have ways to deal with it, it's very easy to not secure it. And we did see a focus slide come out onto the Kylan. Even though Kylan has a very, very oppressive ultimate, you can still get hit if you don't get the rotation going where you're double jumping and going for that double slash. So a little bit of a misstep from GG, but also super, super well played by OUG to clutch up that last round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think YZG was also in the mix at the very end. They too, I believe, have a lot of kills off the back of their game, but unfortunately not able to close it out and get that MVP. OUG going to be holding that title for game number 6. But oh my, I'm worried about I'm worried about Moonshot Storm now, and just generally Knives, because it's. Do you think that perhaps is actually possible? They might not actually go to the live patch next week. Instead, they'll continue to play on this patch, and then for anything after that, because that'll be the bi-weekly 4. Anything after that, we'll play on a patch that Knives might be nerfed. Perhaps, who knows at this point? Because I'm not sure if they could leave it in this state if it's this powerful in trios. Or do you think it's okay for them to leave it like this, Raven, or at least in the buff state that it currently is on live, without it being adjusted? Do you think it's something that is yet to be figured out on how to counter this, or do you think it's just straight up might need to be adjusted?
I would say because there's no melee aim assist, a lot of the casual base and just most people who are just like, remember, this is pro league, so everyone's min-maxing this to the moon, and I would say it's the first weapon that doesn't have melee aim assist. And there have been other weapons that have been super broken as far as damage, so it'll probably still be the game for like a month or two at least. Maybe they might tune down the damage at the very least, because they literally 2x the damage. I think that's a little much, 2xing the damage to get everyone to use it, but they do want the data to see how the player base is going to utilize it. And maybe there'll be more weapons like flying knives, which I keep saying that melee aim assist, I've always not been a fan of it. I think it minimizes the skill expression, and it makes the game more fun when you have something to work on something like aiming your attacks. Now, looking at this leaderboard, OUG clutching it up, 18 kills, 20 points to close out the day. YZG, 14 kills. They were desperately trying to pass them at 15.5, neck to neck with everyone else. Same thing with FPX and GG. Really stacked endgame with a high wall situation. SR with 7, TE with 5, Bauda with 4 kills, SS1 with 3, Wolves with 4, OA with 3. Very high kill sub. BB, tough break for them. They only had a little bit of success on their nuance Viper Matari. Now looking at the stats of OUG, Baby U on his Wu Chen, keeping his team alive. Tessa with Xin Yu, keeping his Viper alive. SS leading the squad with his F3v3. So many assists across the board, everyone contributing, and that's a general trend I've seen for this current meta, is everyone is contributing to the success of the team. Support, position 2, position 1, everyone is getting in there, doing a lot of damage and securing kills.
Absolutely, that's what you want. But let's have a look at the total standings, including both days, day 1 and day 2 of bi-weekly 3. In the middle of the pack, we currently have OUG sitting in the 12th position. Definitely happy to end their first day in that 12th place spot, because it means that they can potentially just go straight up afterwards. In the upcoming day, not only not only are they going to have the opportunity to not have to deal with quite like YZG, pretty much a lot of the teams that played today are all sitting in the top right now. So YZG, FPX, SROA, Bauda, all aren't going to be playing on day number 2. So it's going to be very nice for those teams in that middle of the pack to come in and they play their second day and secure their bi-weekly final qualification. I have to say, looking at this now, that Bauda might actually be it's crazy to think, but since they're in 5th, it's actually possible that Bauda might not make it off of this 81 points, considering that last week we saw a similar scenario where 80 to 90 points was actually the qualification threshold. Regardless though, let's take a look at some of these highlights off the back of game number 6, brought to you by China Unicom. And ladies and gentlemen, OUG being the MVP of this game. And we see this fight against WZ, which somehow went their way. I still am unsure as to what happened and what really caused this fight to swing in their favor, considering how much of a disadvantage they were at initially.
YZG closing out, and you see the flying knives, the damage. and especially paired up with the Takeda shoves, that distance, the one charge coming out over and over, FPX trying to land the Matari dash onto him, QGG maneuvering, swerving, up the pressure. Overhold's gonna be coming in with the R&B. Big damage gonna be going down onto that pulsar. Oh my god, this is a part. Just the juggle plus the Kylan all coming in, mashing everyone. Now the clutch up. OUG's Shinyu. Remember, he was the last man standing. He was crouching on that little bit of pocket against all odds against the Temiol. He goes in, yoinks that last little bit of heal, and he gets into the heal off situation to tie everyone. But because they had the most amount of kills, they're able to steal that MVP round. Tessa able to compete with the Cyros. Very well played by OUG's Shinyu to position himself wisely to clutch up the heal off situation for his team.
Absolutely. For 21,000 damage and 10,000 of which coming out from the longsword without even a longsword Jade in sight. 5,000 from the fan, 7 eliminations and 9 assists, 10,000 healing for that assault smolder in play. No, it's just standard good NARAKA. We've you and I have talked about the Tessa coming out as you try to get me to play Tessa XD. I understand it a little bit better now for sure. It's you just gotta protect the team, keep them alive, and if you're able to do a lot of damage alongside that, that is just bonus points. And he definitely was able to clutch it up in the end as to stay alive and tied up, as you said. Very well done by OUG to come away with that many kills at the end, considering how oogly GG was getting it towards the end, along with TXJ and co. YZG coming out with quite a lot of kills as well at the end, almost taking it for themselves as well if they would have been able to survive into the end and get those placement multiplier. But it is pretty sad to see that GG fumbled, had a little bit too much fun, and got severely punished for it.
It's interesting how the winning percentage of MVP rounds, I think the two compositions that kind of fell off is definitely Zyphon. Zais haven't been able to close out as much. Takeda and Monk definitely have found situations they close out. And today we saw Cannonball. Now, until this third bi-weekly, we didn't really see Feria teams, or Cannonball as we call it, have a ton of success getting the MVPs. I think everyone will definitely go back in the lab, study what Wolves and YZG did this time. Now, I think definitely the second most successful, I think Transformers is probably one right now. It's definitely Viper. And traditionally we always thought like Viper can't win heal off situations, but like we saw right there, depending on the terrain and the navigation of it, Viper has been doing actually very fine in endgame no matter what the map is. And so the current meta is very equal. Before it was very like Takeda dominated, like you had to play Takeda in order to have a ton of success. Now we will have our last interview of the day before we close out with our closing thoughts.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview and Leah. So this time we have OG SS come to our interview. So please hello to our audience first. 请苏苏先跟我们大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OG 的 SS。
Okay, welcome. So for the last game, to be honest, the bronze shape of the final circle is not very good for your team. So how did you use your advantage to deal with the final circle? 那其实最后一把，其实老实讲，那个地形对你们来说不是特别的有利。那你们是怎么去处理最后这个决赛圈的呢？
就是藏起来，然后搅乱战场。
We just trying to hide ourselves and mix all the other teams to fight. Well, so we saw you use F2V2 for Viper in the last game. You know, we can see there's a lot of selection of Viper's F and V. So how did you do the consideration about that? 那其实最后我们也是看到苏苏去使用霓虹叶的 F2 和 V2 嘛。那其实我们联赛当中大家都有很多不同的选择，你是怎么去考虑的？
因为那个 F2 落地架厉害，然后收残局比较厉害，就是比较强。
那 V 呢
？VR 的话，现在版本点杀很厉害，所以就带了 VR。
Okay, so I think F2 is really good for doing the board fight, and also for V2 is like good at to do the cooperation with your teammate and to kill the other team immediately. Okay, let's move on to our answer for Tracker, please. So this time our question is, which role did OUGSS use in Game 6？ 那我们这次的问题是，苏苏在第6把使用了哪一个英雄呢 ？A 是子平 ，B 是张起灵 ，C 是天海 ，D 是宁红叶。来，是苏苏给我们倒计时一下吧 ，Please count down time.
3, 2, 1。
Okay, screenshot everyone. So what's the answer? 答案是什么
？D.
Yes, the answer is D. Well, we know like before this season, the monk position was played by the king. So after he left, how did your team to do the discussions about like who replaced this part? 那其实我们知道，在这个赛季之前一直是小刘去玩大佛的，对不对？那我们这个赛季来到之后，你们去怎么商量这个位置的替换的？
就是谁玩佛效果好就是谁去玩的嘛。
那现在是决定是谁了？
小雨。
已经决定了，是不是？
是的。
Okay, so we just let everyone to try to play monk and to see who can play the best. So now we chose Xingyu to play the monk because he can play the best. Okay, so after we move on to this patch and we came up with a new weapon, which is flying knife. How do you think about like which combinations was affected by the flying knife the most? 那其实我们来到这个新版本也是多了一个新武器嘛。你觉得这个武器影响最大的是哪个阵容？
大佛吧。
Why？
是抓到手两个飞刀直接就补死了，就不用打了。
I think maybe it's the monk position because if like your monk do a grapple and we can use the flying knife to kill the like players on their head. Yeah, very fast time. But it's just like a poker face. Like if your team play monk and also have the flying knife, which is very lucky. 但是会不会觉得是一个就像双刃剑一样？如果两者都在你们这边的话，会不会感觉就是非常的顺利了？
因为他的武器很厉害，现在在我们身上就很舒服玩的。
Okay, so I think flying knife is really a strong weapon, and if we have this weapon in the game, it will be a very lucky and very like a smooth game in the competition. Okay, thank SS for doing this. 那也是谢谢苏苏来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
Hello and welcome back after that interview. Thank you to Leah for that interview and for the players as well. You know, it's kind of funny to me when he says, she asked him, how did you decide who was going to play monk and replace the king on the team? And he just said, we just let everyone try monk and see who did best. I was just like, I like playing monk. Yeah, but he does it better. I mean, what else is there? Might as well just see who does best, who's performing best, because that's the ideal scenario if you're looking to try and win in this competitive environment. What did you think about that one, Raven?
I mean, it's interesting because the king, when he first transitioned from solos, I remember watching his monk with Tryhard. And I'm not gonna lie, his monk was super scuffed when he first joined the league. And they actually moved him to Kurumi the next time. He missed every single grab this one time. And to see how much the king has evolved to the point where he was a staple for their monk, and now they're scrambling to replace him. Now the king has rebranded and has gone to another team. Now looking at the overall leaderboard, ending the day, BBE at 15.5. They still have another day to themselves. 521 at 38.5. ERG at 41, WBG at 44, TE their first day at 45, OUG at 50. Big numbers here. Same with SS1 at 52.8. Tough break for WZ at only 9.5 for the day. We'll have to see whether or not they'll make it through. You were saying, Duncan, that 80 was the threshold last time. Wolves, big day for them. 53.7, keeping on pace. Alliance and JL both having a good first day as well. GG having a massive first day at 70.3. Definitely going to be getting through, almost qualifying completely through one day. Bauda 33.5, solid day as well. Definitely going to be making it through with that. Number 965 for OA. Massive day for them at 95.5. SR at 48.5. Solid day. Back-to-back consistent days for SR. FPX at 65.1. Really big clutch rounds for them. And YZG keeping up their blistering pace. basically qualifying off singular days and taking a decent amount of points going into this bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, that is going to be a chunky little sort of starting point threshold. Is going to be very nice for them. Let's take a look at the schedule so far. Well, this is of the first bi-weekly that we had last month, and it's progressed further here into this bi-weekly too, that we also have YZG coming away with the win in trios, Wufang in the win in solos in the bi-weekly final, and now here is going to be the upcoming week after today. We're not going to be seeing you tomorrow, unfortunately, but we are going to be back on Thursday, starting it off with the final group stage day of solos into the trios final group stage day, and then the bi-weekly finals on Saturday and Sunday for this third bi-weekly. It is gonna be it's gonna be spicy. Are we gonna see YZG take a third bi-weekly championship? It is possible. It's definitely possible, especially considering how well they're performing at the moment, and Mike as well doing it, just pulling it out, just absolutely going crazy so far in this bi-weekly in the solos. He might be able to take the solo bi-weekly finals in the next week, but we shall see. After which we've got the bi-weekly 4, of course, and then we've got the last chance qualifiers for solos and trios the next week, and then the pre-finals for both solos and trios, and then the grand finals at the end of it all. We've got on the 31st and then the 1st. That's gonna be it's gonna be a big one. Definitely mark your calendars for all of those dates, because they will be very exciting to watch.
Now the upcoming schedule for solos. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, for trios, we always end on Perdoya. And for solos, we rotate. Perdoya, Holoroth, Morris. Perdoya, Holoroth, Morris. We start off with a little bit of Fireflies. We slow down, and then we end with a ton of Fireflies. That's how I always remember it. Solos meta. Lannie taking its Storm. A lot of fun stuff. The dueling meta has reached Nbpl finally. Azal has taken the league by storm. Shen Yuan showing up big. And Mike looking a little bit mortal. But still, Spider and Mike being their dominant selves. And I would say solos is super, super competitive this season as well. It was already just absolutely ridiculous last year. And now moving into the 8-round MVP, everyone is just getting so much better. I think one of the biggest changes to the league is the fact that no one's name was visible. There was definitely a lot of aura and like fear when people saw Mike and Spider's name in the lobby and going against them. So now that everyone doesn't really know who they're fighting against necessarily, with good scouting, you kind of figure out who you're fighting against. A lot of people have worked on their game and worked on their mental and really focused on just improving themselves. And we've seen a pretty big elevation of skill across the board of solos and trios. So solos for me has been an exciting time to study. And I would say for the first time, the complication between solos and trios is around equal. Before, I would have given the edge to trios just because of the team play. But now at this point, 8 rounds, 8 characters, 8x8, 64 different matchups, not including weapons. It's very complex in solos and very fun. So if you're interested in watching high-level dueling, definitely check out the solos.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is going to be all from us here on the official channel for today, unfortunately. And there is not going to be any live games tomorrow. But make sure to come back on Thursday for that final group stage day of solos. I have been Dunkin' Donuts, joined by Raven PLZ. It has been a pleasure. We hope to see you next week. Make sure you take care, and we will see you then.
Bye-bye.